Maybe you decide to take an afternoon drive across the Pennsylvanian countryside to go place some flowers on a gravestone. Perhaps you want to take a trip down to the mall and just hang out for a while. Or maybe you're somebody that enjoys exploring various underground areas. All while working together with your fellow man, there's nothing that you can't accomplish. After all, humanity has always proved that we have the ability to put aside our differences and equally contribute to every situation full of reason, rationale, and understanding in order to progress us to the next paradigm of life and society. There's nothing that can stop our love and compassion for our fellow human being, unless of course shit hits the fan in the form of the recently deceased rising from their tombs and eating the flesh of the living. Forcing us to run, scream, and scramble desperately for a way to survive, all while society begins to collapse in upon itself, and it becomes an every-man-for-himself scenario where true colors are finally shown in the face of overwhelming odds and deadly bodily dismemberment. Only those strong-willed enough to fight, struggle, endure, and push through the onslaught of an endless horde of ghoul-like monsters that cannot be reasoned with, and attack the world with a violent, unstoppable force, the likes of which that cannot be comprehended by us puny living beings. And within the battle against them, the tension and division between the living proves to be just as deadly as the flesh-eating beasts that are at our doorsteps. This is the night, the dawn, the day, and soon to be the land of the dead. Welcome to The Living Dead Retrospective, a deep dive into the world of madness and bloodshed as I take a journey through the entirety of the franchise and review, commentate, and theorize all different aspects of it, discovering the best way to survive a zombie apocalypse and attempting to understand what horror master George A. Romero was trying to say by essentially creating an entire genre of cinema. Nearly every piece of zombie media that you enjoy today would not exist without the creation of the Romero films, and this is going to be my way of showing my love and appreciation for his contribution, not just to horror, but to film in general. But we won't stop there. The Living Dead series has spawned remakes and sequels galore, and I'll attempt to touch on all of them to some degree. I also want to release this video as a special Halloween video, so if you just so happen to be watching this on its premiere, welcome, and I hope you enjoy. Sit back, dim the lights down, grab yourself a big bowl of candy, have that flickering light of the jack-o'-lantern next to you, and maybe the sound of the wind and the falling leaves outside of your window will create a good atmosphere for this experience. Just pay no mind to those faint sounds of footsteps outside your door. I'm sure it's just trick-or-treaters, or maybe, just maybe, there's a ghoul on its way to your doorstep just dying to eat your skin right off of your bones. On second thought, maybe board up your windows first, because shit's about to get real. Nowadays, when we think about zombie films, not only do we have a ridiculous amount to choose from, no, really, the zombie genre is insanely oversaturated in the horror world, and it's a little too overwhelming to think about at times. But generally, you probably think of the decaying bodies, the snarling and moaning, the staggering as they walk, and them collecting together to build into an unstoppable horde. Or maybe you think about the fast-running zombies that are also pretty popular. Regardless, to get you into this mental image you have of zombies, it took quite a progression when it comes to movies, because this is not how zombies were originally conceptualized on the screen. The word zombie comes from Haitian folklore and is a reference to something coming back from the dead. However, it's more specifically that the corpse is being reanimated through some kind of dark magic or necromancy. Here, the corpse would be under the control and power of the person that revived it, essentially being able to be used as a slave, unthinking and completely cooperative. But also that it might not technically be a corpse at all, but through some use of poison, giving the person the appearance of death, and then upon their reawakening, taking away their free will, and being able to use them as their master sees fit. There seems to be a lot of controversy that this idea was taken from Haitian religions and that of Vodou, and like many things in life, it's gotten misunderstood and misinterpreted over time, but When it comes to film and cinema, which is what this video is mostly going to be about, usually known as the first example of taking the traditional concept of a zombie and putting it to screen would be with the movie White Zombie from 1932, starring Bela Lugosi. Springboarding off the recent stories of Haitian folklore and voodoo from a 1929 novel called The Magic Island, White Zombie goes all in on the premise as Lugosi's character, well versed in these practices, has revived an entire plantation of zombie slaves in order to work for him, as well as performs the ritual on a woman that he wishes to control. And that's essentially what it was, one master having control over his slaves, for lack of a better word. And as you can imagine, there are some aspects of the movie that probably would not fly today in 2024, but overall, it's a pretty solid film with some solid cinematography and atmosphere that makes it genuinely creepy at times. As well, I always enjoy seeing Bela Lugosi put in a standout performance because he pretty much always does every time. At the very least, it's the first film to speak the word zombie outright on screen.
Zombie!
Throughout the 30s and 40s, a handful of these type of zombie films were produced, but they never quite reached the same level of popularity in the horror genre as the titans of the time like Dracula and Frankenstein and the Universal monsters. I Walked with a Zombie from 1943 is another notable one, featuring some pretty haunting imagery for the time, and definitely putting a bigger emphasis on voodoo and its specifics. You're not going to get a zombie horde, but the presence of the main zombie character is just as tragic as it is frightening. It's definitely worth seeing, especially for a great example of the early days of zombie cinema. But although there were some outliers like this one, most of these zombie movies faded into the background. As within the end of the 1940s and into the 1950s, a lot of the horror genre was focusing more on alien invasions or science experiments gone wrong, having giant creatures and UFOs galore. Now this one might not be a zombie film, but Carnival of Souls from 1962 depicts its ghostly figures in a way that would be very similar to the traditional Romero zombie, and also how they collect into a silent, unspeaking group together most likely had some influence on what was soon to come. It's another movie with some really creepy aesthetics that I would say is worth checking out. But with those examples aside, what we really need to talk about is the man himself, George A. Romero. Though not the only contributor to the original Night of the Living Dead, and maybe not even realizing it himself, but he was, without a doubt, a defining pioneer in how the general consciousness would begin to shift our perception and our admiration for zombie media. George was born in 1940, originally growing up in New York City, but later moved to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to go to college at Carnegie Institute of Technology. He studied graphic arts, but was interested in filmmaking and photography. After graduating, he started out taking small jobs of shooting TV commercials and was actually hired to film some segments for Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Yeah, the guy that worked on one of the most wholesome, child-friendly shows imaginable eventually filmed a scene like this.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine?
A notable segment Romero filmed was Mr. Rogers getting a tonsillectomy, which may have been a little horror adjacent depending on how you look at it, and it definitely was for Romero himself.
I did Mr. Rogers Gets a Tonsillectomy. To this day, the scariest film I ever made.
The funniest thing to me is that apparently Mr. Rogers and George Romero got along fantastically, and when Night of the Living Dead premiered, Mr. Rogers went to it and said that he loved it. Now, that's quite an endorsement. But after getting some experience behind the camera and teaming up with his friend Russell Streiner, as well as John A. Russo, they attempted to start their own production company and produce an independent film. They called themselves Image 10, and the goal was to create a horror movie, as it's a standard to go with when it comes to low-budget filmmaking that could potentially make a profit. But what kind of horror movie would they lean towards? Early ideas would have involved a science fiction element, which would have been popular at the time with UFOs and aliens harvesting human bodies, but due to budget constraints, they consistently simplified their ideas. Another inspiration for Romero came from the novel I Am Legend, that was first adapted into a movie, The Last Man on Earth just a few years prior in 1964, starring Vincent Price, a man mostly trapped in one location as vampires try to get inside of his home. In fact, if you combine the premise of the human-like monsters outdoors trying to get inside from The Last Man on Earth along with the makeup designs and look of the creatures of Carnival of Souls, you basically have a blend that leads us right to Night of the Living Dead. With some funding and investors contributing their efforts, they were able to raise just over $100,000, which is actually pretty insane to think about it because being an indie film with a first-time director, that's quite a lot of money. If you adjust that for inflation, that is just over $900,000 by today's standards. Anyway, taking what they had available and Romero and John Russo co-writing the script together, they settled on the idea of characters trapped in a house as corpses rise up to attack and attempt to eat them. The foundation of a new wave of zombie media was set into motion, even though the word zombie is never used or referenced in the movie at all, and they are actually specifically called ghouls in the original Night of the Living Dead, or even just flesh eaters, as one of the original titles of the movie was Night of the Flesh Eaters. But there was another Flesh Eaters movie that came out recently, so eventually they settled on changing the title to Night of the Living Dead. And what a badass title that is. It just has this punch to it that's unmatched, and it's so iconic to this day. How many other movies do you know in its wake have had Night of in the beginning of their title or of the Dead at the end of their title? I also like that the original movie was filmed in Pennsylvania, because that's the state I'm from. Even though I lived quite far away from where it was filmed, I like to think Night of the Living Dead kind of represents my location, in a way. I know Romero was from a bigger city and had more connections to the film industry in Pittsburgh, but I also always liked that it was filmed in Pennsylvania because it kind of inspired me as somebody that wants to make films. Like, hey, he's from Pennsylvania, I'm from Pennsylvania. Maybe I could do it too someday. I also always wanted to visit the cemetery in Evans City and a few other locations that are still accessible, so maybe one day I'll plan a road trip. The farmhouse that was used as the main set of the movie was set to be demolished anyway, and they simply rented it for the time being of their shooting. And this also meant that they could tear up the place as much as they wanted. Nobody was actually going to be living there. This helps it feel more realistic in the sense that they're not on a set, and instead they're just shooting in a real house that is really getting boarded up and really getting ripped apart in the process. Although color film was available at the time, the decision to shoot black and white was not only cheaper, but I think heavily influences the iconic aesthetic of the film. Romero believing that the black and white made it feel more gruesome or perhaps more realistic in the sense that it's more like you're watching news footage or a documentary rather than a film. And there is this feeling to this movie that I can't quite describe. Something about the look of it, the style, the setting, maybe the low budget aspect of it, or maybe you could just feel the sense that it's a first-time filmmaker at work. Watching this movie, for some reason, gives me this bizarre sense of comfort in a way. And I know that's a weird thing to say about a movie where zombies are eating people alive, but this movie is something that I want to be watching in the middle of the night. No, this movie is something that needs to be watched in the middle of the night. This is that definitive movie to watch in the fall or on Halloween. It's this blend of classic horror and also pushing into more modern horror. It's this extremely basic setup that is just executed flawlessly. It's an inspiration when it comes to making movies. And maybe it's because it wasn't even trying to be, but it became one of the greatest horror films ever made, and an absolute must-see for anybody that is interested in this genre. In October of 1968, Night of the Living Dead would be unleashed upon the world, changing the landscape of horror forever. And before we get into the first movie review, there's something else that I want to mention. You know how I said that the title of the film was changed from Night of the Flesh Eaters to Night of the Living Dead? Well, apparently, a critical error was made within the renaming process, and Night of the Living Dead was never properly copyright protected, which means that the film fell into the public domain. That means that anybody can pick up and distribute the film, profiting off its existence. This is why Night of the Living Dead was always featured in those giant DVD collections of old horror movies nobody's ever heard of, or why multiple different VHS and DVD copies existed with all different artwork and different companies putting them out. It's free to the public. For example, to do a YouTube review of movies, I have to make sure that I don't use more than 5 to 10 seconds of footage at a time. It has to be completely transformative in that I need to constantly be commentating over it, creating a new product in the process of the review, making it a video analysis, so many little details. But with Night of the Living Dead, I technically don't have to do any of that. I could show longer clips if I want to. I don't have to use filters or editing techniques to minimize the experience. And hell, if I wanted to, I could just play the whole goddamn movie for you right here, right now. I won't do that. But the point being, it's an extremely easy movie to find, as it's available everywhere. If you want to officially own and collect it, I would currently recommend the Criterion Collection 4K version that was released a few years ago, but that's up to you. Anyway, before I get into my first official review for Night of the Living Dead, I want to take a brief moment to take you over to something that I like to call the timeline board for a brief overview of everything that we'll be covering in this video. And yeah, it's going to be a doozy. Hello, everyone, and welcome to a segment that I like to call the timeline board. And really what that means is it's a way for me to get some use out of my giant whiteboard and to go over all of the various continuities and differences within all of the horror series that I cover. Now, I've already done series like Halloween and Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, but now I'm getting around to doing the George Romero Living Dead series, and particularly the George Romero Living Dead series. There are obviously no shortage of movies with zombies, and to be honest, about 90% of all zombie movies are just horrible. It's like one of the most oversaturated and horribly bad genres of horror. And I'm not saying that the zombie genre is bad in and of itself. I mean, the quality of the films themselves. There are so many bad zombie movies out there. What I'm getting around to is that although most of them are bad, the great zombie movies are not only the best of the zombie genre, but some of the best horror movies to ever be made, including the George Romero zombie films, at least most of them. They just transcend their own genre and become, I think, quintessential movies that you need to experience if you're a horror fan. And even if you're not a giant zombie fan in general, like if you've seen 2 episodes of The Walking Dead and you're like, man, I don't know if I want this zombie stuff. I don't know if it's for me. No, go back and watch the George Romero zombie movies because they are the best of the best, and they still hold up to this day. Zombie movies have also inspired tons of people to make their own films, so I'm going to share with you guys a little something about me. Some of you may or may not know that one of my life goals, dreams, is to make a film, but when I was younger, I made lots of films with my friends. Various films, some that I would write and direct and some that my other friends would direct. But we made a bunch of films throughout all of my teenage years and my early 20s until life got a little bit too difficult and we all kind of went our separate ways and I didn't really have like the crew to make the film with anymore. But one of the genres of films that we used to dabble in the most was, of course, zombie films, and we kind of went into a little bit more of the zombie comedy genre, a little bit more of the Shaun of the Dead type, just because it was a little bit easier to do. And that way when you're casting your friends as actors, they're not necessarily super serious. They want to be a little bit silly. They're not exactly looking to win an Academy Award here. So the comedy genre is a little bit easier, a little more accessible is what I'm trying to say. So I just wanted to share a little bit with you guys. I wanted to share just a couple little clips of some of the zombie stuff we made.
Guys, well, I don't have any ammo left in my gun, so we're gonna have to basically try to find that.
What? Oh, that's a zombie right there. Get him!
Here's one that we actually did try to be a little bit serious with, and this is me right here as a zombie. I think I was maybe 21 at the time. And when I was 16, I made a zombie comedy film called Phil Got's Kill. Don't ask about the title. I don't know. We just thought it was funny. The main character's name was Phil. I wrote it. I directed it. I played the character of Phil. And it was basically like Dumb and Dumber meets zombies. Like it was a bunch of people that should not be fighting in the zombie apocalypse that ultimately have to. And then as we fight our way through various swarms of zombies, the finale of the movie we fight the ultimate zombie boss, which was the Michael Jackson zombie. I do want to state that at the time, Michael Jackson was still alive, so it wasn't as in poor taste as it would be now. But besides the point, what I'm trying to say is that zombie films have inspired so many people, myself included, but it all goes back to the original template, the man that truly defined the genre and made it what it is today, George A. Romero. And because of that, I kind of want this video to focus more on the George Romero films. Now, I will be talking about all the zombie films that he directed. I will be talking about the remakes, and we'll talk a little bit about some of the unofficial sequels and different timelines as we go along. But I'm going to structure this video a little bit differently than how I've structured the retrospectives in the past, because normally what I like to do is go in release order. So I talk about every movie in the order that it came out, just so that we can kind of jump from film to film with an understanding of what was happening behind the scenes. Like, why did they decide to make a different timeline? Why did they decide to do a remake and then go back to the original timeline? You know, going in release order makes it a little bit easier to talk about that kind of stuff. But with the George Romero films, because there's so many tangents you can go on, I really want to stick to the core series. And before we talk about anything else at all, I really just want to talk about all of the George Romero films in a row. So I'm going to be skipping over the remakes for now. I'm going to be skipping over the Italian Zombie. I'm going to be skipping over all that stuff just to talk about these 6 movies first. And so that way also, if you're watching this video and you don't want to sit through however many hours it's going to be, well, I'm going to give you all the Romero movies all at once. So if all you care about is the Romero movies and you don't give a shit about the sequels and you don't want to know any of the extra stuff, you don't have to watch any of it. You can stop after we cover the Romero films. So it'll kind of be like a choose your own adventure style video. Everything will be timestamped down below. You can go to whatever portion of the video that you want to go to. If you only want the Romero films, if you want to go in release order, you can skip around and come back. You could do whatever you want to do. It's up to you. Choose your own adventure. But with that, the first movies that we're going to get into are the 2 different Romero timelines. Now, some people will say that there's only one Romero timeline, but I'll go into why that cannot be possible. But let's start with this. So the first timeline we're going to cover is the original George Romero zombie timeline, which starts with Night of the Living Dead in 1968, moves to Dawn of the Dead from 78, moves into Day of the Dead from 1985, and ends with Land of the Dead from 2005. So that's kind of known as the official Night of the Living Dead timeline. As we will talk about as well in this video, Night of the Living Dead is of course public domain, so anybody can make a remake of it. Anybody can make a sequel to it. So there is no shortage of tangents for Night of the Living Dead. Dawn of the Dead has its own set of tangents, and so on and so forth. But the core films, the only ones you need to know about for right now, are these 4: Night, Dawn, Day, and Land. Also, real quick, with these movies I'm going to cover, unlike a lot of the other horror series that I've covered in the past, when it comes to the Living Dead franchise, although these are sequels, like Dawn of the Dead is a sequel to Night of the Living Dead, Day, and Land, and so forth, they are sequels of one another, but none of them have any continuing storylines or characters. So basically, they are all just their contained movie in and of itself. You don't really need to have seen any of the others to understand them. So unlike something like Halloween, where you kind of have to know, is this the timeline where Laurie and Michael are siblings or not siblings, and so on and so forth. When it comes to George Romero's Living Dead series, basically, it's just about the zombie apocalypse, right? The zombie apocalypse starts in Night of the Living Dead. It's a little bit further in Dawn of the Dead. Day of the Dead, it's completely taken over the world, and Land of the Dead, it's also taken over the world, but now mankind is kind of like reassembling itself and, creating cities and stuff like that. So it all takes place in the same universe of the zombie apocalypse, but there's no continuing storylines or characters or anything like that. So that is an important distinction that separates this as well from a lot of the other horror series that I've covered. And I suppose I should also mention that this video is meant purely for entertainment purposes. I am not attempting to project myself as some kind of expert on all of these films. I'm just a fan like anybody else. I just like making YouTube videos. I like making documentaries. I like reviewing movies. I like talking about this stuff. I wanted to give you guys a treat for Halloween. So that's why I made this video. So, you know, don't try to think that I'm trying to look like some kind of superior authority on any of this stuff. Sometimes you read the comment section and you're like, do you realize that that's a joke? Like, do you realize that I'm just trying to entertain you? I don't know. I feel like I should get that disclaimer out of the way as well. The movie begins with its title cards as siblings Barbara and Johnny are driving across the countryside to place some flowers on their father's grave. Of course, this is only at the request of their mother, who did not accompany them during this 3-hour drive to do so, as part of a yearly tradition. Beginning a horror movie in a cemetery is always a good idea, in my opinion, but also having the opening scene be in broad daylight on a routine trip gives just the vaguest sense of normalcy before things kick off, and it doesn't take too long before it does. Immediately, we see the difference in the characters, with Barbara being a bit docile and avoidant of confrontation, as Johnny just keeps complaining away and pressing her the entire time, showcasing his cynical outlook on the world, thinking that the whole tradition has run its course and that it's simply a waste of a day. It's also interesting that right off the bat we have two characters that are arguing with one another, since the most common theme of the film is this idea that people just can't seem to communicate or come to any kind of common ground. Johnny taunts Barbara with a story of how he scared her when they were kids and her skittishness of being in a cemetery, uttering perhaps the most famous line of the entire movie.
"They're coming to get you, Barbara."
Although my personal favorite line of the film comes a little bit later.
"Are they slow moving, Chief?"
"Yeah, they're dead. They're all messed up."
Apparently that was a flub up, but it just comes out so organically that I love it. Just, yeah, they're dead. They're all messed up. I say that to myself all the time. I don't know why. Johnny and Barbara see a man staggering in the distance, and Johnny plays into this, teasing her even more and telling her to watch out because they're coming for her. But then, it actually does. Despite being a bit of a dick, Johnny does step up when his sister is attacked and immediately tries to defend her, only to get knocked out in the process. And then the man proceeds to chase Barbara. And yes, this would technically be our very first zombie that we would see on screen. But once again, in this film, they're never called zombies. The only term given to describe them is ghouls. And it really makes me wonder if the term ghoul caught on more, if we'd be living in a world where it would be the ghoul genre instead of the zombie genre. The definition of ghouls says it comes from Arabic folklore, and it refers to a spirit or a monstrous human that is associated with graveyards and eats flesh. So yeah, that mostly checks out. Now, at this time, most of the tropes that we understand and think of when we think of zombies were not quite established yet. So it's interesting to see some of the actions that they take here, like when it chases Barbara. It's not exactly running, but it's definitely going at a quicker pace than the total staggering zombies we would later get. It also picks up a brick to smash her windshield, being at least intelligent enough to be able to use rudimentary tools. It also doesn't constantly moan or gargle with its voice. In fact, one of my favorite things about the original Night of the Living Dead is how silent most of the zombies are, for the most part. They do make some vocal noises here and there, but there's a scene like at the end of the movie where they're all raiding inside the farmhouse, and there's something about the dead silence of them with the blank stares on their faces that freaks me out way more than the constant wailing and moaning zombies that we get today. Barbara runs until she stumbles upon a farmhouse that seems to be empty except for a dead body upstairs, so she locks herself inside until our real main character shows up. Enter Ben. Ben the badass. He was running from them as well, but when he gets to the house, he just starts taking them out one by one, starts beating them to death with a tire iron, and from this point forward, we're going to mostly follow Ben as the focus of the film. Barbara, from here on out, there's no easy way to say this, but she's completely useless. She may as well have gotten killed off right in the beginning. From one respect, she responds like a frightened person would if they're going through this kind of trauma and believing that her brother brother is dead, she goes into kind of a catatonic state, shifting between complete silence and stillness, and then raving with emotion and screaming until Ben has to get her to stop talking. I think what's also important to understand about this, though, is that this movie spends a lot of time with its characters discussing what's going on. Sure, part of that is because it's a low budget and they have a lot of dialogue to buy time in the movie, but also, in universe, the characters in the movie have no idea what the mere concept of a modern-day zombie is. They have no idea what's going on, and it puts everybody into a frantic panic, and people naturally respond in a variety of different ways. Ben is extremely scared too, but he's resourceful and he's proactive. He immediately starts looking for weapons and a way to board up the house. But somebody like Barbara, who is a lot more docile in general and just regular life, has no idea what to do with herself here. And that at least adds another sense of realism to it, although it may be disappointing. And some have looked at it as bad writing for a female character. But I think it does mostly make sense to have a character like this. The only problem is when you have such a limited cast to begin with, after this beginning portion of the movie, you kind of forget she even exists because she contributes pretty much nothing. But let's talk about Ben. He's played by actor Dwayne Jones, and in case you didn't notice, he is a black actor in a leading role in a movie that came out in 1968. Now, according to George Romero, Ben's race was not explicit in the script. They assumed it was going to be a white person, but when Dwayne came in, they thought he was the best guy for the job, and Romero says that he cast him because of just that. He was the best actor. But in 1968, this was a very rare occurrence, and whether or not Romero intended this to be social commentary, just simply because of the time period that it came out, it undeniably became social commentary. Because Ben, besides just being a badass in general, becomes our focal point for the audience. He's the person that we root for, nearly the only consistently competent character in the film, and within the story itself, we're dealing with a pure survival situation in which the rules of our social aspects of humanity are beginning to collapse. In other words, this is not a situation where race or gender plays any role whatsoever. It's either we survive or we don't. And that, in a way, makes his casting even more unique. But this leads us to our other characters in the movie. So, hiding in the basement this entire time, initially too afraid to come upstairs, we have Mr. Cooper and his wife, along with a younger couple, Tom and Judy, and the Coopers also have a sick daughter downstairs who is more or less out of commission. This is where the crux of the film's conflict comes into play. We have a group of 7 characters who don't really know each other at all, they're all trapped in the same house, and they all have different ideas of the best way to handle the situation. A situation that is unprecedented, that nobody could have ever possibly prepared for. Mr. Cooper argues that the basement is the safest place with the most amount of reinforcement, while Ben tries to explain how it would be a death trap if they got stuck down there with no other exit. Tom and Judy are kind of in the middle, uncertain of whose side to take and contribute some ideas here or there, but this movie is truly its most powerful when it's focusing on this aspect of the movie. Its approach to just shine this light on how people act when they're in these heightened states of panic and confusion. Everybody wants to be right, nobody trusts anybody, there's arguments over the hierarchy, and it's our inability to work together that causes our own downfall. But more on that in a minute. Because I also want to talk about the news footage stuff. So there's an aspect to this movie that, because this is still very, very early in the stages of the zombie outbreak, news and radio stations are still active and reporting on the events. And since the characters have no idea what they're supposed to do, they listen very intently whenever new information arises, and it's a pretty big portion of the movie. It's here that we learn what would become the traditional lore for killing zombies up until this very day, that you need to shoot them in the head and destroy the brain activity, or just burn the bodies up, as well as the understanding that they eat the flesh of the living. It's standard practice now for zombie films, but back then, this was a terrifying new what-the-fuck aspect of these creatures. It's something that you didn't really see in horror movies. They're not just trying to kill you, they're going to fucking eat you. But perhaps the most interesting bit here is that this is the only Romero zombie movie that attempts to put any explanation into why this is happening. They suggest it has something to do with radiation that came from a space probe that hit the atmosphere. It's like this slight science fiction element that's shoehorned into the movie, but in fairness, one of the early ideas for the film was to make it a sci-fi movie, so maybe this was Romero's way to just kind of sprinkle that aspect in just a little bit. It makes no difference on the rest of the film, and it's never really brought up again, but if we do want to treat all the Romero movies as canon or with some kind of backstory lore, well, the entire apocalypse all started because of a space probe. Serves us right for trying to explore the cosmos. Things start to ramp up a bit when they decide to make a break for the gas pump, and at first it's a big break because they all do decide to work together and all have their respective roles to play. Mr. Cooper throws Molotov cocktails from the second floor, pushing the ghouls back while Ben faces off the rest of them as Tom is supposed to drive the truck over to the gas pump. It all starts working great until Judy runs outside to join him at the last second, but I also kind of like the moment because it's very human and it's just that she loves him. She wants to go with him in case things don't make it. I don't know. It's kind of cute until, they die. But when they get to the pump, the gas sprays on a nearby torch and it's all over. The truck explodes. Tom and Judy are inside at the time, incinerated, and Ben has to make it back to the house all alone on foot while Cooper locks the door in his face. Meanwhile, we get the scene of all the zombies coming to the truck and picking out pieces of Tom and Judy to eat. Again, this might look tame by today's standards, but imagine seeing this back in 1968. Two of our lead characters are having their flesh, liver, intestines eaten by these creatures explicitly on screen. The gore was extreme for the time, and also the way that it was filmed, it's more just like documentary footage watching an animal eat its dinner. It's extremely disturbing for the time period. When Ben finally makes it back inside, it's not long before the tension between him and Cooper becomes too much and reaches its climax. Cooper gets his hand on the gun, demanding that they all go down to the basement, and Ben just beats the shit out of him. But not only that, when Ben gets the gun back, he straight up shoots Cooper in cold blood. Not even an accident. Is this what he deserved, or was it too extreme? Well, that's up for us as the audience to decide, but the characters get no time to think about it as the zombies begin to break in. Mrs. Cooper is then attacked by her daughter, who of course rises up as a zombie, again using a tool to kill her. And I'm sorry I keep reiterating this, but this was 1968. Seeing a small child rise up and grab a shovel and stab its mother to death, pretty shocking. Speaking of being killed by loved ones, well, just as Barbara finally attempts to do something, Zombie Johnny arrives, and she's a goner as well. Within minutes, every character is killed except for Ben, who, brilliantly written in the script, after so much arguing about how he didn't want to go down into the basement, he is forced to run into the basement to protect himself. But he does get to kill Cooper a second time. Now, maybe the darkest aspect of the movie is its ending. The next day, we see a group of men with guns going around taking down the zombies. And this is rural PA after all, so plenty of gun owners to be found. But you also get the sense of this enjoyment that they're having. And sure, they're ultimately doing a good thing, they're taking care of this threat, but you see the glimpses of what would be elaborated on a little bit more in later zombie films, of the glee of being able to go out and shoot a moving target. But the ending shows Ben, who has survived all night, going upstairs and looking out the window, just as the men with guns notice him, and they shoot him down without warning.
All right, Vince, hit him in the head, right between the eyes. Good shot. Okay, he's dead. Let's go get him. That's another one for the fire.
And that's just it. Ben, after tirelessly surviving all night long, is simply shot in the head, and the movie ends. Not only is this incredibly bleak and depressing to know that he went through all of that for nothing, but the social commentary is here once again. The militia did not even attempt to check if Ben was alive or not. They said nothing to him. They didn't call out to him. They didn't try to communicate. And if they could clearly see him from where they were in order to shoot him, could they not see that he was holding a gun in his hands? Yes, the zombies have picked up bricks and shovels, but I doubt they could hold a rifle properly with both hands. So the question becomes, did they shoot Ben because they truly suspected he was a zombie? Or did they shoot him just because it was fun? Or, with the casting of Dwayne in the role, could the commentary be, did they shoot him because, well, you know what I'm saying? All these questions is what makes it such a tragic ending and such a gut punch to the audience. You spend all this time with Ben, and now these other characters come out of nowhere, take him out, and dismiss all of his struggle without even knowing who he is. Night of the Living Dead. It's a movie that is as revolutionary for introducing a new type of monster into our consciousness, but also focusing heavily on the conflicting nature of humanity and how fear, anxiety, and uncertainty make us emotional and selfish. Even if we want to work together, the idea of self-preservation sometimes becomes too strong to ignore. I love the genre of trapping characters into an isolated location for a movie, and Night of the Living Dead is pretty much the purest example of that. It doesn't hide or sugarcoat anything, from the way that people act to the violence and gore that, once again, may seem tame today, but undeniably shocking in 1968. I think it still holds up, though, as a pretty damn good movie. One of the best to ever do it, not just because it's the original, but because it's legitimately great, and is one of the greatest zombie films, one of the greatest horror films, and just simply one of the greatest films ever made.
Are they slow moving, Chief?
Yeah, they're dead. They're all messed up.
So yes, Night of the Living Dead was a massive success, but unfortunately for George Romero and others involved, they didn't get to see much of its profits, nor did his career take off right away afterwards. A few years later, in 1971, he made his second film, a complete tonal shift from Night of the Living Dead, with a romantic comedy called There's Always Vanilla. To this day, I have not seen this film, so I cannot comment on its quality, but supposedly it was not very well received. The following year, in 1972, he made Season of the Witch, not the Halloween 3 Season of the Witch version, or the Nicolas Cage movie. Maybe someday someone should do a triple feature of these three movies together, I don't know. That might be kind of interesting. I don't know much about this film either, but I guess there's a re-edit that turned it into a little bit more of a softcore porno, so there's that out there if you want to see it. Okay, but third time's a charm, because for the third year in a row, he made a film, and this time it was The Crazies.
It's madness unleashed by human error. The Crazies.
Kind of zombie adjacent, I suppose, where a biological weapon releases in Evans City, Pennsylvania, making people go absolutely mad. It's got that old school gritty feel to it that I love, and is definitely in line with the early works of Romero's contemporaries like John Carpenter or Wes Craven. After that, in 1977, he made a film called Martin, an extremely creepy movie about a man that claims to be a vampire who stalks, assaults, and drinks the blood of various women. The whole film has this uncomfortable, bleak atmosphere to it, but despite Martin doing so many horrible things, in a way you can't help but be drawn in and fascinated by his potential delusion and how he handles it all. Some people have even called Martin Romero's best film, and from a certain perspective, I could definitely understand that. So obviously Romero was very experimental during this time, and I appreciate all the variety of what he was trying to do. The man was a true filmmaker in the sense that he swung for the fences, he tried different things, and he challenged audiences' sensibilities and expectations. It wasn't until 1978, a full decade since Night of the Living Dead came out, that he chose to step back into that world, but in a very different way. Dawn of the Dead is not a traditional sequel in the sense that it has no returning characters from the first film. It just happens to be another movie taking place in a world where the dead are rising up and taking over. Inspired by the location of the Monroeville Mall and how it would be a safe, secluded place during a disaster that would also have just about everything that you would need to survive for a while: food, clothing, activities, plenty of space, as well as adding in some commentary about the zombie-like nature of consumerism and mall shoppers. Maybe a little strange today since a lot of malls have closed down due to the rise of online shopping, but malls used to be a very exciting place to go and hang out for an entire day, spending money all day long and adding to the capitalist machine. Good times. The title of the film, Dawn of the Dead, obviously meant to reflect the first title, Night Now into Dawn, but the word living is noticeably left out. Co-writer of Night of the Living Dead, John Russo, had a falling out of sorts with Romero in terms of the direction that they would take any future films of the series, so they came to an agreement that to differentiate each of their continuations, Russo would get the Living Dead title, such as eventually writing Return of the Living Dead, and Romero would shorten it down to just Of the Dead. The complete and total irony of this is that when fans talk about the Romero movies, they usually call it the Living Dead series, even though only the first movie has living in the title. Anyway, the issue with getting Dawn of the Dead started was, of course, with its funding, as it would be a much bigger movie than its predecessor. Stepping in to assist was another horror director, Dario Argento, known for films like Suspiria and Inferno. He agreed to help with the financing as long as he got control over the international distribution of it, which would result in an alternate cut of the movie outside the US version. Romero did agree to this, and then began working on what would become hailed as the greatest zombie movie ever made. If there's any kind of canon to the timeline to be concerned, Dawn of the Dead's placement seems to be not too long after Night of the Living Dead. Society is still semi-functional, but we are on the cusp of an ultimate collapse. The opening takes place in a new studio and immediately bombards us with information and arguments, but in a good way. It sets up the mood right away that people are freaking out, they're confused, angry, and disagreeing on how to handle a situation that nobody can understand. The chaos of this opening scene adds to the tension as well, because as explicit as this movie would become, we don't see any zombies just yet. We are only hearing various perspectives on what's happening in the world, and it builds us up to the zombie reveal. And despite being a bigger movie in terms of scale, we really only have 4 main characters, less than we even had in Night of the Living Dead. We meet our first 2 main characters at the TV station, Fran and her boyfriend Steven, aka Flyboy, nicknamed that because he can pilot a helicopter, and he convinces Fran that they should take the studio chopper and just get the hell out of there. Also, George Romero himself makes a cameo as one of the guys behind the scenes of the TV crew. Meanwhile, we meet our other 2 characters somewhere else as part of a police force raiding an apartment complex because the people inside refuse to give up their dead, believing a hope of a cure would exist and not obeying the new martial law rules. So a SWAT team has to go inside and physically get them, and drawing off the ideas at the end of Night of the Living Dead, a lot of the gun-toting officers are actively enjoying the idea of raiding this building and being able to legally unleash a bunch of havoc. One of the officers, though, is starting to get cold feet, and after a brief pep talk from our main character Roger, he's promptly shot in the head. This ignites a firefight and leads us to our first action sequence of the film, all of which is started and perpetuated by humans versus humans, with still no zombies on screen. The firefight is intense and gritty. A racist officer starts blasting off the heads of people indiscriminately, and the whole scene, to me, feels like it's the most uncomfortable moment of the whole movie. As we eventually get to the wide open spaces of the mall, these small hallways and staircases of the apartment rooms where everybody is blasting weapons all over the place, it feels terrifying in the whole inescapability of it all. It's just pure carnage. And then the zombies show up. The build-up makes it so incredibly worth it, and that first bite makes an already horrible situation feel even worse. Now, 2 things I want to mention here is that 1, the zombies in this film have a very signature look. Their skin complexion is almost blue, and the use of color in this film is pretty unique. It's exaggerated, but in a good way. When I first saw this, I had already seen a bunch of other zombie media, so the look of the zombies in this film took me more off guard, but the more I watch it over the years, the more I grow to love this style, and it gives the movie something special that other zombie movies just fail to capture. Along with that is the bright redness of the blood. Every time there's a gunshot or a zombie bite, this explosion of bright red fills the screen. It's all practical effects, of course, and there's tons of it. Tom Savini, who has a small role later in the movie, was the special effects and makeup mastermind, and his work here is, without exaggeration, legendary. Heads explode, flesh is torn off, machetes slice through brains. Dawn of the Dead features a high-intensity level of gore, and at the time of 1978 when it came out, was maybe just as, if not more shocking than Night of the Living Dead was a decade earlier. If you think about all the other big horror movies of the time, Halloween, The Exorcist, Alien, and even the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, all of those films are great in their own way, but none of them are particularly gory. There's blood here and there, but compared to Dawn of the Dead in the blood and guts department, none of them even come close. Besides the whole film being entertaining with great characters and social commentary, the other reason it's so beloved and revolutionary is because it did not hold back in the violence and gore, and it had the balls to go for broke in every single sequence in that regard. Our final of the 4 lead characters is introduced with Peter, played by Ken Foree, who I would consider a scream king in his own right because he's in this movie, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, Devil's Rejects. I feel like he's been in enough horror movies to consider him pretty iconic for it, but let's not forget his best role of all time as the dad on Kenan and Kel. But his character, Peter, is an absolute badass. He's competent, he's forward-thinking, and many times a voice of reason for Roger, who has a tendency to fly off the handle and let his hype and adrenaline get the best of him. It's a major flaw of his, but I still think he might be my favorite character in the movie. Similar to our first 2 characters, with Roger knowing them, he suggests that Peter and him bail and try to get to safety somewhere else. When our core 4 meet up flying overhead in the helicopter, we see a brief shot of what looks like a white farmhouse down below them. Could that possibly be the house from Night of the Living Dead? They are still in Pennsylvania after all, and they mention the rednecks below looking for zombies, so I'd like to think it is. They then stop to get some fuel for the chopper and have to deal with a brief zombie attack. This moment always frustrated me a little bit that Steven gets tackled and almost killed, and Fran just kind of stands there. Later on, we find out that she's pregnant, so it could just be a survival instinct for the child, but it can be one of those moments that gets you to yell at the screen that just is like, go help the poor guy for crying out loud. Also, Peter encounters some zombie children that he's forced to gun down, which, even if he doesn't mention it directly, you can tell it takes a bit of a toll on him having to take out some children. Oh, and then we have the propeller kill. Everyone loves this one. Finally, we get to the mall, where the bulk of the movie takes place, and what's really great here is that we see the entire process of the idea of holding up in a mall unfold and what it would take to accomplish this. The characters discuss the possibilities and the dangers, and I like how it isn't a decision made out of desperation, but they weigh the pros and cons and ultimately decide that it's possible to take it over. They just need to clear out some areas of zombies, block several entrances, and there's a lot more strategy involved than you may think from the initial premise. We get a lot of scenes of them accomplishing just this, and what may seem tedious in any other movie is never boring in this one. You want to see them pull this off, and there's constant variety of the mall's locations and even of the zombie characters. Since this is still pretty early in the zombie outbreak, most of the zombies here still just look like people. They're not decayed with torn clothing and limbs falling off. Even the idea of them being at the mall, they all mention that the creatures are returning to what's familiar. You know that when they were humans, they are all people that spent a lot of time here anyway, and after death, they continue to go through the motions of the mundane consumeristic shopping. As far as a review goes, though, there's not a ton to comment on for this portion of the movie. There's a few close calls, and it's all executed very well, but I would just have to explain each individual sequence. In short, it's all done great, and you kind of get to live vicariously through the characters having a whole mall to themselves, and all of the shenanigans that you would get up to if you had no restrictions. Things pick up a little bit more when Peter and Roger go outside to move some trucks around to continue to block specific entrances, and by this point you can see the overconfidence, particularly in Roger. He's at a point where he's treating the zombies like they aren't much of a threat anymore, which is never a good sign. A moment comes where he gets stuck, unable to shoot a zombie in time, and after Peter rescues him, you can tell that his temper starts to go through the roof. He starts trying to kill as many zombies as he can, and even though he's got people watching his back like Flyboy Flyboy overseeing the situation, or Fran shooting the zombies from the rooftop, the moment finally comes where Roger's emotions get the best of him and he is eventually bitten. There's the awkwardness of having to cart him back inside and the various battles with the zombies that just makes things way worse for him. When things settle back down, we're drawn to probably the most iconic quote said by Peter as they watch over the zombies below.
When there's no more room in hell, the dead will walk the earth.
If we had not gotten the satellite radiation explanation in Night of the Living Dead, this would be just as good as an explanation as any. As I said, I don't think the why of it all really matters, but this reasoning is definitely a much more terrifying concept if literally so many people were in hell that it no longer could contain them, and so the rest of the dead are just going to wander the earth. Eventually, Roger does die from being bitten and does come back as a zombie himself, leaving Peter to have to put him out of his misery. And with this first character death, the bleakness of the world starts to heighten back up. The characters are having less fun in the mall, and they're starting to feel a little bit more trapped by it. Fran turns down a marriage proposal, believing it doesn't really feel real in a time like this. TV stations are starting to go out, and everything around them just seems like it's beginning to crumble. The final act is when a biker gang led by Tom Savini himself discover people are holding up in the mall, and they want to take it over. Although our characters have fortified it well, the gang does manage to get inside, and a bunch of darkly comedic moments ensue with them kind of fucking around with the zombies. It's also another excuse to display the gore and special effects, and that's perfectly fine with me. Flyboy decides that he's going to try to step up to the plate and put an end to them, firing from a distance, which just starts an all-out firefight in the midst of the zombie horde that's coming inside. And for some reason, there's a character that really wants to take his blood pressure during all of this mess. Like, what the fuck is he doing? Peter hides out in the ceiling and then takes out Savini's character from a distance, but Flyboy gets shot and trapped in an elevator that is soon invaded by zombies. He doesn't get eaten completely. In fact, he comes back as a zombie himself in probably the most iconic looking zombie of the entire film. He is so good here. Almost so good, I'm surprised he didn't get hired as just a zombie. The best part being the gun still dangling from his finger as well, and the sideways foot as he walks. Apparently, the ending was originally going to be another tragedy, but it was changed at the last minute so that Peter and Fran could end up escaping. There's a scene where it seems like Peter is about to take his own life, but then he ultimately changes his mind, and in an earlier version, you could tell how it would go the other way. Although when he does make it to the chopper, piloted now by Fran, things aren't looking too good anyway. The fuel problem is still an issue, and neither of them have a clue where they're going to end up. So it's not so much a hopeful ending as it is perhaps a delay of the inevitable, much like the mall sanctuary itself. It was never going to really last. And as the credits roll, the mall is once again, after all that hard work, beginning to get just as filled up with zombies as it was before. Is this just the true reality of the whole situation, that eventually everything will become dead? Oh, and who doesn't love this music? Yeah, the soundtrack is from an Italian band called Goblin, and it certainly adds yet another specific identity to this movie. It's really weird and immensely 70s, but I honestly can't picture this movie without any other kind of music, despite other edits. And the movie turned out to be a hit upon release by horror fans and even by critics, going down in history as a prime example of this new emerging zombie genre, and considered by many to be a sequel that surpasses the original. There's a couple of variations of the movie though. The US cut is the George Romero preferred version, but there's also an extended version that adds about 10 to 15 minutes of additional footage. And the European version, released under the title of Zombie, yeah, we'll get to the zombie stuff later, don't worry. But it's the shortest cut of them all, and it removes some of the sillier or darkly comedic moments from the film. No version is so radically different that it changes characters or endings or arcs or anything like that, so go ahead and pick your poison with it. I choose the US version. But what I really want to talk about is Dawn of the Dead on physical media. We mentioned how Night of the Living Dead is public domain, so there's no shortage of its existence out there. Multiple companies have released it, and you can find it pretty much anywhere. Dawn of the Dead, on the other hand, has the exact opposite problem. Currently, as of 2024, when I'm making this video, all copies of Dawn of the Dead in the US are out of print, and it's also not available on any movie streaming service. In other words, unless you already own a copy, there is currently no legal way to watch this film. That is insane to me. One of the best horror films ever made, and arguably the best zombie movie ever made, is phased out of existence, and it all comes down to money. One of the producers of the movie, Rick Rubenstein, created a 3D version of the film in the early 2010s, but he was unable to recover from the financial loss of its conversion, and in order to recover this loss, he increased the fees of the home media and streaming licensing for it, and from what I understand, just nobody is willing to pay the ridiculous cost that he's asking for to pick it back up, which keeps the film in a state of limbo where it's remained to this day. Outside of the US, there are plenty of options to find it, but here, there has not been an update in years. Every time you search for Dawn of the Dead, the only result you'll find is the 2004 remake. You can find a few uploaded versions of it on YouTube, but other than that, you're shit out of luck. I hope that someday the people behind the scenes get their act together, because I would pay a hefty price at this point, especially if someone like Scream Factory or Arrow was able to get the rights and release all of the George Romero zombie movies in some kind of ultimate collector's package. But for now, it looks like Dawn of the Dead has become a zombie of its own, just floating dead out there somewhere. It's the zombie of zombie films. But in conclusion, there's nothing negative to say about Dawn of the Dead. Fantastic characters, great special effects and gore, immensely entertaining from start to finish, and absolutely one of the best.
We got this, man. We got this by the ass.
Something extremely rare in the world of movies is having a good third entry in your franchise. And even more rare than that is having that third entry be considered the best of the franchise. But with Day of the Dead, many out there will tell you that this is actually George Romero's masterpiece and the best of all zombie films. By the 1980s, we were beginning to see way more zombie films come into existence, and the idea wasn't as unique as it once was. It wasn't as oversaturated as it is now, but they were becoming more and more prominent. Even so, when Romero jumped back into the genre, he created something that managed to stand out beyond all the others and reminded people why he was such a master craftsman in this field. After the success of Dawn of the Dead, producers wanted another zombie film right away, but Romero actually took yet another step back for nearly another decade. He took on a 3-picture deal with the studio in which one of the 3 had to be a Dawn of the Dead sequel, but he did the other 2 movies first, Night Riders in 1981 and then Creepshow in 1982. Creepshow, by the way, is another one of my favorite horror films from the 80s. It's an anthology-style movie with several short horror stories included. It's the kind of horror film I consider to be way more fun than it is scary. It's just wacky, enjoyable, and it's something that I highly recommend. But in doing a third zombie film, Romero originally wanted to go huge with it. He wanted to make the Gone with the Wind of zombie flicks, something that I would have loved to see. But the grandeur of what he wanted would have meant that he had to dial back some of his ideas in order for the movie to get an R rating, and he wouldn't have final cut. So he said, fuck all that, cut the budget in half, and allowed himself to have much more control over the project, in which I respect. But now he was going to have to limit his story, and as a result, the movie is kind of a spiritual successor to Night of the Living Dead, more so than what he had originally planned. What I mean by that is we are once again dealing with characters that are isolated in one location and who are having immense difficulty with the communication between them and the ability to work together. Unlike Dawn of the Dead, most of the zombie action and spectacle is isolated within the movie's climax, instead of spread out sporadically throughout the film. However, this interestingly makes for some great storytelling, because we are forced to focus on different aspects of the zombie outbreak that we hadn't dived into before. more, like the physiology of how their dead bodies even work to begin with, or the potential to train and communicate with them. This movie is filled with big ideas and tons of questions about what the next phase of humanity would look like if it ever gets a chance to thrive. But on top of that, Romero crafts a much darker movie than the previous two, looking at how horrible people can be to one another when there are no rules, restrictions, or social norms to adhere to anymore. Add on top of that the special effects and gore, and yes, these are the best in the whole series in that regard. As much as I praise the Dawn of the Dead gore effects, Days goes above and beyond even that, making all of the violence feel grittier, more realistic, and more disgusting than ever before, and it's a delight. There's two major differences here from the previous two movies as well. One is that now we are several years into the zombie apocalypse, and as showcased by the opening scene, we see that the world is now overrun with the dead. Society has officially collapsed, and this is what the world looks like now. The second one is that this movie does not take place in Pennsylvania, and instead it takes place in Florida, which you can tell because there's an alligator walking around. Also, shout out to the jawless zombie on the opening title screen, just the coolest thing ever. The opening has some of our main characters looking for any survivors on the surface before they head back to their underground base. It's a bunker that's harboring two groups of people attempting to work together that have lost contact with the outside world. We have a group of scientists that are trying to research and experiment on the zombies to understand them or maybe find a cure, and then we also have a group of soldiers that are assigned to protect them. On the scientist side, we have our main protagonist, Sarah, who is the only woman in the bunker, and because of which she is constantly sexually harassed and dismissed by a number of the soldiers, forcing her to constantly have to try to hold it all together and do what she thinks is right in spite of it.
Some of the rest of us are shot at some loving.
Hey, it's gonna be a long winter.
And is also dealing with her boyfriend Miguel, who is in the midst of a mental breakdown that's been building up for some time. She kind of has to hold her own mental breakdowns at bay to deal with him, while at the same time both of them having so much difficulty is kind of where they find that comfort within each other. Before the movie even really begins, it's mentioned that the previous commanding officer, Officer Cooper, I wonder if he's related to this Cooper, but apparently he died not too long ago, and command is now given to Captain Rhodes, who is just absolutely unhinged.
I'm running this monkey farm now, Frankenstein, and I want to know what the fuck you're doing with my time.
And is at his final straw when it comes to dealing with these scientists. From his perspective, they're wasting time, they're coming up with nothing, and they are consistently putting his men in danger. Which, all of these reasonings you can understand, but the way that he handles it and displays his frustration is beyond deplorable. Such as the scene where he commands that Sarah stay in the room, and when she doesn't comply, he orders one of his men to shoot her. The scene works so well because at first his men take it as a joke, but then he continues to press them, and out of fear and obedience, it almost actually happens. The man is constantly on a power trip, constantly stating that he's the one in charge, and he cannot take the slightest bit of feedback. He's the worst person that you would want to be in charge of anything, but he's so captivating to watch. The actor Joseph Pilato has such gravity to his performance that he's by far the most memorable character in the movie. He's the kind of character that you love to hate, and without a doubt, the best human antagonist of the entire Dead series. Every time he's on screen, tension rises, and you never know when he's finally going to snap and pull the trigger on someone. In order to perform the experiments, the soldiers have to wrangle zombies from the caverns below, which can turn out to be pretty dangerous if not executed 100% correctly, despite them using this as an outlet to taunt and make fun of the creatures as well. After they're caught, they're brought to the laboratories where they essentially get a mad scientist type character experimenting on them who's in charge, named Dr. Logan, but everybody in the movie just calls him Dr. Frankenstein. And this is where we get some really interesting shit that is not really discussed in any of the other movies. He's discovered how their need to feed is simply instinct, and that no other organ in their body actually functions other than the brain. He also believes that it's possible to recondition them, almost like pets, and when they give positive responses, he gives them rewards. He's absolutely obsessed with his work and always requires more and more bodies to experiment on. One body he dissected until it was just a brain, but it still functions. And the morally ambiguous and haunting part of this is that some of these bodies he's working on were soldiers that were killed. Instead of giving them a proper burial, he's kept their bodies in the freezer, and this brain zombie is actually Cooper, the head officer before Rhodes took over. And he's keeping this a secret from everybody else, and Sarah is the only one that finds out. There's also an interesting scene where Sarah is hanging out with two of the other characters, John and Bill, where John suggests that maybe the research isn't worth it in the end, that maybe humanity was on a course to be reset anyway, and they should leave it all in the past and start somewhere new. The sentiment is simple, but it's a really well done and executed scene, and a nice change of pace between some of the more darker elements. But perhaps the most important character to talk about in this movie is Bub. Bub may be the best zombie character ever put to screen, but also a make or break aspect of this film depending on how you feel about it. With the experiments that Logan has been performing, he's got this one zombie named Bub, named after his own father, to be compliant to him to some degree. He rewards Bub with food and tools, and launching from vague ideas of the last movies that zombies are kind of instinctually following what they did as humans, he gives Bub a variety of items like a phone, a razor, and a book. And Bub mimics the movements of how to use the items, despite not actually being able to talk or read. He even lets Bub listen to music. Some people might not like this direction, preferring their zombies to always be ravenous monsters, but there's something that I find incredibly compelling about Bub as a character. His expressions and body language are executed so flawlessly, and he's kind of like this lost soul trying to recapture something that even he himself doesn't understand. You end up really sympathizing with him to a degree because it's not like he chose this situation, and every step of his progress in his intelligence feels in a way like a sort of victory to see. But there's also this foreboding idea of letting a zombie get more intelligent, because when he sees Rhodes, he recognizes on some level that he's a soldier and salutes him. As well, he's capable of understanding how to hold a gun. Yeah, that's some serious foreshadowing. The inclusion of Bub and the potential of what his progress could mean is the concept that truly separates this film from the others, and for me, it works incredibly well. But I could also understand people not liking this direction and not liking the idea of some kind of intelligent zombie. But as for all these movies, we need to have the moment where everything begins to go wrong. This happens when trying to capture a few more zombies as test subjects, and one of the harnesses that Miguel was holding onto breaks loose. It's a really tragic moment because honestly, it's not Miguel's fault. He was already on thin ice before for fucking up in the past, and he's going through this intense mental issues as well, and this was an accident that he had nothing to do with by his own free will or choices. But even so, he's massively blamed for it. Another soldier is killed in the process, and he has to lose his own arm because he himself was bitten. Soon after, Rhodes and the other soldiers make the shocking discovery that the doctor has been feeding pieces of their recently deceased to Bub as his reward snacks, and that does not go well for the doctor.
Listen to this.
Sometimes I wonder if the movie maybe should have gone in an even more morbid direction with this and explicitly said that the doctor was killing some of them for his own purposes. Not that it needed to, and not that you need to turn him into a serial killer or anything, but it would be living up to his Frankenstein name just a little bit more to see how far he would go in service for his work. But whatever the case, Rhodes fully embraces the tyrannical leader role and demands that John fly them out of there with the helicopter. He also forces Sarah and Bill into the zombie caverns with no weapons to defend themselves. But they do find a shovel, and it's a pretty good kill. Bub manages to free himself, and seeing Logan's body, you do get the sense that Bub was attached to the doctor, to the point of maybe getting emotional by seeing his corpse. And if you can take that leap without dismissing it or thinking that it's too corny, The aftermath of Bub grabbing a loaded gun and searching the hallways for Rhodes can be one of the most cathartic and badass moments of the whole franchise. Also, while that's happening, Miguel takes his one-armed self up to the surface and decides to sacrifice himself, bringing the zombie horde of the surface level towards him, and then activating the elevator back underground, bringing a taste of the new world to all the soldiers, vowing to kill everybody inside. And this is where all of the budget and effects of the movie are put on full display. Not only is this probably the best the zombies have ever looked, but the zombie hunting down and killing all of the soldiers one by one is a sight to behold. When this one gets his head ripped off, his vocal cords screech with this disturbing high-pitched sound before cutting out. This guy gets his eyeball ripped out. This one is forced to shoot himself to avoid getting eaten first. But they save the best for last. Captain Rhodes has the most brutal death of all. First, coming face to face with Bub, and yes, Bub actually shoots him. It's great. And as he stumbles to get away, he opens a door that has a zombie horde right on the other side. Rhodes is torn apart, literally. Using gore effects made from real-life animal guts and intestines, his legs are ripped off with everything just spilling out. His last words, yelling for the zombies to choke on his nuts, as Bub gives him one final insulting salute. Everything happening here is the most heavy metal shit I've ever seen in my goddamn life. The only thing that's kind of underwhelming to me is our lead character's escape. There's a few close calls, but all things considered, Sarah, Bill, and John get out a little bit too easily for me. It's not a big enough gripe to discount anything in the movie, but maybe at least one of them could have gotten killed or injured. But then again, you have an ending that might be kind of ambiguous. They get to the chopper and then they are attacked, but then it cuts to the three of them on a beach somewhere. They talked about escaping to an island earlier in the movie, and in multiple points of the film, Sarah has these little daydream nightmare moments. So is this her remembering them being attacked, having a nightmare of them being attacked, or is the daydream itself them making it to the beach? I assume them at the beach is meant to be real, but due to the bleakness of the rest of the movie, I do wonder at times. Day of the Dead might seem like it's repeating some of the ideas from Night of the Living Dead, but Romero proves how much he's grown as a filmmaker and a writer since then. Even if I like Night of the Living Dead a bit more, I can't deny that his characters are way more fleshed out here, and the dialogue is some of the best that he's ever done. It's again about humanity's inability to work together, but also about how power and authority is just something we attribute to people, and yet it completely goes to Rhodes' head, especially with no society to enforce it, realizing that all of the hierarchy of authority really has no meaning here anymore. It's a remnant of the past. Miguel's psychological breakdowns are so much more believable and realistic than Barbara's were in Night, and speaking of Barbara, any criticism of how Romero handles his female characters I think is certainly rectified with Sarah. She has tons of vulnerabilities but is forced to suppress them around Rhodes and the others, while at the same time standing up to them in the face of potential physical violence. The expansion of the zombie lore here, showing that they have the potential to learn and can be subdued to some degree, is also fascinating, and it's done in a very creative way with the character of Bub. Also, this is certainly Tom Savini's magnum opus when it comes to gore effects. Sure, it may suck that Romero didn't get to make the film that he originally wanted, and this is much smaller in scale than what he intended, but what he manages to do with this smaller scale is nothing short of incredible. Day of the Dead just frickin' rules. Oh, also, there's plenty of physical media and streaming options for this one, so that's a plus too. After Day of the Dead, it would seem that the book had been closed on Romero's zombie films, giving us a perfect trilogy. In fact, for many years, this was absolutely true. It was the Living Dead trilogy, or the Romero zombie trilogy, and it would have been a good place to leave off on. Romero went on and did some other movies like Monkey Shines, which is exactly what you think it is. It's a movie about a killer monkey. It rules, and you should see it.
Stop it! Monkey Shines, a new into terror.
But when the 90s came around, the big question was, would Romero do another zombie movie for that decade? After all, we had one for the 60s, one for the 70s, and one for the 80s. But no, the 90s came and went, and Romero never made another zombie movie. The closest that we came was a remake of the original Night of the Living Dead in 1990, but this time special effects artist Tom Savini was taking on the project as director, and Romero penned an updated version of the script. We'll talk about this remake a little more in depth later in the video, along with mentioning the dozens of unofficial remakes since Night of the Living Dead is public domain and there's some weird ones out there. But since this one actually had the involvement of Romero himself to some degree, and Tom Savini, who had been along for the ride since Dawn of the Dead, it seemed to solidify the end of Romero's directed movies in this franchise. It's very rare that after a remake is made that someone goes back to contribute to the original series, although it is seeming to be a little bit more frequent these days. Then another interesting thing happened as we got into the 2000s. It's interesting to see what genres of horror get popularized and when they do. The classic monsters of the 30s and 40s, the science experiments gone wrong in the 50s and 60s, leaning more into sci-fi, the gritty exploitation of the 70s, the slasher genre ruling the 80s, and then into the 90s. But when the 2000s hit, zombies, which had always been around since Romero's original Night of the Living Dead, but suddenly these hugely popular zombie movies began to explode into the mainstream. 28 Days Later introduced the world to the more viral, infected, fast-running zombies as opposed to the corpses rising from the grave and stumbling around that we were used to, just another evolution of the genre. Around the same time, we had the first adaptation of the Resident Evil video games into a movie, still within that virus outbreak infection style, but with a heavy emphasis on the action and combat scenes along with the horror. And yet another Romero remake with Dawn of the Dead from 2004. Not connected in any way to the Tom Savini Night of the Living Dead remake, but I cannot overstate how popular the Dawn of the Dead remake was when it came out. It was the directorial debut of Zack Snyder and written by James Gunn, who have both gone on to be pretty popular in the superhero genre, but that kind of blend of the modern style and action and intensity that Snyder brought to it, along with the fast zombies, kind of mixed in with the original premise of Romero's movie of the characters being trapped within a mall. Something about the combination of all these things together just made this movie an absolute hit. So much so that I remember people thinking that Land of the Dead was actually a sequel to this Dawn of the Dead, which was interesting at the time. In that same year of 2004, there was the movie Shaun of the Dead, a zombie parody film that also has a great story in its own right, and to this day, Shaun of the Dead is still one of my favorite films of all time. I find it endlessly entertaining and hilarious, and I've referenced and quoted this movie on a near daily basis for the past 20 years. It's starting to become a problem. Now, maybe you want to wait for all of this to blow over, but in the midst of this zombie renaissance, George Romero finally made a comeback to the genre literally 20 years since his last outing with Day of the Dead. And these recent successes with the genre definitely did help it get made. One would think that George Romero could make a zombie movie whenever he wants to, due to the reputation that he had for making them, but the sad reality is Romero always had a very difficult time financing his movies. And he'd already been forced to compromise before with Day of the Dead, making it a smaller film than he had originally intended. And Land of the Dead seems to be closer in line to what he probably envisioned from his original creation of Day. But also over the past 20 years, it evolved as our society and culture did within its themes. His first version of the script was apparently turned down because he had handed it in right before the chaos of 9/11, and the movie studios didn't want such a depressing style movie at the time. There were also issues he had with 20th Century Fox wanting to call the movie Night of the Living Dead, even though it wasn't a remake, so didn't really make any sense. One of the titles of the film was going to be Dead Reckoning or Night of the Living Dead, Dead Reckoning. But anyways, he couldn't come to a deal with Fox, so he broke it off with them and eventually got a financer over at Universal Studios, as well as settling on the final new title, Land of the Dead. Would have been really funny if he called it Land of the Flesh Eaters, the ultimate callback. But this would have the biggest budget of all of the Dead films so far. It would have more scope, more spectacle, more action scenes included. But the question is, would it live up to his previous trilogy? And, well, I don't believe that Land of the Dead is a bad movie by any means. I actually quite enjoy it. But as Day of the Dead might feel like some of the best of what 80s horror had to offer, Land of the Dead ultimately feels like a pretty standard mid-2000s horror flick. And even with George Romero's name attached to it, it kind of gets lost in the shuffle of all the other zombie movies at the time. It's perfectly serviceable with some great individual moments, but in no way does it stand out or stand the test of time like his three others. The film takes us back to Pennsylvania for this one, taking place around Pittsburgh to be exact, and the film picks up just a bit further into the zombie apocalypse than Day of the Dead. The Earth is completely overrun with zombies, however, semblances of a society have managed to rebuild themselves, with the essential commentary here being on the class system and the distributions of wealth. Dennis Hopper plays a character named Phil Kaufman, who with his billions of dollars created a walled-off sanctuary from the zombies called Fiddler's Green. The wealthy are able to live within the tallest buildings, high above any physical threats, and get to live a life that all the luxuries of money can buy, almost as if nothing ever happened. Meanwhile, the lower class people are living on the streets, still safe from zombies, but struggling nonetheless. It's that awkward sense of, well, at least I'm not being eaten alive myself, but it would be nice to still be able to have my own meals day to day. Also, similarly to how kings and emperors of ancient times would distract its poor citizens with events and games, a lot of the people here kill their time using captured zombies as target practice, underground casinos and gambling exist, and whatever else can provide a night's worth of entertainment to not think about how hopeless and trapped everybody is. You can also get your photo taken with Edgar Wright and Simon Pegg from Shaun of the Dead. They got a little cameo scene here because George Romero himself was a huge fan of their movie, which is awesome. The opening of the film introduces us to our lead characters, a group of survivors from the lower tiers of Fiddler's Green that drive and operate a powerfully reinforced vehicle that's almost impenetrable, and it's decked out with all the weapons that you can imagine. It's called The Dead Reckoning, which was going to be the original title for the movie, and they use this monstrosity to scour the outsides and gather various supplies. One of its tactics is to shoot fireworks up into the sky to distract the zombies, and it works fairly well. The opening has several action sequences with plenty of zombie death, and there seems to be more action in the opening 15 minutes of this movie than there were in the last two movies combined. Although, both Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead massively stepped up the creativity of its gore, and this movie does not go to the same lengths. Don't get me wrong, there are some great kill scenes sprinkled within this film, but whether it's oversaturation of the genre, being too desensitized to zombie media, or some of the censorship that they had to do in order to get an R rating, there's just not really enough standout or over-the-top memorable moments when it comes to the gore scenes, which cannot be understated as a letdown. A lot of the violence is quickly cut away from, and even though there's still a lot of practical effects, we are entering into that territory where some CGI effects and CGI gore is used, and it's definitely jarring and not exactly what you want to see in a Romero film. The main human characters here are Riley, played by Simon Baker, and Cholo, played by John Leguizamo. Cholo believes that with the accumulation of what he's brought back from all the missions, he should soon be able to have a place of his own in the higher echelons of Fiddler's Green. So he has a meeting with Kaufman and, John Leguizamo and Dennis Hopper. Have they ever been in a movie before this one? No, that was just a bad dream. That's not a real movie. Anyway, after he meets with Kaufman, those hopes and dreams are soon crushed, proving that as long as Kaufman has the authority, no one is ever going to really be able to level up without his permission, essentially saying that the rich are going to continue to use the working class as much as they want, dangling promises of leveling up right in front of them, but never actually allowing them to reach it. The film is definitely way more on the nose with its social commentary than any of the others, but it also isn't exactly wrong with how a lot of things work, especially at the time. Also, it shows that people gravitate to what's familiar. Even in the midst of a zombie apocalypse, our belief and reliance on wealth and money, and who has the most of it, still seems to rule our desires and our outcomes. And paralleling that attachment to the familiar, let's talk about the zombies in this movie. Romero does not dismiss what he did with Bub in Day of the Dead and actually completely triples down on that idea. showing that the zombies are slowly but surely becoming more intelligent over time, and our lead zombie character is known as Big Daddy. After seeing fellow zombies gunned down in front of him in the opening scene, he takes personal offense to this, and the entire remainder of the movie begins to lead a charge of zombies towards Fiddler's Green, showing that it's more than just instinct, but a personal vendetta. Big Daddy begins to inspire the other zombies to utilize tools even more, using them as weapons, and it isn't long until Big Daddy himself has an entire army of the undead that he leads towards the city. He gets a fair amount of screen time, which I appreciate, and I do like that Romero does decide to continue the themes that he put in the last film, but as well, although the zombie horde is a main part of the movie, it keeps cutting back and forth to them, and there's kind of a distance to them for a while before the final climax. There's a bunch of other plot lines that find their way into the focus, and none of them are as interesting as what's going on here, such as Cholo getting pissed and starting a rebellion against Kaufman, and with a group of others, he steals the Dead Reckoning, turning it on Fiddler's Green. So Riley, who was put into jail because he decided to save a hot goth chick from a zombie cage match, as any sophisticated gentleman would do, he's put onto the mission of going against his friend Cholo to retrieve the Dead Reckoning and take him down. Oh, also, fun fact, the goth girl Slack is played by Asia Argento, the daughter of Dario Argento, fellow filmmaker who helped Romero get Dawn of the Dead funding back in the day. Oh, and another character named Charlie, whose face is half burned, but his quirk is that he's an incredible marksman regardless.
Charlie?
I guess the thing that bothers me about all this is that although all of these characters do some pretty cool things in the movie, I still don't really feel like I know any of them by the end of the film. I don't mean their backstories or their character lore, I just mean their personality. They have quirks, and some of them have minor goals, but none of them are memorable in the ways that previous Dead movie characters were memorable. Maybe it was all intentional, but the most memorable character in the movie is Big Daddy. So Riley's group goes after Cholo's group with periodic stops for brief zombie action sequences, which are all fine. Like I said, nothing is particularly bad here, but it just feels like an average zombie movie with a team of gun-toting heroes fighting on the streets and getting attacked from time to time. Sometimes there's a cool zombie moment like the detached head scene, and sometimes a character that you don't really care about to begin with gets hurt or injured. And I don't really know how to comment on it because, like I said, it's not bad, it's just okay. Maybe the coolest bit, though, is when Big Daddy leads a horde into the water in order to cross over to the city, and it has this shot of all of them rising out of the water at the same time, which I gotta believe is a callback to Carnival of Souls, which is one of the original inspirations for the very beginning of all this. The horde attack is good. Big Daddy teaches another zombie character how to use a gun, which is pretty dope. But all of this fun zombie carnage is intercut with the Riley versus Cholo drama that is just not that interesting, both dialogue and story-wise. They were friends, then enemies, then a confrontation ensues. Cholo is eventually wounded and relinquishes the Dead Reckoning back to Riley and his crew, but Riley lets Cholo go free. However, that does not last long because he is soon bitten on the hand by another attacking zombie. Which, okay, kudos to the film. I did not think that he would actually die here, but it's explained that any bite is basically a death sentence, and nobody in this one tries to amputate the limbs like they did in Day of the Dead. But wait, I have to share this. This is one of the funniest deaths I've ever seen in a movie as Kaufman is escaping.
Watch out, get out, quick!
I cannot tell you why, but I laughed my ass off so hard the first time I saw that. It's just too good.
Watch out, get out, quick!
Oh, and look at this too. This is Tom Savini in a cameo as a zombie, but not just any zombie. He's dressed exactly like the biker that he played in Dawn of the Dead, which means this is the one and only character in Romero's original Dead film universe that appears a second time. The third act of the movie is essentially the zombie horde making its way through Fiddler's Green and into the rich areas of the buildings, so if you want any kind of catharsis of seeing the rich elite get torn to shreds by zombies, well, this will deliver that to you to some degree. I also do like the moment where they try to use the fireworks again to distract the zombies, but now they've learned to no longer give a shit about them, just showing once again the evolution of the zombies. As Kaufman tries to escape, the Big Daddy zombie catches up with him as he hides in his car. Big Daddy shoves the gas pump through the windshield, letting it fill up with gas as he walks away to get some fire. Thinking that this is a good opportunity to escape, Kaufman runs out only to be confronted with another zombie, the dead Cholo. Cholo agreed that he wanted to be turned into a zombie after being bitten to see how the other side lives, as well that he would be making his way back to Kaufman for revenge, so it does make some kind of sense that he would end up here at this time. At whatever point he turned into a zombie, he would have just kept going in that same direction. After a little scuffle, Big Daddy returns with some fire and blows them both the fuck up. After this, the rest of the finale is extremely lackluster, though. There's some action sequences with Riley and the Dead Reckoning, but after the zombie tirade, they just begin to wander off, and although Riley and his team were able to fight them back and save some people, nothing is really fixed about this situation they're in. If the class system is destroyed, these people need to start over again, or dissipate, as Riley says to head north with the Dead Reckoning and his crew. So maybe a lesson to continue to spread out to different places and areas and not rely on the rich people to provide for you, so long as it means that you're stuck in one location and can never level up. Meanwhile, it seems the potential for the zombies to continue to grow more intelligent is not stopping anytime soon, and this just proved to be an extremely bad situation for everybody attacked. Sure, the coincidence of the zombies attacking the oppressive Fiddler's Green worked out for some people, but that won't always be the case. If anything, this is a terrifying development that no one seems to care enough about at the end of the film. It's just, oh, those silly zombies, they're looking for a home. Like, really, Riley? Really? So I don't know, I'm very conflicted with this one. It's got good ideas and a handful of really cool shots and moments, but overall it feels a bit generic and serviceable at best. I don't hate it, but I don't have much to praise about it either. Everyone was excited for George Romero to be back into this world, and if he was happy making it, I'm happy for him. Of course, I want him to make the kind of movies that he's passionate about, and this very well could have been building off many of the ideas that he's had for decades, and he was finally able to get it out there with the budget to back it up. From an outside perspective, I'm super happy that he was allowed the opportunity to go bigger and more explosive than ever before. But from my viewership perspective, it kind of lost the intimacy of the lower budget films with less characters. I just rewatched this movie a day before writing this review, and I still struggle to remember character names or think of much to say about them at all. They're just kind of there. Even Dennis Hopper, who is a great actor and has been known to put in some incredibly wild performances like with Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, he doesn't bring anything specific or memorable to Kaufman. He's just kind of an asshole rich guy. He's not diabolical in a fun, dark, or over-the-top kind of way. It just feels like a little bit of a waste for what Dennis Hopper is capable of doing, besides that one death scene.
Watch out, get out, quick!
But even so, I think there's at least enough stuff in here that if you love zombie cinema or if you're a huge George Romero fan, you'll find something to like about it amidst all the averageness of it all. The movie did okay, but was also harmed by releasing smack dab in the middle of Batman Begins and War of the Worlds in the middle of summer. With that steep of a competition, it still made $50 million on a $20 million budget, so profitable kinda, but not by much. Also, George Romero was 65 years old when he made this movie, which is pretty badass to be making big budget zombie movies at that age. And shockingly enough, though this may end the long-running original Dead series, Romero would go on to pump out 2 more zombie films within the next 4 years.
Watch out, get out, quick!
All right, welcome back to the timeline board, everybody. And now that we have finished the first continuity of the George Romero films, the Romero-verse number 1, we're going to move over to the Romero-verse number 2. Now, like I said, some people consider these 2 movies to be in the same continuity, but that is an extreme stretch of the imagination because it's obvious that Night of the Living Dead takes place in the year that it came out in 1968 when you're looking at the technology, the television, nobody having phones, all of that kind of stuff, right? And Diary of the Dead also takes place during the first outbreak of a zombie apocalypse. But that takes place clearly in the year that came out in 2007. So there are phones and there are people with video cameras and there are segments of updated technology. And that's kind of the point of Diary of the Dead. So they really cannot exist within the same universe. Now, at the end of the day, does it really matter? No, but I think it's an important distinction because the crazy thing about these two, Diary of the Dead and Survival of the Dead, is that these do have a recurring character. Now, the character is very, very minor in Diary of the Dead, but these are absolutely connected. So these take place definitively in the same universe, but they don't connect or cross over with anything in the first Romero timeline. So why George Romero decided to make an entire separate timeline to his zombie universe? Well, I mean, I think there's a couple of reasons why. One is just the interest that he had in the premise of Diary of the Dead, doing the found footage style. We'll get into it, but, you know, it definitely needed to be a product of its time. As well, Land of the Dead, although it's not like a masterful ending or anything, it definitely kind of has its own finality to it. I guess that's the word I'm looking for. Like, if he was going to continue with Land of the Dead, I feel like he would want that bigger budget once again. Like, he probably would have wanted to bring back the Big Daddy character, or the characters that escaped in the Dead Reckoning. Like, it seems as though like it would have to be big. And we'll talk about the Romero projects that didn't get finished or the ideas that he had, because there was another one that was going to take place in that continuity. But for the sake of just trying to understand what is going on in these films, we just separate it like this. Romero verse timeline number 1 goes from Night to Land, and then timeline number 2 has Diary and Survival of the Dead. So that's what we're going to look at now. We're going to move into timeline number 2, and we're going to talk about Diary of the Dead. To everybody's surprise, after waiting 2 full decades for Romero to return to the zombie genre, it would only take 2 more years before he released his next one in 2007. But Diary of the Dead has a variety of extremely significant differences from all the others, not the least of which is the fact that this is no longer within the same continuity of the original 4. Diary would be taking place during the very beginning of the zombie outbreak and taking place in modern day, with heavy emphasis on the internet as a new access point of information for people.
What the fuck is the internet?
As much as some people try to cram this within continuity of the other movies, the massive change in technology from the 1960s to 2007, along with all of the heavy emphasis of the importance of this new technology in this movie, makes it impossible for this to coexist within the same time frame as Night of the Living Dead. But there's plenty more differences too. After Land of the Dead had the biggest budget thus far for Romero in this genre, he then decided to take a step back and produce this film independently, going barely off of a $2 million budget. But the biggest change of all is that this is a found footage style movie. Now look, I know that found footage stuff has its fans, but honestly, it is my least favorite style of filmmaking. This is a personal bias, and I will not deny that whatsoever, but there's something about the shaky cameras, the guy talking behind the camera, the convenience of the camera catching or not catching what's supposed to be happening. I just think the execution is hardly ever well done. I have a few exceptions, as there's an exception to every rule. I like this movie a lot called The Sacrament, which is technically a found footage style movie, and I enjoy some of the VHS films, particularly the second one. But other than that, this is a genre that I have a very difficult time getting on board with. Having said that, though, this was George Romero, and so I absolutely was willing to give it a chance and go in with an open mind. But it's not long before it's not difficult to see that this movie kinda sucks. And it's not just because of the found footage style, it's almost everything about it. This is one of those deeply depressing moments where a filmmaker that you love drops the ball so hard that it's impossible to ignore. That moment when they've lost the sauce. It happened with John Carpenter in The Ward. It happened with Wes Craven with My Soul to Take. And sadly, it happens with Romero with this movie. Now, let me be clear about something else. When it comes to social commentary and the ideas, there is something here. After all, that's what Romero has always excelled at, but it gets buried and lost within the tremendously boring and bland experience of watching it play out. It also has the awkwardness of Romero well into his 60s commenting on the internet. Now, he's not exactly wrong in a super simplified kind of way. He blatantly explains how the media in general is biased and manipulative, as it always has been, but then he turns his lens to what was known as new media at the time. You have to understand that in 2007, things like YouTube were barely a year old. This was still very much an emerging source of new information. They even prominently show off MySpace in this film as a method of sharing the information. And although this makes me extremely nostalgic and I'm attempting to remember who I put in my top 8, it also becomes really messy within its messaging. And maybe that's the point. What I mean is, as much as it points the finger at traditional media, it seems to also be saying that this new wave of online media may become just as biased, as the entire premise revolves around kids capturing the outbreak on film as it's happening, which would be the truth, but then they specifically mention the footage has been edited and enhanced in order to provide a better watching experience. In other words, sensationalizing real-life violence and mayhem, such as the regular media does. So really, it seems to be pessimistic, having no faith in the rising of online information actually providing any objective truths. To which I'm all on board exploring that concept and idea, but sitting through the 90 minutes of this film is such a massive slog, and everything I just explained is literally explained and understood to the audience within the first 10 minutes, and it never goes beyond this base idea. The opening shows some news footage of a reporter capturing some deaths, and in the background, the dead body rises off the stretcher and attacks. The best part is when one of the EMS workers just kicks the zombie in the face. Those karate classes are coming in handy. But then it leads into the narration of our lead character Deborah literally stating that she is finishing up a documentary of her boyfriend Jason, calling it The Death of Death. Yeah, okay. Should have just called it Night of the Flesh Eaters, goddammit. But the cringe begins when she says that she's added music to make it scarier.
I've added music occasionally for effect, hoping to scare you.
Like, yeah, here's documented footage of all of my friends dying horrible deaths, but I added spooky music to make it scarier.
You see, in addition to trying to tell you the truth, I am hoping to scare you.
In an over-exaggerated commentary of sensationalizing real-life violence, it hits the nail on the head so hard that the entire hammer breaks. I also think Romero might have been doing a meta-commentary on his younger self to some degree, because we cut to our main characters that are all film students trying to make a horror movie of their own. It's about a mummy, almost making me wish that this was a mummy movie, but there's a line about how the mummy is supposed to attack the girl and rip off her top so that it reveals her boobs, and the girl says she's not going to do that. But later in this same movie, the mummy actor becomes a zombie and does rip off a girl's shirt, and we do see her boobs. So there's got to be some kind of filmmaking exploitation theme that's going on here too. Once they hear the reports of the dead rising, they start to gather their things and attempt to go get Deborah at the dorms. I love when they run into this guy and ask him what he's doing.
What the fuck are you doing here?
I'm just stealing shit.
Just stealing shit. He's just so nonchalant about it. I love it. This movie also takes place in Pennsylvania, which I kind of love because when Jason is interviewing all of them in the RV, asking where they're from, I understood all the references and towns that they mention.
University of Pittsburgh.
Elliot Stone, Harrisburg, PA.
Gordo Thorson, Danville, Pennsylvania.
But look, all of these characters, and I mean all of them, just blend in together. Besides Deborah, who is the only one that stands out due to her constant narration and that she's on camera the most, I could not tell you a damn thing about the other characters. One girl's quirk is that she's from Texas, leading to perhaps the cringiest moment in any of these Dead films towards the end.
Don't mess with Texas.
Yeah, that happens. And remember, Deborah is adding in music, so that music choice was completely deliberate. Their film teacher is with them too, and he's kind of like the sleeper badass of the group who's a war vet and capable of killing when needed. But across the entire film, all of the acting is unbelievably bad, almost to the point where I almost have to believe that on some level they were told to act badly.
Why did you do this?
Because of what happened? Those people back there?
It's our fault.
After one of the characters shoots herself in the face, they decide to take her to a hospital. Yeah, you heard that right. And this scene of some zombie doctors and nurses attacking them has possibly both the worst dialogue and deliveries I have ever heard, one after another.
What's wrong with him?
He's dead. That's what's wrong with him.
Use the gun. Jesus, a nurse.
Dead doctor, dead nurse. Makes sense, doesn't it?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Those are hot. Put them back where you found them.
We gotta get her a doctor.
Yeah, a live one.
We gotta get her a doctor. Yeah, a live one. Are you kidding me? And then there's a bunch of contrived, cheesy moments like the camera losing battery, so Jason just has to sit in charge with it still recording the entire time. And this is a huge camera too. When you see it, it's just like, how is he carrying this massive thing on his shoulder at all times? This movie came out just before the advent of smartphones, so I get that he needs to be carrying an actual camera, but the suspension of disbelief, not only of him constantly carrying it around on his shoulder, but also managing to capture every single significant event as if it were staged like an actual movie shot, is just too ridiculous to ignore. The film also jumps from scenario to scenario as if it kind of acts like a road trip movie. The characters are going to multiple locations as opposed to the tradition of them being trapped in one place, which is a decent enough idea, but again, fails in the execution. Though my favorite scene is when they stumble upon this Amish guy who also happens to be deaf, and so he writes everything down. All of a sudden, it feels like a slapstick comedy, as his prime method of attack is just to huck a stick of dynamite at the zombies.
Jesus Christ.
He also goes out like a total boss, being bitten and then accurately jamming a scythe through his own skull into the zombies. It makes no sense, but it's by far the most entertaining part of the movie. As the rest of the movie feels super boring and like a slog, this was a breath of fresh air for a moment. Next, the group is taken in by a bunch of survivors, not only allowing them to continue filming within their headquarters, but also allow them access to the internet to upload their footage. We see a cameo of George Romero on the TV playing some kind of officer trying to downplay the events that are happening to continue to hammer in the fact that media lies, alongside of our characters getting the footage uploaded, and it gets plenty of hits right away. Yeah, in 2007, we were still calling views hits. I know it sounds corny, but it's true. The next stop is to go to Deborah's home to check on her parents, and after some more horrible dialogue...
It's not her, it's a him.
It's a him. Okay, you got a guy, though.
Yeah, like Ken, you know? Like Ken and Barbie.
There's this big buildup in the narration, like something huge is about to happen.
I thought long and hard about whether to leave this footage in the film.
It makes you pay attention for a second, and then it's just this. Okay, I get that it would be traumatic if it was your family, but again, we're meant to believe Deborah built this up for some kind of dramatic effect, edited it, and added in the music, which makes everything here fall apart because it takes a serious situation and then turns it into something ridiculous. There's another scene that feels completely dismissive in this film, but believe it or not, will become important in the next one, where our group is stopped and robbed by a bunch of guys in military attire with weapons. It's pretty much the only time they're actually forced to turn off the camera, so we don't see the robbing actually take place. But in this film, it's just a thing that happens, and then they go on their way. There's no deaths in this scene, there's not really any suspense, it's just a very quick sequence. But we'll pick up with this later. Actually, what might be the most horrific scene in the movie does not involve our characters at all, but it's them watching more uploaded footage online of some officers executing an elderly couple because they were attacked by a zombie that they harbored that was a family member. I think seeing a helpless old person get killed in a movie affects me even worse than seeing a kid get killed or something. It's an effective little sequence and the polar opposite of my other favorite moment with the Amish guy, but it's completely effective. It almost makes me wish that Romero had made this entire film like an anthology of these kind of different moments from a dozen or so different perspectives that were all uploaded online. He could have done more variety of creative sequences like this for it. The final stop on the road trip is Riley's house. He was the mummy actor from the beginning, and he's still wearing his mummy costume because it's going to be cool to see a zombie in a mummy costume in the finale, I guess. His home is extremely luxurious. It even has a panic room filled with cameras in order to give us more options of shots in the footage. He acts super strange, though, when they arrive, overly cheerful, perhaps, because it's all a guise that he knows that he's been bitten and will turn soon. When he does this shirt rip and is taken down by the Texas girl.
Don't mess with Texas.
I'm sorry, but if I have to watch this clip multiple times in the editing, I'm going to force you to watch it too. But oh wait, I guess she didn't kill him because he shows up again on a security camera attacking another kid, falling into the tub and getting electrocuted. Oh, but I guess he's still not dead because he has to attack our cameraman Jason, of which, of course, will prompt Deborah to finish this documentary. The mummy zombie is eventually killed by using CGI to split his head in half with a sword that actually reminds me that I have not talked about the gore yet, but that's mostly because there's hardly any, and it's pretty much all CGI. Especially in a low-budget movie, that is super noticeable and disappointing. In fact, there is not one kill or dismemberment or piece of gore that is even remotely memorable in this one, other than maybe when the Amish guy kills himself with the scythe. The film ends on a bit of a tragedy, with the remaining few having to lock themselves in the panic room as the zombies invade inside, as well as Deborah recounting footage of some rednecks enjoying being able to shoot freely at the dead, asking, "Are we even worth saving?" I guess this is meant to encapsulate their entire road trip. Each stop shows different people dealing with the outbreak, and each scenario ends in some kind of tragedy. So, like returning to the low-budget nature of these films, calling back to Night of the Living Dead, we end in a similar yet different way of having that hopeless feeling, or at least that seems to be the intent. Similar to Land of the Dead, I appreciate that George Romero is making the kind of film that he wanted to make, especially here, taking it back to its indie roots, having far more control over this film in its creation. I do like the idea of having its characters be film students, and I like the idea of focusing on the sensationalism of real-life violence and how it gets manipulated in mainstream media. But it's one of those situations where the execution of these ideas is just so subpar that it's not even enjoyable. Not to mention the ideas are so in your face that it doesn't even feel like there's a story here to funnel those messages through. Instead, it just becomes the message and nothing else. The characters are so wooden and boring, and their acting takes me completely out of the film. I don't mind dark comedy, but the tonal shift sometimes between some of these wackier scenes and then some of the more serious scenes are completely off-putting as well. And ultimately, the found footage style, sure, the shots are set up mostly like a traditional movie anyway, but it still doesn't work for me. If you're gonna just stage everything like a film, why not just make it a regular movie instead of being forced to be at the shoulder of one of the characters the entire time? Maybe people who love found footage stuff can get into it, but this genre really drives me up the wall at times, and this movie was no different. Unfortunately, I have to say that this is by far the worst of Romero's Dead films, and of all the George Romero films that I've seen, this is also his worst film in general. This no way negates the decades worth of fantastic movies that he has made, but after watching this for only the second time ever for this review, I guarantee that I will likely never be revisiting this movie again. But because this film was done on a shoestring budget attached to the Romero name, it actually did bring in a profit, even shocking Romero himself. He was convinced by the producers to go ahead and pump out another low-budget zombie movie pretty quickly. And I don't know if it had to do with Romero's age at the time, if he felt like he needed to capitalize on this now or never, but he agreed. And again, only another 2 years later, he would make another zombie film. This one tied into the continuity of Diary of the Dead. And truth be told, this one, Survival of the Dead, I have never seen before making this video. So this review is going to be purely based on a first-time watch.
Don't mess with Texas.
Survival of the Dead was released in 2009, and thankfully for me, it abandons the found footage style, but does remain within the creative confines of a lower budget. There's a few locations, but the majority of the film takes place on an isolated island where there's essentially a conflict between two factions on how to handle the emerging dead situation. Romero likened the style of this movie to that of a Western, and you do definitely get that vibe here. Not the least of which is that this island is filled with ranches, horses, rifles, and people that want to act like they're Texans even though this is meant to be off the coast of Delaware. He specifically mentioned the Western film The Big Country from 1958 as a major influence. As a first-time watch, I can say that I at least found this one much more entertaining than Diary of the Dead, and I also think the characters are way better, particularly the two old guys, Patrick and Muldoon, that are at odds with one another. The action and horror scenes are way more spaced out, and probably due to budget and similar to Day of the Dead, the zombie action is mostly saved for the final act. And even though this takes place within the Diary of the Dead continuity, he does channel a few ideas of the zombies' progression here of them getting slightly more intelligent, but it's very minimal. Again, super disappointing part about all of this is that there are very few practical effects and most of the violence is with CGI, as you can see from this headshot that literally opens the film. Yeesh, that is bad. I get that using CGI saves money and is more convenient, but having it on full display like this just takes me completely out of the film every time I see it. We start the film learning about a group of AWOL soldiers led by a guy named Nicotine Crockett. Yeah, what a name. He's our recurring character from the last one. In Diary of the Dead, he is the one that stopped and robbed our lead characters about midway through. It was a very brief scene in Diary of the Dead that lasted a whole 2 minutes, so it's interesting that Romero would pull this character and actor back and decide to make an entire film around him. He's definitely an asshole, but he's not a straight-up villain or anything. Essentially, it's all about survival and helping to provide for his crew. As I mentioned in Diary of the Dead, he never did anything violent to the kids in the van. It was all a threat just to take their stuff, and he maintains that same kind of attitude here in this one, as well as having a few moments where he flies off the handle. He can get pretty hot-headed. He centers the film as the main character, but as the film unfolds, he works more like someone who just got caught up in the middle of another more important plot. He just kind of is the vessel for the audience to experience it through, while also providing the combat experience and the snarkiness necessary to get his people from place to place. The real story takes place on Plum Island. Here, the Muldoon family, who are deeply religious, are holding on to the hope that a cure can be found for the dead. As a result, they've been hiding and harboring their family members as zombies. The scene featuring their 2 undead children within their cribs is probably the most haunting image of the film. The opposing family, led by Patrick, are there to put the dead out of their misery and ensure that they can't attack anybody else. It's actually the same kind of conflict that was shown in the beginning of Dawn of the Dead at the apartment complex. And the same tragedy occurs here where an innocent living person is killed in the middle of the argument. So Muldoon gets the upper hand and decides to exile Patrick from the island. Meanwhile, Nicotine and his crew end up robbing yet another group, but this time they have to take him out in a shootout. Except for a young boy character that's just nicknamed Boy. Creative.
Boy.
He really contributes nothing to the film and is just a sidekick for Nicotine to have some back and forths with, but other than that, he's completely forgettable. A dumb moment too is when Nicotine sees the severed zombie heads on pikes and starts shooting them. Is that not just a complete waste of ammunition? If supplies are limited and they're robbing people, wouldn't you think that he would want to conserve as many bullets as possible? It's not like the heads are gonna get loose and attack him. I get putting them out of their misery and everything, but it seems rather useless in this situation. Actually, I guess Boy is semi-useful since he's the one that shows them the video message of Patrick talking about the island, which I think is funny because they exile him and he just goes online and tells the whole world about the secret location. But mostly it's just a ploy to lure people to the dock where he can take their shit. Nicotine's not having any of that though, and a minor action sequence breaks out. I really don't have much to say here. It's all just a way to get our characters back to the island. Some zombie action happens and it's okay. There's some more horrible CGI with Nicotine lighting a zombie's head on fire. It just looks atrocious and is on full display. I like Nicotine and Patrick's interaction on the boat though.
My name's Patrick O'Flynn. Well, you know, I'm the sort of fella that always has something up his sleeve. I could kill you right now if I wanted to.
I could kill you.
Yes, you could. Yes, you could.
And we do get the setup of his hidden gun up his sleeve, which will come into play later. From here on out, I don't have a whole lot to comment on until the final act. The middle portion of the movie is essentially Patrick taking our troops onto the island and discovering that Muldoon is going even farther in his hopes of rehabilitation of the dead, setting them up in familiar scenarios, hoping to spark their memories. It's a good idea. Just make them do yard work. You'll never have to pay them. I wonder if that would still be considered slavery if they're already dead. Anyway, the most tragic encounter, of course, is when Patrick sees his dead daughter tied to a horse as she's riding it. Except this flow of dialogue kind of ruins the impact.
She is beautiful. She's dead.
She's my daughter.
Not to worry, though, because he has twins, so the other daughter is still alive, and she eventually joins up with them. Essentially, this is just a dual-sided war, beginning with the confliction on how to handle the zombies, and if they should be put out of their misery or kept alive in hopes of a cure. But now it's gone so far that Patrick and Muldoon just want to fight and kill one another, even mentioning that they've been at each other's throats since they were young. So the commentary here is simply the same as it's always been, that people cannot come to common ground, and instead of figuring it out civilly, it'll eventually resort to violence, and go so far that you can't even remember why you initially started fighting. Also, it's two old men that are the source of the conflict, but many others are killed fighting for either side, so perhaps it's meant to comment on how our old world leaders send the young people to war who end up dying way before the old people do. The themes work just fine, and watching it play out is also fine, and that's kind of where this movie falls. With so many zombie films to choose from out there, this one is certainly not the worst, and it does have its moments, but it's also not doing anything new or stand out. You can find dozens of movies just like this just about anywhere you look. George Romero, being the one directing it, is really the biggest draw, and not anything having to do with the movie specifically. The only woman military member, nicknamed Tomboy, is forced to shoot an infected soldier, but then she is soon captured by Muldoon's men. She's used as bait so that the crew will all relinquish their weapons and go to Muldoon's farm. Here, he's attempting to show them how he's rehabilitating the zombies. Mocking Patrick by using his zombie daughter, he puts her in a pen with a live horse, hoping to prompt the zombie to attack and eat the animal, to give it a taste for something other than humans, and maybe they can train them to eat something else. Of course, it's not too long before her twin sister gets too close and emotional and gets herself bitten. But at least she brought them some guns first. Within the shootout, Muldoon's harbored zombies get loose, and we finally get some solid zombie action, which is the highlight of the entire film. And we finally get some practical gore effects. It's not much, but after all the CGI of this movie, just even these 20 seconds of some solid physical bodily dismemberment makes me happy. Am I a weird person? I don't know, probably. Muldoon eventually shoots Patrick down, but oh wait, don't forget about the hidden sleeve gun. Got him. Actually, Patrick survives this a little bit longer, and he even shoots his daughter that was bitten in the head, showing his conviction of killing the dead, or soon to be. It lasted until his final breath, and it didn't even matter if it was a member of his family. Nicotine and the rest of the crew finally make the decision that they should, leave.
I have an idea.
Really? What is it?
Let's leave!
Ending with his overdub hitting the nail on the head of how wars continue through generations, getting to a point where it's hard to remember why they even started. What's interesting also is that it shows the zombie is going for the horse, so it leaves you wondering if maybe Muldoon was onto something. But now with everybody dead, no one will ever know the progress that could have been made. Same idea with Bub and Day of the Dead, just in a slightly different way. And admittedly, I do love the western shot at the end with the two zombified old men, Patrick and Muldoon, in a standoff, still, even after death, just instinctually at odds with one another. It's a good final shot. Overall, I don't mind this one, but it's also not anything special. However, watching it back to back with Diary of the Dead, I do think that this was a massive improvement, and unlike Diary, there were several moments in this film that did remind me of Dawn or Day of the Dead. I hate the overuse of CGI, and with the low budget, there's not a lot of spectacle here, but some of the interactions between Patrick and Nicotine are hilarious, and their personalities clash in an oddly satisfying way. The characters are still isolated to a location, but this time, since it's an island, we get a lot of shots outside. In fact, nearly the entire film is outside. I like the wide shots, the mountain backdrops, the open sky. It's definitely going for the Western vibe, and I dug it. Nowadays, with how many options there are for zombie films, this movie would never be my top choice, but I also would not hate to watch it again. It's somewhere in the middle. However, box office-wise, this bombed hard. On a $4 million budget, it only made $386,000 at the box office. Yeah, that's pretty damn tragic. And unfortunately as well, it would turn out to be the final film ever directed by George Romero. But he did have plans for more. Notably, he's mentioned in interviews of doing a follow-up, still within this continuity, where he would shake up the genres. If Survival of the Dead was a Western, he commented on film noir being the next genre he would tackle. And that could have been interesting. But two of the most notable projects that got momentum were one, Road of the Dead, and Twilight of the Dead. Road of the Dead was going to be a film that he'd work on, but planned to eventually hand off to somebody else to direct. And I can't tell if the premise is the dumbest or the coolest thing that I've ever heard. It would actually take place in the original continuity after Land of the Dead, but similarly to Survival, it would take place on an island. An island where a bunch of rich people have apparently taught the zombies how to drive, and they race and battle cars within a Coliseum match for the amusement of the rich people. Like Ben-Hur meets Fast and the Furious meets zombies. I have no idea how I feel about it, but it was actually going to happen. With the script written, Matt Berman was set to direct, and even an official poster was released that is totally not copying Mad Max Fury Road in any way. Things only began to fall apart in 2017 when Romero passed away, in which his ownership rights and the difficulties with his estate led to a series of events that eventually squashed the project. In 2018, a comic book series, Road of the Dead, Highway to Hell, which was meant to be a sort of prequel to what the movie would have been, was released. I've never really heard anybody talk about it or review it, so I can't speak to its quality, but since the release of the comic, there haven't been any more updates about the movie. Finally, there was going to be a film called Twilight of the Dead, which is ironic because a lot of people assumed Twilight of the Dead was going to be the title of the next film after Day, following in the night, dawn, day kind of format. But from what I understand, this one was going to once again take place within the original timeline, and this would be after Land of the Dead. But it was questionable if George Romero was actually going to direct it or not. But what is confirmed is that it was going to be the official final film of that timeline, taking place the farthest into the apocalypse and centering around the final remaining humans. Once again, it was halted when Romero passed away, but the project has continued to pop up from time to time, even with Romero's wife, Suzanne, pushing for it to be made. She was supporting Brad Anderson to direct it, who had previously made a fairly popular horror film called Session 9, as well as making The Machinist with Christian Bale. Even as recent as 2023, it seemed like the project was still moving forward. But then the writer's strike happened, and that halted everything for a while, and I couldn't find any articles this year in 2024 providing any updates, so it appears it's fallen back into a state of limbo. The other interesting thing about these projects not getting made, or that Romero's last film was in 2009, is that the very next year, in 2010, was the premiere of The Walking Dead TV show, a series that owes just about everything to the Romero zombies. Yes, it's based on a comic book, and by the way, the comic series is so much better than the show. Please go read it. I made a complete series review of it as well, so if you want to check that video out, go ahead, but I highly recommend reading the comic. But beyond having people like Greg Nicotero working on the show for its special effects, it's obvious that style and influence is rooted back to the original Romero films. Along with that, the 2010s was once again filled with zombie media all alongside the popularity of The Walking Dead. And what that did do was make a lot of people go back and recognize what Romero had brought to the table. But it was also a bit of a double-edged sword, with Romero stating tongue-in-cheek that he does harbor a little bit of resentment as the zombie genre became huge and mainstream with giant movies like World War Z, as he had always struggled to get his zombie movies financed and made. Now the thing that he had perfected multiple decades ago was suddenly becoming the popular thing, and also in a way that he would never approach them, with many of them not including any commentary or messages that he always tried to provide into his films. When it comes to The Walking Dead, they did offer him to direct an episode, but Romero refused since he felt that it wasn't his zombies or his story. He's always been a filmmaker that's kept a unique approach and did his best to do things his own way. I think to some degree, directing is a balance between being cooperative and being a control freak. It's a job of contradictions. I respect him turning down guest directing The Walking Dead because, like he says, it's not his series. If he's making zombie media, he wants to do it with his story, his themes, and his messages, and I respect that. But alongside fighting for his vision and his own stories, Romero faced constant struggle throughout his entire career, and he's made comments about never feeling respected in the industry. From an interview quote in 2008, in between Diary and Survival, he mentioned his association to the horror zombie genre and admits that he's tried to do other things, but he was never taken seriously outside of the genre. And it's a little depressing, although he does go on to say that he likes that he can craft his themes through the advent of fantasy and horror, and that he's grateful to have the platform he does. I do wonder what he would have created if he had gotten a little bit more backing. Ultimately, we as fans only see things from one side. We see, oh, a Romero zombie movie, cool. But the struggle to get each and every one of these movies made while also feeling a bit stuck in his lane must have weighed on him a bit. Even so, from all the interviews I've seen of Romero, he seems like the most positive, upbeat guy who is happy that so many people appreciated what he did. Maybe that's also why he dedicated so much of his later years back into the genre, giving us 3 films in the span of 5 years. It was his way of giving back to the fans that had been there from the start. See, I wanted to structure this video differently than the other horror series that I've covered, mostly because, other than the remakes, this was all Romero's vision through and through, for better or for worse. So I wanted to focus on that specific legacy. His contributions cannot be understated, and he's the reason the term zombie film shifted in the mainstream consciousness, even if he never went mainstream himself. In July of 2017, George Romero passed away after a brief battle with lung cancer. Even during this time, he was working on projects, and even if they never come to fruition, it's deeply inspiring that for his entire lifespan, he spent it creating and using his imagination to comment on reality, as well as inspiring countless other artists and filmmakers. He'll forever be remembered as one of the greats, leaving an impact that'll last forever. Rest in peace to the absolute legend, George A. Romero. All right, welcome back to the timeline board, everybody. And with that, we have concluded the George Romero zombie films. An absolute legend. Swing and a miss every once in a while, but I think the overall average of how great all of his films are is just second to none. He's right up there to me with John Carpenter, with Wes Craven, with these horror legends. And definitely rest in peace to him, man. I would have loved to see what he would come up with in the future. No matter which timeline he went back to and made another sequel for, I would have been there no matter what. So he is one of the greatest to ever do it. But with that, now that we have finished the Romero films in and of themselves, we have some other things that we need to talk about. Before we get into it, I'm going to take a little detour and do a segment that I like to call Other Media. So I talk about where the Living Dead franchise has kind of popped up here and there outside of the films, whether it's in books and video games and all of that kind of stuff. But before I get into that, I also feel like this is probably the most appropriate time to talk about a few other things. So bear with me as we get started. Now, we all know by this point that the original Night of the Living Dead was created by George Romero and John Russo, and they had a little bit of a difference on where they wanted to take the series moving forward. Ultimately, Russo would get back to Night of the Living Dead and do a 30th anniversary edition, adding some new scenes and making his version of the movie. We'll talk about that momentarily. But also, as they went their separate ways, essentially two different franchises branched off from Night of the Living Dead. So they split and went their separate ways with the zombie series, where Romero went down this road and Russo went down the Return of the Living Dead road. But the funny thing about it is that the Romero series is called the Living Dead franchise, even though only the first movie has the word living in the title, whereas the Return of the Living Dead franchise has living in every single title of all of its sequels. And yet, when you talk about the Living Dead movies, most people think of the George Romero movies, which is pretty funny. And actually, a lot of people also think that Return of the Living Dead is part of it and is a George Romero movie. A lot of this is because the original Return of the Living Dead novel written by Russo was intended to be a sequel to Night of the Living Dead. But when they got around to making the movie, where the script was ultimately written by Dan O'Bannon, who would also go on to direct the film, this is the guy that also happened to write the movie Alien and a bunch of other great movies. His contribution cannot be diminished whatsoever. But then Russo would also write the novelization of that movie. So there are two Return of the Living Dead books written by Russo that are completely different. But like I said, Return of the Living Dead is its own continuity. So it is not connected to Night of the Living Dead whatsoever. In fact, they refer to Night of the Living Dead as a movie in Return of the Living Dead.
You see that movie, Night of the Living Dead.
But Return of the Living Dead is so insanely popular in sort of like the cultural like understanding of zombies. Like, it is almost, it's not as impactful as Night of the Living Dead, but it's impactful in a specific different way, because when people think about zombies, or at least maybe before The Walking Dead, was so popular and kind of like brought back the Romero style zombies, a lot of people thought about the zombies from Return of the Living Dead. What I mean is, these are the zombies that rise from the cemetery, that you actually see the scene where they rise from the cemetery. These are the zombies that specifically eat brains. And I don't know, maybe people that are my age or older remember when anybody would ever imitate a zombie, they would go around being like, brains, brains. That is from Return of the Living Dead. Okay, so like the understanding that zombies would talk and that they would want to eat brains all comes from Return of the Living Dead and has nothing to do with the Romero movies, which is so funny to think about. I also think the original Return of the Living Dead, the first one, is one of the best movies from the 80s. It is so ridiculous. You could call it a horror comedy, but I just love it so much. Essentially, you start out with a character that's working at a medical supply store, and one of the older workers there starts telling him this spooky story about these weird tanks from the government that is in the basement. And that's where the idea for Night of the Living Dead came from, according to the lore of this movie, is that there was some kind of chemical that made the corpses rise up and start attacking people. And so they made a movie about it called Night of the Living Dead, but those actual corpses are still in the medical research facility. So they go down to the basement to look at them, end up opening one of the tanks, and, all hell breaks loose, essentially. These zombies are also way more powerful than the Romero zombies, because these ones, like I said, they're capable of talking. They specifically eat brains, and they are also like completely unkillable unless you eviscerate their entire body. Like, if you shoot them in the head, that doesn't kill them here. If you chop their head off, that doesn't kill them here. In fact, if you chop off any part of their body, like if you cut off an arm or something, the arm moves independently and still tries to kill you. So chopping them up does nothing. Shooting them in the head does nothing. And literally in the movie, they chop this zombie up into pieces and they try to burn it, like cremate it, essentially. And the steam from the cremation goes up into the clouds that are forming a rainstorm. The rain comes down in the cemetery, and that's what makes all the zombies rise. So these zombies are so massively OP, it's not even funny. Like, this would be so much scarier than just the traditional zombies rising from the grave. Just their intelligence, their speech, their unkillableness. It's insane. And so Return of the Living Dead had a life of its own, no pun intended, and created a bunch of sequels. So there are actually 5 Return of the Living Dead movies. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, I haven't seen most of these. I've seen the first one a million times. I love the first Return of the Living Dead. I've seen part 2 like twice or 3 times in my entire life. After that, I have not seen the rest. So any hardcore Living Dead fan or Return of the Living Dead fan, let me know what you think about them down below. But just in short, just to cover everything that I can in this video, they are called Return of the Living Dead, Return of the Living Dead 2, easy enough, Return of the Living Dead 3, and then they drop the numbering. Return of the Living Dead Necropolis, and then Return of the Living Dead Rave to the Grave. And part 4 and 5 both came out, I believe, the same year in the mid-2000s, and that was the last Return of the Living Dead movie that we got. So it's been quite a while since we've had a Return of the Living Dead film. I'm actually genuinely surprised nobody's ever remade this movie. Like seriously, think about all of the horror remakes that we have. Like, everything's been remade, but nobody's remade Return of the Living Dead yet. Maybe something with the copyright. I don't know if there's like something against it or what company owns it, but very strange to me that it never has been. All right, I really didn't want to get to this portion of the video. I really didn't, but we're here and it is definitely worth talking about. So I mentioned in the Dawn of the Dead review that the Italian version has a slightly different edit of the film, and when Dawn of the Dead was released in Italy, they called the movie Zombie instead of calling it Dawn of the Dead, which is fine. I mean, movies change their title all the time when they come overseas or when they go to a different country. I mean, I covered the Gamera movies and all of those have different titles, and it's not necessarily something that's out of the ordinary. Like, it happens, right? Like, it happens sometimes. But whatever the case may be, the Italian version was called Zombie, okay? So this is very important. Then, over there in Italy, they made a sequel to Dawn of the Dead. And they called it Zombie 2, which makes sense, right? I mean, if you're making a sequel to a movie called Zombie, you'd call it Zombie 2. But it has nothing to do with anything that George Romero did. So Zombie 2 is not a retitling of Day of the Dead. It is, in fact, a new tangent of sequels within its own universe. However, to call this a timeline or to call this a universe or to attempt to assemble any kind of continuity here, just throw that out the goddamn window. It's not going to happen. Do not think about continuity or else you will want to be a zombie and blow your brains out. You think there's going to be consistency? You think there's going to be continuity? You're dead wrong, because Zombie 2 has nothing to do with Zombie 1, which is Dawn of the Dead. You would think that it would. It does involve zombies, but if you think about the world and the universe and where Dawn of the Dead is, you know, in that movie's continuity, then nothing makes sense in Zombie 2. Because here we are picking up in a world that has not been overrun by zombies yet. And there's a boat that comes into the harbor of New York City where there's a zombie on the boat, and they try to figure out what's going on. The daughter of the person that owned the boat, along with a reporter, go on a journey to the island that the boat was coming from. And here there are a bunch of zombies rising from the grave. But get this, they actually go into the lore that it is involved with voodoo. So it actually goes back to the original concept of what a zombie movie was, because the explanation for the zombies rising from the grave in Zombie 2 is that it's voodoo. So that's kind of interesting. But that has nothing to do with the Romero version. So Zombie 2 is not connected to Zombie 1. But here's the kicker. Because Zombie 2 did come out in the US, but since there was no Zombie 1, that would be weird to just release a movie called Zombie 2, right? So what did they do? They just called the movie Zombie. So Zombie 2 became Zombie when it was released in the US. Okay. Also, you know, the movie is actually pretty good. I actually want to say that I did watch it and I enjoyed it quite a bit. There's a scene where, I'm not kidding you, a zombie is underwater fighting a shark. And they used a real shark. Now, one of my biggest movie, pet peeves is animal cruelty. And I don't know the behind the scenes of how they got this shark to cooperate. So I'm just going to remove that from my mind and try not to think about it because the scene is badass. This also has a very iconic horror image that you may remember or that you may have seen before of one of the zombies with a bunch of worms in his eyes. It's right on the cover. It's right on the poster of the movie. And the scene in the film is pretty iconic. It's actually really good. It's low budget, obviously, and it's all practical effects, but for the time that it came out, I believe 1980, I think, it is really good. You might be a little bored in the beginning. The first 20 minutes, there's like no zombie action except for like one small thing that happens. Like you might be thinking, oh man, is this movie going to save it all for the final 10 minutes? But once they get to the island, it really ramps up. And I would say if any of these tangent universe movies are worth watching, I would say check out Zombie, also known as Zombie 2. And that's honestly where you should stop. We should really stop because this is not going to get good. But okay, all right. They did make a Zombie 3. And Zombie 3 has nothing to do with the continuity of Zombie 2. But, there's zombies in it. So, fine. Zombie 3. Zombie 1 and Zombie 2 weren't connected, so why not just make Zombie 3 another disconnected zombie movie? Makes sense to me. But then, when this movie came out in the US, well, we already had Zombie 2 get turned into Zombie, so are you going to call Zombie 3 Zombie 2? No. They just kept the title exactly what it was. Zombie 3. So if you were in the US, you would have Zombie, no Zombie 2, and then Zombie 3. Because Zombie 1 is Dawn of the Dead. Zombie 2 is Zombie. Zombie 3 is just Zombie 3. Okay, fine. After this, it just gets all kinds of ridiculous. So in the US, there was a Zombie 4. However, there is no Zombie 4 from Italy, as all of these movies were brought over to be. So there is a movie that I guess translates to After Death. Listen, at this point, I've never seen any of these movies, all right? I can't comment on the quality of them, but I'm sure that they're shit. Anyways, we're just talking about numbering at this point. But anyways, they took a different movie, which I do believe has a zombie in it, but it's not part of the zombie franchise from Italy, even though none of these three movies have anything to do with each other anyways. They're just called Zombie 1, 2, and 3. But regardless, there was no Zombie 4 from the original source. But the US took a different Italian movie that has a zombie in it and called it Zombie 4. But the actual title of the movie would be After Death. So yeah, there's a Zombie 4 here. And there's more, because there's also a Zombie 5, and this Zombie 5 is from another movie that's called Killing Birds. I do believe there are killing birds in the movie. There might also be a zombie. I honestly don't know, but the US has a Zombie 5. But that is where the US stopped calling movies zombie. For whatever reason, they were like, you know what? I think 5's enough. Let's end with Killer Birds. We can't really top that, which... okay, I understand. But this rabbit hole goes even deeper. Do you think this is it? You think just one little mistitling? You think that's it for the zombie series? No. Depending where you are in the world, all of these movies are titled something different, and all of the numbering of the zombie movies are also different. I am only talking about the United States, okay? But this is YouTube. This is global. So you might know these movies by completely alternate titles than these. So apparently in the UK, these movies are called Zombie Flesh Eaters. So not just starting with zombie, but going with Zombie Flesh Eaters. And they have the first zombie movie is still called Dawn of the Dead, but the second zombie movie is then called Zombie Flesh Eaters. The third one is called Zombie Flesh Eaters 2, and their third one is this After Death movie. So Zombie Flesh Eaters 3 is actually our Zombie 4. It's the same movie After Death. If you're in Germany, it's different once again because they have Dawn of the Dead and they also have Day of the Dead. But then they also have Zombie 3 and they completely skip over the original Zombie 2. Fuck. Yeah, so Germany has Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, and then Zombie 3. Then you have the Australian series, and their zombie series is such a load of shit because they have the first 3 zombie movies, but they have a different Zombie 4 than the American Zombie 4. The American Zombie 4 was After Death, and the Australian Zombie 4 is a movie called Panic. But even more than that, the Australian series just decided to name any random batshit horror movie after the zombie series, so they ended up with 8 zombie movies. Their Zombie 5 is a movie called Vengeance. Their Zombie 6 is a movie called Dawn of the Mummy, so there's not even a fucking zombie in it. It's a goddamn mummy. Their Zombie 7 is a movie called Night of the Seagulls, which is actually a Spanish film that's actually a sequel to a different movie called The Ghost Galleon, which is actually part 3 of a series called the Blind Dead series, which starts with Tombs of the Blind Dead, which has its first sequel called Return of the Evil Dead, having nothing to do with the Evil Dead series. So Tombs of the Blind Dead is part 1, Return of the Evil Dead is part 2, no relation to Evil Dead the series. The Ghost Galleon is part 3, and Night of the Seagulls is part 4, that is also considered to be part 7 of the Australian zombie series. And then they have part 8, Urban Decay, which came out as recent as 2020. So if you really, really want to dig into the rabbit hole, these are all of the movies I could find that were titled Zombie in some way, shape, or form. So the original Dawn of the Dead is also called Zombie, but when they made a sequel to it in Italy and called it Zombie 2 and they brought it over to the US, they just called it Zombie. Or if you're in the UK, it's Zombie Flesh Eaters. Whatever the case, there's Zombie 1, 2, and 3, right? So Zombie 2's other title is just Zombie, or its other title is Zombie Flesh Eaters, depending on where you are, right? And depending on where you are around the world, those are going to have various titles, whatever. So when you get to Zombie 3, there's other movies called Zombie 3 other than just the Zombie 3 that they made. Again, depending on where you are in the world. It's literally, Zombie is literally just a title that you slap on a horror movie that you don't know what else to do with. But the other titles for Zombie 3, Let Sleeping Corpses Lie, Zombie Holocaust, Return of the Zombies, Nightmare City, and Burial Ground. So those are all of the other titles of the movies that I could find that were also retitled Zombie 3 somewhere in the world. Then when you move on to Zombie 4, of course, it was the movie After Death from Italy that was retitled into Zombie 4 After Death, but then it's also been, Zombie 4 has also been the retitling of other movies called Panic, Virgin Among the Living Dead, and Hell of the Living Dead. Okay, then you go on even further to Zombie 5. Movies that have been called Zombie 5. We have Vengeance of the Zombies, Killing Birds, which is the US one, Revenge of the House of Usher, and Hell of the Living Dead. And yes, that is the same Hell of the Living Dead that is also called Zombie 4, depending on where you are in the world. So Hell of the Living Dead can be Zombie 4 or Zombie 5, apparently. I don't know. Move on to Zombie 6. Zombie 6 is Dawn of the Mummy in Australia. So, you know, it's a mummy movie, not a zombie movie. And then it's also been the title of a movie called Absurd and Oasis of the Zombies. Okay? But then you move on even further. Then you got a Zombie 7. So what movies in the world are called Zombie 7? Night of the Seagulls, which of course is the 4th movie in a completely different series of movies. So, you know, it's the sequel to 2 different tangent universes that are the same universe. I don't know. And then also Extreme Pestilence. I don't know what the fuck that is. And then somehow, somewhere in the world, we got all the way down to Zombie 8. I don't know how we did it, folks, but we got to Zombie 8. So we have Urban Decay and a short film called Variant that's also called Zombie 8. So somehow, just a simple little retitling of Dawn of the Dead into the movie Zombie has created all of these various tangent universes depending on what country you live in with a different zombie series. It's called something different no matter where you are. None of the movies have any connection. Hardly any of them even have fucking zombies in them. Some of them have mummies. I don't even know anybody in the world that's seen all these movies or even seen half of these movies. If you somehow went down the rabbit hole and watched all of these fucking movies, I got to give you a medal or something because that would be an absolutely ridiculous testament to your patience and skill as a movie watcher, which I don't have. I just wanted to talk about the George Romero movies, man, but if I don't mention this shit, someone's gonna say in the comments, hey, you need to mention this shit. So I'm mentioning this shit. It's all right here. It's all shit. I don't even know what to say about this goddamn series. There's 8 fucking zombie movies. Well, actually, there's 8,000 of them. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, when it comes to Day of the Dead, the only other tangent, I guess, is Day of the Dead 2 Contagium, which I don't even know if Contagium is a word. I don't think that it is. And there's also very little information about this movie out there, at least when it comes to the behind the scenes stuff. In other words, I don't know how they were allowed to use the title Day of the Dead 2, because Day of the Dead is not public domain like Night of the Living Dead is. As in, Day of the Dead has lots of other meanings out there too, so maybe it's just connected to that in some way. This came out in 2005 and was definitely capitalizing on the recent success of the Dawn of the Dead remake, as well as George Romero coming back to do Land of the Dead, all right around the same time, and it is purely just a marketing gimmick to try to trick people into thinking it is connected to Day of the Dead. Really, it's not even a sequel. If anything, it would be a prequel if for some reason you want to consider these two movies to be in the same universe, which they're not. Day of the Dead is only connected to George Romero's Dawn of the Dead and Land of the Dead afterwards. So Day of the Dead 2 Contagium is not connected to it in any way in terms of continuity or story. It's just a movie called Day of the Dead 2. But they do try to reference a few things, as in the zombie outbreak starts in the 60s, which would be the same as Night of the Living Dead. But in this universe, it was contained at the time. Contagium. I don't know. But that would mean that the zombie outbreak did not happen. So in Day of the Dead, we see the zombies have taken over the world completely. But in this version, I guess it's an alternate timeline, if you want to consider it that way, where they stopped the zombie outbreak early in the 60s, and then in this version, it starts again. Also, the zombies are completely different. They're speaking, so that's kind of more similar to Return of the Living Dead. In other words, this is some other low-budget garbage that's completely disconnected that you don't need to bother watching unless you are just desperate to go down as far into the rabbit hole of these zombie movies as you possibly can, in which case, I think it's on Amazon Prime or Tubi. I don't know. Check it out. And when it comes to Land of the Dead, there isn't one. There's no alternate timeline to Land of the Dead. I mean, I guess unless you want to include the video game prequel, but we'll get to that later. It's not a movie, so we're not going to talk about it yet. But Land of the Dead to this day is still safe. There's no alternate tangent continuities. There's no remakes. It's just Land of the Dead. How great is that? So now, like I promised a while ago, we're going to get into the other media segment of the Living Dead series. But before we do so, I would greatly appreciate it if you guys left a like and a comment on this video. I know it's super annoying when any YouTuber person is like, please like the video and subscribe and yada yada. But it's kind of like a necessary evil. Like, you gotta say it. Not that you wouldn't do it on your own, but you're free to make your own choices. You don't have to do that. But I'm just saying, when you mention it in the video, it reminds people that are watching the video, oh yeah, and then they like it, and it gets a little bit more likes than it would before. Also, if you want to see more of this style of content, I do have a playlist of these style of videos, but I do want to do more, so it helps incentivize that. It helps the videos do better on the channel. They take a really long time to make. I've been watching zombie movies for like 2 months straight, and currently right now, I'm about a week and a half away from Halloween, and I'm just really trying to reach the deadline. Obviously, it's a self-imposed deadline, but I really wanted this video to come out on Halloween, so if you somehow are watching it on Halloween during its premiere, that's fucking awesome. So thank you guys so much. I do appreciate it. But all the support when it comes to the likes and comments, all interaction on the video helps it do better in the algorithm. So every little bit helps. It doesn't matter if you like it, if you comment on it, if you share it, whatever you want to do, it's up to you. But hey, you live your own life. You don't have to do any of that. I'm just asking if you would be so kind. I would appreciate it. But other than that, let's move on to other media. I guess maybe one of the best places to start with the other media segment would be going back and talking about Night of the Living Dead's other creator and writer, John Russo. So yes, I mentioned the Return of the Living Dead series being its own franchise with no continuity or connection to the original Night of the Living Dead, but it would not be the last time that Russo and Night of the Living Dead would cross paths, because he would also write the novelization of the movie. And then in 1998, just 1 year after George Lucas made the special edition versions of Star Wars, Russo took a pass at Night of the Living Dead, making a special edition, changing the music and adding in some brand new scenes, and released it as Night of the Living Dead, the 30th Anniversary Edition. And this would be a very specific version of Night of the Living Dead with copyright status attached to it, so it wouldn't be the same as the mishap from before. And this is essentially one of the biggest, most unnecessary travesties to ever happen to a film masterpiece. Honestly, if you thought the Star Wars special editions ruined those movies, I would take those 100 times over the random ass added material for this version.
They're coming for you. Look, there comes one of them now.
This has no involvement whatsoever from George Romero, and you may be asking, what could you possibly add to Night of the Living Dead? I mean, the main cast isn't coming back. What are you going to do? Add some more zombie scenes? Maybe some more scenes of the rednecks at the end hunting them down? More news broadcast scenes to elaborate a little bit more on the situation? Something like that? Well, what we really get is an entire origin story for the very first zombie introduced into the film. I'm not kidding, because if there's anything that fans of the film were dying to know, it was this guy's backstory. Instead of starting the movie with Barbara and Johnny like we're used to, we get several minutes of people talking while taking his coffin to the cemetery to be buried, explaining how evil he was and that he raped and murdered a little girl. What the fuck? Why is that necessary? Why is that what you came up with for bonus content? They take him over to the cemetery, and then we meet a priest who looks a little bit like Anton LaVey from the Church of Satanism, but this is apparently a Christian priest, and he claims that he didn't cremate this murderer because they believe in the punishment of the fires of hell. But just to be sure, the others that were connected to his victim want to open the coffin to confirm that he's dead. And keep in mind, this is before anybody knows anything about the zombies, so are they just assuming he's in there playing possum or something? Yeah. And yes, it's the same actor, Bill Hinsman, now 30 years older than he was in his first appearance of Night of the Living Dead, and this is meant to be earlier that same day. Yeah, clearly the makeup is not exactly making it feel very congruent, but it is the same actor, so there's that. And guess what? He comes alive and rises up from the coffin before cutting to Barbara and Jonathan arriving at the cemetery. Still not sure what about him being so evil before he dies has to do with anything. It's not like as a zombie, if he was evil in real life before he died, that he would be any more terrifying than any other zombie anyway. None of the characters in the movie know or have any relation to him whatsoever, so this new opening scene is just there because. They also add a few short moments of extra zombies walking around, and then pretty much nothing else. The entire movie plays out as it normally does, except he adds an ending scene with the priest instead of ending on the powerful, poignant moment of Ben's death. Instead, he shows the priest in the cemetery trying to read some scripture to the first zombie that's still around, and he ends up getting bitten before the zombie is finally shot down. He doesn't turn into a zombie, though. It cuts to 1 year later, and we have him looking like a James Bond villain holding a dog.
This is Mushu, my companion and protector, Miss Davies.
Apparently he wasn't turned into a zombie because of his faith in the Lord or something, I don't know. Totally a much better ending than the profound, impactful death of Ben, absolutely. Let's end with a raving priest sitting here petting his dog instead. Anyway, don't watch this version.
And ye who are unclean shall be damned forever and ever in eternal fire.
But that wouldn't necessarily be it. Russo also helped produce Children of the Living Dead. Although with this particular project, Much of it was out of his control, and he's commented on it being one of the worst productions that he's ever had a part in. And he's absolutely right. This movie is garbage. You know those $1 bargain bin DVDs that you used to find in the early 2000s at a Rite Aid or a CVS that would be filled with shitty horror movies you've never heard of? Yeah, this is absolutely the top contender for one of those. Maybe even more shocking than that is Tom Savini is in this movie. But even he has commented on this being one of the biggest pieces of shit movies that he's ever been a part of. And even the director of the movie, Tor Ramsey, has apologized for wasting 90 minutes of the audience's life. Apparently there was a lot of behind-the-scenes drama and one of the producer's daughters got total control over it or something. I'm not really sure what was going on, but the end product is just nothing that you want to sit through. The film itself doesn't really have any connection to Night of the Living Dead in terms of continuity or story. It just involves some of the same creators, and for some reason, it recycles the idea of the main zombie of the movie being a former child rapist and murderer in real life before dying. I don't know why they were so determined to make that a thing, but here it is once again. Basically, stay far away from this movie. And then we have Flesh Eater, not connected with Night of the Living Dead in terms of continuity, but a zombie movie written by, produced by, directed by, and starring Bill Hinzman, aka the first zombie from Night of the Living Dead. This came out in 1988, direct to VHS, and I guess it was Hinzman's way to capitalize on his image as a zombie, as well as make a schlocky grindhouse-style movie with lots of nudity and gore. Most of the cast weren't even legitimate actors, but models that were there to look attractive before they die and get covered in blood, which I kind of respect. He wasn't trying to make high art, he was just trying to make a campy zombie movie. Also, it takes place on Halloween, so that's kind of cool. I'll be honest, I didn't get around to watching this one for the video, but I kind of want to see it. Also, I like that it's called Flesh Eater, as a reference to the original title for Night of the Living Dead. Anyway, outside the film world, the Living Dead series has shown up in a few other places. There's some various comic book runs and adaptations of Night of the Living Dead and of Land of the Dead, but there was also a short-lived Marvel comic series called Empire of the Dead that was actually written by George Romero himself and released in 2014. I don't believe it's connected to any of his movie continuities, but just another zombie story except now in comic book form. It's hard to find any Living Dead comics at this point because it's absolutely overshadowed by The Walking Dead, which, to be fair, is a great comic in its own right, but it definitely monopolized the zombie comic genre. Shockingly, on the video game front, there would not be an official Romero zombie game until 2005, corresponding with the release of Land of the Dead. This was Land of the Dead: Road to Fiddler's Green for the original Xbox. It serves as kind of a prequel to the movie. It's about a farmer escaping his property and trying to make it to the city of Fiddler's Green, fighting a variety of zombies along the way. It's a first-person shooter, and though it does give you the basic satisfaction of being able to kill a bunch of zombies, it's repetitive and the graphics are nothing to be admired even for the time period. Several contemporaries were doing it way better, and just 1 year later, we would get Dead Rising with the launch of the Xbox 360, which at the time was pretty much the definitive zombie game. So the simplistic Land of the Dead game quickly fell to the wayside. And if you know the Dead Rising game, you are pretty much a character that is trapped within a mall in a little bit of an open world space, so I mean, it's basically Dawn of the Dead, the game. There was also another game announced in the mid-2000s called City of the Dead that Romero had some involvement with, but it was canceled early on, but there are some early grainy trailers out there of it. But here's a fun one in the realm of video games. George Romero directed the live-action trailer for Resident Evil 2 in 1998, and in fact, Romero worked on a script for a live-action Resident Evil movie, but ultimately it fell apart and the studios did not want to make his version, which is insane to me because they let Paul W.S. Anderson make like 6 of these shitty movies. Actually, I kind of really liked the first two, but after that it went all downhill. I cannot imagine a George Romero Resident Evil script somehow being objectively worse than Resident Evil Retribution or the final chapter. What a massive missed opportunity. But I guess it is best that Romero stayed within his own world, that way he had more creative control, but still. Anyway, back to video games. George Romero is featured in part of a Call of Duty Zombies game called Call of the Dead, and he is alongside Michael Rooker, Danny Trejo, Robert Englund, and Sarah Michelle Gellar. And yes, you do get to fight a zombie version of George Romero. Incredible.
Get back to hair and makeup. You don't look dead enough.
For music, there's a variety of songs that were inspired by the Living Dead franchise. The Misfits have a song that's literally titled Night of the Living Dead. My Chemical Romance has a song called Early Sunsets Over Monroeville, which is a reference to the Monroeville Mall from Dawn of the Dead. There's also another Dawn of the Dead song by Murder Dolls. And just in the realm of music in general, I'm not sure why I'm surprised, but I did find that there is a Night of the Living Dead musical out there, which is something.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Now, in the past, I've done a rip-off film segment for these franchises, but honestly, you could literally say that any zombie movie is essentially a rip-off in some way. I mean, we have the zombie series of Italian films as well, and Flesh Eater and Children of the Living Dead, they're about as much of a rip-off as you can possibly get from the original sources. Though, I have a few more that I will mention when we get to talking about the Living Dead remakes. And in terms of parodies, I guess I'll take this opportunity to mention one of my favorite films, not just zombie films, not just comedies, but one of my favorite films of all time, Shaun of the Dead. You may think it's a cheesy knockoff of Dawn of the Dead, but the only similarity here is the use of the Romero-style zombies. Other than that, and a few references here and there, this movie is completely its own tone, its own story, own style. It's completely watchable and entertaining, all on its own. You don't have to have ever seen a Romero movie to understand it. It follows Sean, played by Simon Pegg, and his best friend Ed, played by Nick Frost. Sean is going nowhere in life, nothing is going his way, his girlfriend breaks up with him, and then the zombie apocalypse starts. Sean is inadvertently thrust into the role of a leader and survivor as he tries to get his loved ones to safety, and there are so many memorable scenes that I adore, like this one.
Go for the head. Now, some of these are limited. What was that? Purple Rain. Oh, Sign of the Times. Definitely not. The Batman soundtrack. Throw it.
And the movie is filled to the brim with wonderful special effects, most of which are practical. It has a standout musical moment to Don't Stop Me Now by Queen, and I think it's literally one of the best to ever do it. Even Romero loved the film so much that he gave Simon Pegg and the director Edgar Wright cameo appearances as zombies in Land of the Dead. It's just great stuff. I highly recommend it.
How's that for a slice of fried gold?
Yeah, boy!
All right, welcome back one last time to the timeline board, everybody. And now we are going to venture into the wild world of remakes of the George Romero films, because like any good horror franchise, you gotta remake everything. Now, I will talk about some of the other remakes when it comes to Night of the Living Dead, because as we know, it is public domain, so literally anybody can make a Night of the Living Dead remake. But the ones that we're going to talk about here in particular are the official remakes, or at least like directly marketed and created as a specific remake from the original films from a studio, if that makes any sense. And when it comes to the remakes, unlike the George Romero films that are all sequels of one another, each and every remake is 100% its own film within its own universe, not connected to anything else. So, for example, the Dawn of the Dead remake from 2004 is not a sequel to the Night of the Living Dead remake from 1990. Like the original Dawn of the Dead is a sequel of the original Night of the Living Dead. So every single remake is its own thing, and there are no sequels of any of the remakes, even the remakes of the original sequels. So the first official remake is Night of the Living Dead from 1990, which actually had direct involvement from George Romero himself. Then we have the Dawn of the Dead remake from 2004, just its own thing, not connected to that one or anything that comes after. And then there are actually 2 Day of the Dead remakes. Now, before I made this video, I had not seen either of the Day of the Dead remakes, and based upon the names of them, because the first one's just called Day of the Dead, so yeah, just a remake, but the second one is called Day of the Dead Bloodline. So I thought that meant that it was a sequel to this remake of Day of the Dead, but nope, they are both Day of the Dead remakes coming out 10 years apart that have nothing to do with one another. So there is a Day of the Dead from 2008, and there is a Day of the Dead from 2018 that has the subtitle Bloodline for reasons. And though I will touch on some of the other Night of the Living Dead renditions as we go through it, these are the main ones to focus on. So this is going to be the last portion of the timeline board that you guys are going to see, because we're going to go into each movie individually. And like I said, choose your own adventure down below, whichever ones you want to check out, whichever ones you are curious about, or just sit back and watch all of them. And just a final thing I want to say, if you have made it this far into the video, and I know we got a little bit more to go through, I just want to say that I really, really appreciate it, and thank you for kind of sticking with me through this adventure. I hope I provided you guys some entertainment, and even if not, go ahead and comment below about how much I suck, and that's perfectly justifiable too. So thanks for watching so far, guys. Now let's get right into the remakes. Okay, diving into the remakes, we're going to go back in time to the year of 1990, which would be 22 years since the release of the original Night of the Living Dead. Of course, every great classic horror movie is eventually going to get a remake, usually without the involvement of the original creators. But there are those rare instances where the remake is conceptualized and created with the full blessing of those original creators. In the case of the 1990 Night of the Living Dead remake, George Romero even has full writing credit of the script, revamping the original script and making several significant alterations for this new version, and this time without John Russo, who had parted ways with him and worked on Return of the Living Dead, and soon to release the 30th anniversary edition edit. Yeah. But essentially, this new Night of the Living Dead film was in a response of what happened with the original and its botched copywriting, which let it fall into the public domain and saw that the filmmakers and investors of it did not get any revenue or return of investment on it, despite how immensely popular it became as an all-time horror classic. So this was a film that they would have control of and retain the rights to, as well as getting a jump on remaking it before anybody else could. It would have been interesting to see Romero direct a remake of his own movie. I can only think of a small handful of times that something like that has ever happened, but instead, he convinced longtime collaborator and special effects master Tom Savini to take on the directing role. It would be Savini's first and actually the only full-length feature film that he would direct, and it was also a chance for him to work on Night of the Living Dead, since he originally was planning to, but was serving as a combat photographer in the Vietnam War at that time. Interestingly enough, Savini would notably use his experience during this time to have even more educated knowledge on how to do realistic gore effects. Damn. However, as production got underway, Savini has stated how difficult the process was of making this film, particularly going back and forth with the studio and producers. A lot of the film was cut back and edited down, and Savini says he only got to do about 40% of what he had originally intended. Add that to a lot of changes that were made to the original that don't really work for some people, myself included, and you have an incredibly mixed bag of a zombie film that has some good new ideas, but ultimately falls short of being memorable or standing the test of time. But hey, the special effects and makeup do look great. The film does essentially follow the exact same story beats as the original, but makes tiny alterations throughout its run that accumulate into an entirely different ending. We get the same opening of Barbara and Johnny driving to the cemetery, with a small change that they're visiting their mother's grave as opposed to their father's. Johnny is played here by Bill Moseley, famous at the time for his role as Chop Top in Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, and Barbara is played by Patricia Tallman, that but I'll get into her character in a moment. The first scene plays out almost the same.
Coming to get you, Barbara.
But Savini plays on our knowledge of the original, having the first stumbling man coming over to them actually just be a delirious old man, and then hitting us immediately with a jump scare of an actual zombie. One part that looks really bad, though, is the dummy of Johnny as he hits the gravestone. It's extremely noticeable, and I wonder why they didn't cut it a few seconds earlier, especially since all the other effects in the movie look so good. Anyway, it plays out the same way here. Barbara runs away from the cemetery, showing up at the farmhouse, encounters a few zombies there, and then Ben shows up, this time played by legendary horror actor Tony Todd, just a few years before he would become the Candyman. Tony does a fantastic job in the role, and similarly to the original, I think Ben the character is by far played by the best actor in the film. Now, at this point, you might be thinking, okay, this is essentially the same movie as 1968's, so what's the point of doing this? Remakes are, of course, an immensely tricky thing to do, especially in the horror community. Lord knows that I have plenty of horror remakes that I despise, and usually the thing that makes me hate them is that they feel like a soulless copy of the original, such as the Nightmare on Elm Street remake, where it follows pretty much the same beats throughout the entire film, does the same events, but now with way worse actors, shittier special effects, and without the passion of the filmmaker who really cared about the original material. I think remakes work best when they take the core concept and do something completely different with it, such as obviously The Thing or the Evil Dead remake from 2013. Here with Night of the Living Dead 1990, it's a very unique situation, mostly because it has so many of the same contributors from the original. I appreciate them having a chance to take full ownership over their material, and with the changes that they do make, which I'll get to, I understand their thought process for doing them. However, as a viewer, I have to be honest, as much as I appreciate the behind-the-scenes aspects of this movie, this is one of those films where the entire time I'm watching it, I just wish I was watching the original instead, and that feeling never goes away at any point during its runtime for me. The other characters are introduced hiding in the basement, like from before, but for as much as Mr. Cooper is a dick in the original film, the Mr. Cooper in this movie is so exaggerated, it borders on the point of parody. Everything he says could not be more on the nose of being the villain, and he even straight up is an abuser in this movie, smacking his wife around here. The thing that works so well in the original is, although Cooper was an asshole, he occasionally made some solid points, and his flaws were coming from the fact that he was a deeply frightened man trying to maintain some leverage within the group. He did help out and contribute at times, but ultimately he let his ego and fear get the better of him. He's a tragic look at the reality of how some people would react in that situation, and it's hard to look into the mirror and admit that. But the 1990 Cooper is completely unforgivable in every single aspect of the character. He's a movie villain instead of feeling like a true flawed character. And every movie villain needs to have a movie hero. So let's talk about Barbara. One of the biggest criticisms of the original film is that Barbara doesn't do anything other than cry and scream. Many look at her as a stereotype of a helpless female character. She is absolutely helpless, and admittedly, she's not a great character, but does she need to be? The movie has two other women characters that have plenty of dialogue and contribute to the group, with Judy even willing to put herself within extreme danger in order to help out her boyfriend. Night of the Living Dead takes itself seriously, and it looks at how real people would react in an overwhelming, unprecedented situation. That's why Mr. Cooper is just an asshole and not an over-the-top 90s villain. And Barbara is shown to be a meek and skittish girl to begin with and reacts by having a traumatic breakdown, as some people would do. She doesn't need to be a badass. She doesn't need to have an arc turning her into Ripley from Aliens. She's our introduction point to the story, and then it moves on to place Ben in the leading role, and there's nothing wrong with that. However, the complaints have stacked up over the years, and the biggest change to the remake is that Romero wanted to rectify this and make Barbara the actual main character and turn her into a badass.
The character of Barbara probably didn't give her enough credit or make her a strong enough person.
So, as a result, Ben has a massive downgrade and comes off looking just as foolish as Mr. Cooper does at times. But here, Barbara is the one pointing out how stupid everybody else is by yelling at one another.
You can talk to me about losing it when you stop screaming at each other like a bunch of 2-year-olds.
Barbara suddenly becomes an expert shooter. She's the only one who seems to realize specific aspects about the zombies, like how slow they walk, and continuously presses for them to escape, making her look like the only smart character in a room full of dummies. In other words, this is a massive overcorrection that dilutes every other character to try to rectify something that I don't consider to be a mistake in the original to begin with. And before anybody gets mad at me and claims that I'm being sexist or something, I am a final girl enthusiast. I love Nancy from Nightmare on Elm Street. I love Kirsty from Hellraiser. Buffy the Vampire Slayer is one of my favorite television shows of all time. I'm just saying that I don't think that Barbara specifically ever needed to be turned into an action hero. The other characters in the movie are interesting enough to carry it, and dismissing Ben to a side character in order to do this diminishes a lot of its original commentary. And alongside that, with my personal opinion, I do think the actress playing Barbara massively overacts on multiple occasions.
Whatever I lost a long time ago, and I do not plan on losing anything else.
Now, some people really love this change, and I respect that, and I'm not saying that you're wrong, but for me, I think that this is a massive overstep that kind of takes away a lot of the other aspects that I enjoyed about the original. Eventually, the characters devise the same plan of going to the gas pump. Tom and Judy go just like before, but unlike the original, this time when they shoot the gas lock, the entire thing explodes right then and there. Which is a fair change, because that would probably happen. Another bummer of a change, though, is when Cooper's daughter turns into a zombie. In the original, the scene of her stabbing her mom is absolutely horrific, especially at the time. Here, she just bites her like any other zombie, and it even cuts away so you don't see the full death. Maybe that was more studio censorship, and it's not any of the filmmaker's fault, but the impact is massively lost nonetheless. And here's where the entire thing changes. The zombies do invade the house just like before, and there's a few good kills here and there. Ben and Cooper come to blows like before, but both end up getting shot in this version and running in different directions. Ben is forced to go down to the basement, but now Cooper runs upstairs into the attic, which is never seen before, and locks himself in. Meanwhile, we focus on Barbara escaping and walking around the zombies just as she figured out earlier. But there is this awkward moment that I know is meant to be an emotional scene, seeing a zombie that reminds her of her dead mother, but this moment of her just pushing the zombie back with no resistance whatsoever, it makes me unintentionally laugh, and I don't mean to, but it's a silly moment. Barbara battles her way free until she's eventually found by some of the rednecks hunting down the zombies, and the next day she travels with them back to the house where they discover Ben as a zombie. And to me, this just ruins the poignant ending of the original, the tragedy of that ending, and wondering if they shot Ben, knowing full well that he was alive, leading into the haunting credits. It's one of the most unforgettable endings in horror. Having Ben be a legitimate zombie before they take him out ruins the messaging of human prejudice and that tendency towards violence, which was one of the most interesting aspects of what Night of the Living Dead was all about. Instead, we get a moment where Cooper is still alive, but Barbara shoots him in the head and then claims that he was a zombie. It's like saying that Barbara got some kind of justice for the whole situation, and it's the total opposite tone that I'd like the movie to have. I know it's a remake, and I know that things are going to be different, but my gripe is that it changed the best aspects of the original. Sure, the idea that people are incapable of communicating and working together, it's still in here, but instead of just observing that on our own and making our own opinions, it's explicitly pointed out to us by Barbara on several occasions. She rises up, becomes a badass, survives the whole event, and kills the villain. which is not uncommon for horror films in general, but I don't want to leave Night of the Living Dead cheering. I want to leave it feeling a bit melancholy and having myself thinking about the nature of humanity. I know this remake has its fans, and like I said, I deeply respect and appreciate the behind-the-scenes filmmaking aspect of what they were trying to do, but this does not work for me on any level. I want to enjoy it, but I think I'm just so attached to the original that every time I try to watch this version, I just want to stop it and put the original in instead. Even though this movie released in the height of the Halloween season in October of 1990, it only made about $5.8 million at the box office on a $4 million budget. Over time, it seems to have developed a cult following, and some people truly love it. Definitely not taking anything away from you if you do, I just have to give my honest opinions, and this one doesn't work for me. But this is the only fully official Night of the Living Dead remake, so the filmmakers did accomplish their goal there. However, there's a few more remakes that have popped up over the years. Now, I'm not going to go and do an in-depth review on all of these Living Dead remakes, but let's just touch on some of them and give you the awareness of what's out there if you choose to go down this ridiculous rabbit hole.
What a place to be stuck in the middle of nowhere. A bunch of yo-yos.
So as stated before, with the original film being public domain, there are no shortages of other Night of the Living Dead remakes out there. The Tom Savini 1990 version is the only one considered to be official, and despite my complaints about it, this is a goddamn masterpiece of cinema on par with that of The Godfather and Seven Samurai compared to the endless crap stack of alternate remake options. Holy shit. I am telling you, this is not an avenue that you want to walk down. I would rather get my insides ripped open and be devoured alive before having to sit through these abominations of unholy disaster. This is like plunging headfirst into your local sewer treatment plant and deciding to free yourself by drinking your way out. What I'm trying to say is, these movies are really bad. In 2006, coming right off the heels of Land of the Dead that was released a year prior, was Night of the Living Dead 3D. Out of all of these other remakes I'm going to mention, this is the only one I could bear to sit all the way through, beginning to end, and the only reason I even did that was because it stars Sid Haig, who I'm a big fan of from movies like The Devil's Rejects. But not even Sid Haig could save this dumpster fire of a movie. He has nothing to work with. Every other actor is abysmally bad, so bad that the actors in Diary of the Dead seem like Academy Award winners. The effects are awful, and they don't even have the budget to fire a blank or a fake gun, so there's literally a moment where they freeze the image and digitally Photoshop a bullet coming out of the gun. It takes place in modern day and generally follows the same premise once again. Barbara, this time just named Barb, and her brother are going to the graveyard, zombies attack, and yeesh.
We have got a situation here today.
Yeah, she goes to a house, meets some of the other characters, same old, except here, Ben is white. Okay, figure that one out. And if you're wondering which character Sid Haig plays, he's actually a brand new addition to the cast, playing a guy that works at the morgue named Tovar. He shows up briefly in the beginning and only comes back again for the final act.
But there was definitely some leakage. I mean, there always is. There's nothing you can do to avoid it.
Throwing a twist in that he's been aware of the zombies for multiple weeks now, keeping his deceased father alive and feeding him flesh. He turns out to be the villain of the story, attacking the last remaining survivors, but eventually gets overrun by zombies. It's truly remarkable. Also, this is called Night of the Living Dead 3D. I think there's about 4 or 5 shots with stuff coming at the camera, and I have no idea if any copies were sold with 3D glasses or something to experience the 3D aspect with. But you know the sad thing about all this? Is that this is the next best remake. It only gets worse from here. 6 years later, in 2012, the same director of Night of the Living Dead 3D, Jeff Broadstreet, made Night of the Living Dead 3D Reanimation, an actual prequel to the first movie. This one has Jeffrey Combs in it as its horror alumni, known for films like Reanimator, as well as Andrew Divoff, aka the Wishmaster, playing Sid Haig's character from the first one. These two actors are brothers having to deal with how to figure out the zombie outbreak. Also, I guess there's a Sarah Palin spoof character in the movie, which outside of the year 2012 when this was released is going to make no sense whatsoever to new viewers. She was a politician during this time, and there were a lot of jokes and internet memes and parodies about her, so I guess they were trying to capitalize on the current trend at the time. But now it makes it feel even more like a relic of the past because no one remembers who the fuck Sarah Palin is. Some people say this prequel is better than the first one, but I did not bother to watch the entire thing. I'm sorry.
These bodies, like.
Next, we have Night of the Living Dead Darkest Dawn, originally titled Night of the Living Dead Origins 3D. Yeah, 3D again. Why do they keep trying to do that and make it work? It's not going to work. But this is not connected to the other two 3D movies. Actually, this one is completely animated.
Get you, Barbara.
Johnny.
In some of the worst pre-PS1 level graphics I have ever seen. I don't even know what I'm looking at here. Obviously, it's completely different than the original, taking place in a city, but it has actual Night of the Living Dead characters in it like Ben. And Ben is actually voiced by Tony Todd, the actor that played Ben in the 1990 movie. He reprises his role to voice the character in this CGI abomination that could be billed as a double feature with the movie Food Fight. The less you know about that movie, the better. But even Bill Moseley comes back to voice Johnny, and this time they have Halloween alumni Daniel Harris voicing Barbara. Joseph Pilato, who played Captain Rhodes in Day of the Dead, he voices Cooper. I mean, I guess a few days in the recording booth is worth the paycheck and all for any actor, but I can't believe how many actors from the Living Dead series and horror movies contributed to whatever this is. That's truly remarkable. But I guess if this was a video game back in 2002, I totally would have played it, but as an animated film in the modern day, I can't even bear to watch it. But believe it or not, that's not the only animated remake of Night of the Living Dead. As recent as 2021, there was another one. This one has Catherine Isabel voicing Barbara, who I've always had a crush on since Ginger Snaps and Freddy vs. Jason. But oh my god, the animation is just as bad, but in a different way. This one looks like a cutscene before a Flash animation game from the mid-2000s, or I hope this doesn't offend any fans out there of the show, but it kind of reminds me of Archer. But something like Archer, I feel like has a deliberate bad stiff animation vibe to it to add to the comedy and the style. If this Night of the Living Dead is trying to take itself seriously, this animation style just is the complete opposite of what you want. Shouldn't the animation have some kind of, I don't know, horror element to it? Maybe do something interesting with the shadows or the camera angles, or use the medium of animation to give a different perspective and experience? Well, this is a different experience, all right. Taking something that's a masterpiece and turning it into the most bland and boring experience imaginable. It's not good.
Don't work.
Then you have Night of the Living Dead Resurrection, also from 2012, because whenever you put the subtitle Resurrection on a movie, you know it's going to be good. I didn't watch this one, but from the extremely limited reviews online I can find of it, it seems to meet all the expectations of glorified dog shit. I looked up to see if anybody had reviewed it on YouTube, and there were about 2 videos available, one of which mentions that Ben dies in the first 20 minutes. So that's all I need to know to stay far, far away from this one. There's a remake from 2020 that was called Night of the Living Dead Rebirth, but then the title was just changed to Rebirth, maybe as an attempt to hide the fact that it's a remake. And because of that, I almost missed this one, but oh no, I found it. This one decides to gender bend Barbara into a gay man who is played by the writer and director of the project. And essentially, that's the biggest change, and everything else really plays out similarly to everything that happens in Night of the Living Dead. The only other big difference is the zombies have glowing eyes. It's spookier. I really don't know what to say about this one, but it is one of the more recent remakes, and it's currently streaming on Tubi, as well as the entire movie is up on YouTube. I made it about 15 minutes in, and then I couldn't take it anymore. I skipped around, and it's exactly what you think it is. Here's a weird one, though. There was a movie that was being made actually calling itself Night of the Living Dead 2. This was starring Laurie Cardile, who played Sarah from Day of the Dead, alongside the two other survivors with the same actors, I guess, reprising their roles, possibly. So why wouldn't this have been called Day of the Dead 2 instead of Night of the Living Dead 2? I have no idea. There was a teaser image and a website that has since been shut down, and the film has never been released. From what I gather, they ran out of funding and were unable to complete the project, but I still don't know the full story. There's very limited information on it. The last update on their Twitter page is from July of 2021, saying that the wait is almost over. Well, over 3 years later, that's a pretty long wait, and there's been no updates. Oh, and there's a Night of the Living Dead isekai. Yeah, my non-anime viewers watching this probably have no idea what that means, but isekai is a genre of anime where the characters are transported to another world or sometimes into a fictional world that they know. In the movie Mimesis, Night of the Living Dead, two characters are forced to reenact the plot of Night of the Living Dead, dressed as Barbara and Johnny, and another character as Ben. And they have to use their knowledge of the film in order to try to survive. So that's why I say it reminds me of an isekai. Even if that premise sounds like a unique approach, don't get your hopes up too much because the execution is just as lousy as any of the other examples here. But hey, guess what? Sid Haig shows up in this one too. Why is Sid Haig in multiple Night of the Living Dead remakes? I guess he was really into the idea at the time. There's also things like this, and I am a little annoyed to have to speak the title out loud, but it's called Night of the Day, of the Dawn, of the Sun, of the Bride, of the Return, of the Revenge, of the Terror, of the Attack, of the Evil Mutant Alien Eating Hellbound Zombified Living Dead. Yeah, it's just Night of the Living Dead, but a completely overdubbed version of it, basically an abridged version, turning it into a comedy. That's it.
I want a tuna sandwich. Man, ain't no tuna here. I want a tuna sandwich. Tuna crap.
Hey, can I use the bathroom? Quick crap, 2 seconds.
You ain't using my bathroom, motherfucker.
Did you just ask me for my underwear?
Okay, yeah, I want your underwear. Does that make me a common criminal?
You want my underwear along with hundreds of other men. My underwear is considered the finest in the land.
Didn't Sartre say that? Nah, he said it was Nietzsche.
It was Nietzsche. I did my thesis on him.
And I guess you could count the porn parody also being a remake, but it's really only in title only. Erotic Night of the Living Dead. It does not follow the original story of the movie in any way. It's about a bunch of people fucking on a boat with some zombies. It's also a porno from the 1980s, so not pleasant to look at unless you dig the poofy hairspray style and dudes with the classic porn stash. But if that's your thing, check it out. Anyways, beyond these, there are so many other Night of the Living Dead remakes and reimaginings. Take a scroll through IMDb or YouTube and you'll find no shortage of them. Independent filmmakers on YouTube have uploaded their various versions, and more are being made all the time. Festival of the Living Dead premiered on Tubi, which I guess is meant to be another sequel. It's endless. There's so many of these. Ultimately, all of these interpretations are essentially just fan films. It's just like if you were to make a Dracula movie, because Dracula, the character, is public domain, but the Bela Lugosi specific Dracula is its own thing regardless. The only official Night of the Living Dead remake is once again the 1990 version, and the only true sequel is Dawn of the Dead, the original. I originally thought I would try to give all of these movies a fair shot and give them more of an in-depth review, but then I decided I would rather save what's left of my pitiful sanity. And this is just one movie in its remakes, not counting all of the unofficial Dawn and Day of the Dead sequels as well, but I already went through all that. Look, if you're just a zombie/Night of the Living Dead total fanatic and you need more variations of Night of the Living Dead no matter how horrible they are, well, you're in luck. Actually, you could straight up make your own Living Dead movie if you wanted to. It's public domain, so go for it. Add it to the never-ending whirlpool of this tedious monotony of a once great story and concept, and continue to beat it to death so hard it becomes the ugliest living dead entity that you've ever seen. Just as the taglines say, it won't stay dead. Isn't that the truth? The next time that we got an official remake of one of the Romero films would be in the year 2004 with Dawn of the Dead. But of course, this Dawn of the Dead remake is not a sequel to the Night of the Living Dead remake from 1990, whereas the original Dawn of the Dead is a sequel to the original Night of the Living Dead. Instead, the 2004 Dawn of the Dead is completely standalone. And I actually like the approach that they took to this film because unlike the previous remake of Night, this one goes into a direction more similar to remakes like The Thing or The Fly, where it just takes the general idea and premise of the original, but then does its own take with it and sets it with its own characters. The only similarities are that this is a movie taking place in the early stages of the zombie apocalypse, and that the majority of the film takes place with the human characters isolated inside of a shopping mall. Other than that, it's completely different in almost every possible way, and depending on how you want to look at that, that's either the best thing or the worst thing about this movie. This is one of those extremely controversial films, and it's for a multitude of reasons, starting with the behind-the-scenes aspects of it. See, a lot's happened since the year 2004, and currently, there's a big internet fandom war between James Gunn and Zack Snyder. Well, their fan bases at least, not the men themselves. I'm not going to go deep into it or anything, but the gist of it is that Zack Snyder made a handful of extremely divisive DC superhero films. People love to argue about if they love or hate them, and after he was cut loose by the studio, a number of years later, James Gunn would be hired to basically helm the DC universe and reboot everything from scratch, making the Zack Snyder DC films no longer canon in what they are going to be doing moving forward. So, a section of the Zack Snyder fan base hates the James Gunn fans, and a section of the James Gunn fans hate the Zack Snyder fans. Now, even though both filmmakers seem to be perfectly cool with one another, and both of them probably would not have as big of careers as they do now without Dawn of the Dead from 2004. James Gunn began his career working for the low-budget, schlocky film company called Troma, home of The Toxic Avenger and a bunch of other crazy exploitative films that are definitely worth seeking out if you want to go down that road. And eventually he would end up writing some screenplays that made it big, like the live-action Scooby-Doo films, and he was also chosen to write the Dawn of the Dead remake. Afterwards, Zack Snyder, who had been recently working on directing just commercials, was given the opportunity to helm the project, making this his official first directorial debut in the movies. And despite what you may think about either creator in the present day, without both of their inputs, Dawn of the Dead 04 would not be what it was. And love it or hate it, this is a defining zombie film of the 2000s and a launching point for both of these creators. Next controversial thing is that to continue to distinguish itself from the Romero version, this is one of those 2000s zombie films that features the fast-running zombies. Now, Dawn of the Dead 04 was not the first film to do this. Movies like 28 Days Later had come out previously, and nowadays the fast-running zombies are significantly more common than they were back in 2004. People treated this as absolute blasphemy. People hated the running zombies. I remember being a teenager when this came out, and I distinctly remember the backlash on different forums, and during the early days of the internet, people were complaining about this to no end. And whether or not you like this movie is probably going to depend on if you like the idea of zombies that can run. Going farther away from the slow, lumbering undead that the Romero versions popularized, and instead leaning more into that sort of vicious viral infection kind of style. And finally, although I still would definitely classify this as a horror movie, Zack Snyder has a particular visual style for action sequences. It's one of the things that even the people that don't like his DC films will usually admit that the fight scenes in those movies were the best part. And this being his first film, the action is not up to par with some of his later stuff, but it does have a heavy emphasis. There's lots of gunfire, lots of intensity, and lots of blood. So it definitely doubles down on the action elements a little bit more so than the originals, but I do think there is plenty of horror here as well. But at the end of the day, what do I think of this movie? Well, even though it doesn't come close to the original in my opinion, I actually really enjoy it. And with as many bad 2000 zombies movies that came out, this one is one of the more enjoyable ones. I kinda dig it. Our lead character in this one is a girl named Anna, played by Sarah Polley, who opens the film coming home from an all-night shift at the hospital working as a nurse. Her and her husband get it on in the shower, and then eventually they're woken up by their daughter, who might be a little bit under the weather.
Call an ambulance!
Yeah, this opening is actually great. Sure, it lacks the social commentary and the suspense of the original Dawn of the Dead opening. I would completely agree with that, but the visceral and violent nature of it snaps you wide awake, and just like the character, you realize whatever this zombie virus is, it's spreading fast, and they really want to fucking kill you. They're not just clawing at the door, they're breaking the whole thing down. Anna escapes outside to see that this is happening all around her. She flees in a car, trying to make some sense of the situation. She turns on the radio to hear what they have to say, but she soon loses control and crashes, leading us into the opening credits of the current apocalypse, overlaid with a Johnny Cash song.
When the man comes around.
Our other main characters are soon introduced. We have police officer Kenneth, played by Ving Rhames. That's right, Marcellus Wallace himself is here. We have a couple named Andre and Luda, who is pregnant, and Michael, who is just your average Best Buy employee. And as such, he should be completely miserable as a person, but he's also got a lot more on his plate than that, like the recent loss of his daughter, giving him some common ground with Anna, and leading to a not-so-great chemistry kind of romance, but that's the least of our worries. The characters have the idea to head to the mall for its safety and its resources. This time, it's the Crossroads Mall, located in Wisconsin. So yeah, we're not even having the movie take place in Pennsylvania anymore, which is a bummer for me. Also in this version, the mall is basically cleared out of zombies by the time that they get there. In the original, a lot of the early portions of the mall scenes were the creative ways that the characters were blocking off particular areas and getting the whole thing to be zombie-free. In the remake, they're pretty much good to go as soon as they get here, minus 1 or 2 zombies along the way. Their biggest obstacle is a trio of security guards who took the place over before they got there, and they are not about to let a ragtag group of people commandeer this great hiding spot. They work well as early antagonists because they're not really villains, they're just people that are paranoid about the situation, and their leader CJ is enjoying this moment of having power and authority, and he's very reluctant to give that up, so it stays in line with the original themes in that way. They also watch the news, trying to figure out what's going on, and we get some cameos of the original actors from Dawn of the Dead, Tom Savini, Scott Renninger, and Ken Foree, playing a priest that's being interviewed, giving him a chance to speak his most famous line from the original, but in a different context.
When there is no more room in hell, the dead will walk the earth.
Honestly, I think that's a way better way to do it than to recast his character and have somebody else say it. It's Ken Foree's line. He owns it, so let him say it. Just as another truck full of people are speeding towards the mall for refuge, our main characters take back power from the security guards and head down to help them. We get some good action sequences here, and a handful more characters that are introduced, mostly here just to be a body count later on. But we get this guy, Steve, who is kind of the snarky asshole of the group, always having a douchey comment for every situation. He's played by Ty Burrell, who went on afterwards to be a pretty famous actor as one of the leads in the show Modern Family. I've only seen about 2 episodes of that show, so I don't know too much about it, but yeah, he plays a radically different kind of character in this movie compared to that. I think one of my favorite aspects of the film is a character that you don't get to see much of named Andy. He's alone on a rooftop of a building across the street and can only communicate with our characters through writing on a big whiteboard. But you do develop a bit of a bond with him regardless. They even joke with one another, holding up signs, and at one point they even have an entire game of chess. You never get to know Andy beyond this. You only hear his voice towards the end on a walkie-talkie right before the zombies finally make it inside of his building. But even so, he's one of the more memorable parts of the whole experience. And also, there's a really cool bonus feature on the Blu-ray DVD extras where you kind of see more of Andy's side of the events as he records himself. It's kind of like a 15-minute short documentary from his perspective, and it's definitely worth checking out and adds a bit more tragedy to his character than what was already there, and what was already there was already pretty tragic. Anyway, the second wave of characters that we have includes the fat zombie lady, which is always a fun one. And a man that was bitten that has to accept his fate and say goodbye to his daughter in perhaps a shockingly emotional scene for what you would expect from this movie. I gotta say, it's pretty well done. Next, we get a recreation of the montage of the characters enjoying and killing time in a mall full of resources and activities, but this time, the song chosen to overlay this montage is a cover of Down With the Sickness by Disturbed, and I gotta take a moment because this is not just any cover. This is a jazz, Las Vegas-style, swing-style rendition by a guy named Richard Cheese. Richard motherfucking Cheese.
Get up, come on, get down with the sickness.
Since the early 2000s, Richard Cheese, this guy and his band have been taking popular trending songs, including that of rock and metal, and transforming them into a jazz lounge style song. He's still putting out albums to this day. All I'm trying to say is put some respect on the name Richard Cheese.
You stupid, sadistic, abusive fucking whore, get down with the sickness.
But we have to have things start to go wrong, don't we? Well, first we have the security guards teaming up with Michael and Kenneth to turn the emergency power back on, with an attack of zombies taking out some of the security guards and ultimately leading CJ to become a full-blown member of the group, no longer an antagonist. And meanwhile, that pregnant girl, yeah, well, she was infected, and we get to see something that we have yet to see in any of these Dead films. Yes, we get to see an infected zombie baby. The zombie outbreak is never specified in this one, meaning we don't know if it's viral or supernatural. Personally, I think it would be way creepier and way more fucked up if the baby died inside of her womb first and then came out as a zombie for that reason, rather than it being some kind of infection in its bloodstream or something. Anyways, the entire concept is of course super disturbing, and the father wants to keep the baby, resulting in a shootout with a little old lady. Neither of them survive, and neither does the baby. Now, unlike the original film, instead of eventually being forced out of the mall, the characters here instead decide that they want to take their chances heading towards Steve's boat that can take them to an island. Yeah, it's a little bit contrived, but it sets up the third act of them trying to escape the surrounding areas of the mall. They gather supplies and reinforce a truck with armor and barbed wire. This is still a year before The Dead Reckoning from Land of the Dead, and though it's not as high-tech as that vehicle was, the idea is ironically similar for two films that came out back-to-back. They do want to take Andy with them, and they send a dog over, who in this incarnation the zombies seem to only want to attack people, and they completely ignore the dog. However, they don't ignore following the dog inside of the building, and Andy does not make it. Damn. Again, watch the bonus features of his side of the story to see more of this scene from his perspective. So yeah, as they try to escape, a battle sequence ensues with the zombies, and it's pretty good. Not a lot to comment on, just a lot of carnage to behold that's happening all at once. My favorite moment is when a guy picks up a chainsaw and accidentally trips, slicing one of the other characters in half. It's such a ridiculous, morbid humor kind of moment, but it's my kind of humor, I'm not going to lie. At this point, the characters begin to be killed off in rather quick succession. Steve is eventually turned into a zombie, has to be put down, but they make sure to take his boat keys, as well as CJ ending up having to sacrifice himself, blowing himself up and taking a bunch of the zombies down with him. Now, as far as the Anna and Michael dynamic goes, Truthfully, I don't think that they have a lot of chemistry, and I think the romance aspects are a bit forced. I mean, Anna only just lost her husband in the beginning of the film, and I get that it's an apocalypse, and hey, you never know when you're gonna get laid last or something, but I guess what I'm saying is I don't think the final scene has the impact on me that they were going for. Michael, who was bit, decides to stay behind so the others can leave on the boat, and it's a noble sacrifice and everything, but it plays more as a torn romance than it does just a guy doing the right thing. And I don't know, something about it always made me roll my eyes. I just don't really buy their relationship. Nevertheless, everything before this, leading up to it, was good, and I love how it leads into the creativity of the ending credits. Instead of just cutting to black or waiting to do a post-credit scene, it keeps you engaged the entire way through, showing small clips of their boat journey interspliced with the credits. Everything seems to be going positive until they reach the island, and guess what? Yeah, it's infested with zombies. So we don't see all their deaths on screen, but the actual Down with the Sickness song starts to play, and we hear our characters scream and rung amongst the zombie noises, basically implying that they're all doomed. It's a fitting end for this kind of a zombie flick. Everyone dies. Honestly, for a debut director making a remake of perhaps the greatest zombie movie ever made, I think this turned out way better than it should have. And I do think that Zack Snyder deserves some credit for somehow making this work and delivering a definitive 2000s horror film. The characters, the commentary, and the memorable scenes in no way match up to the Romero version, but I do respect that they didn't try to do that. This is its own movie, with the only similarities being zombies and a mall. But even these are very different kinds of zombies, and it's a completely different mall, different location, different state. In a way, I think that's what remakes should do. Take the general premise and idea, but do something new and completely different with it. See, I don't hate the idea of remakes in general, it's just that most of them end up being soulish cash grabs that try to redo and re-imitate the exact same things that worked before. Here, love him or hate him, Zack Snyder put his own specific style and stamp on the project, and I think that it's endured because of that. It's by no means perfect, but it gets the job done. Dawn of the Dead 2004, to me, it's a decent film when taken on its own merits. And here, there were no unofficial Italian sequels that were done. This was a one-and-done film. Though the irony is that when Land of the Dead released the following year, I remember people thinking that it was a sequel to this Dawn of the Dead. Believe it or not, that really happened. But hey, maybe that's just a testament to the film. Or maybe people are just stupid. Who knows?
Your mother, get up, come on, get down with the sickness.
When it comes to Day of the Dead, there are 2 official remakes, and each of them are once again completely standalone and are not connected to the previous Night and Dawn remakes. The first one came out in 2008 and is directed by Steve Miner. If that name sounds familiar, it's because this is the guy that's responsible for a couple of classic slasher and other horror films. He directed both Friday the 13th Part 2 and Part 3, which means he was the director that is credited with not only introducing Jason as the main killer of the franchise, but also the movie that introduced the iconic hockey mask in Part 3.
Hey, now cut that out right now. That's not funny.
Then in the 90s, he would switch teams, moving over to the Halloween franchise and directing Halloween H2O, which is my personal second favorite of that series, following the original. He's also directed some more under-the-radar horror classics like House from 1985 or Lake Placid from 1999, so he's been around the horror block for a while. Letting him into the realm of the Romero Dead remake seems like a good idea, but while watching the movie, I did not pick up on any of his style from the previous films that I've seen. Obviously, zombie movies are different than slashers, but if you would have told me that this was made by some first-time director, I wouldn't have questioned it. It was only because I recognized his name that I thought this might be a hidden gem of some sort, because I've never heard anybody talk about this movie, and while watching it for the first time for this video, I can kind of see why. It was a direct-to-video release and definitely feels like it most of the time, mostly falling in line with your standard zombie fanfare of the mid-2000s. And for reference, this movie came out right in between George Romero's Diary of the Dead and Survival of the Dead. Thinking about this movie as a remake of Day of the Dead can be a bit perplexing though, because of several reasons, but the biggest being that about 90% of this film takes place above ground in a town and in the surrounding forests. The main aspect of the original Day of the Dead was that the characters were being isolated inside of an underground bunker. There is a underground bunker in this version, but it's only featured in the final act. The other strange thing is that it seems to utilize specific character names from the original for its main characters, but they're completely different in every possible way. For example, our main character here is named Sarah, the same name as the main character from the original Day of the Dead. But this Sarah is a military soldier and not a scientist. And the really strange one is that Ving Rhames is in this movie, and at first I thought he might have been playing the same character from Dawn of the Dead, and that maybe this is connected to that movie, but no, it's not. He's playing a completely different character, and he's playing a character named Rhodes. Yeah, Rhodes, as in the main antagonist from the original. That got me excited. I was thinking, is Ving Rhames going to be the villain of this movie? Is he going to get medieval on somebody's ass with a pair of pliers and a blowtorch? I hope so, but no. He's actually killed off about 30 minutes in, has one scene as a zombie, and then he's absent for the rest of the movie. So what was the point of making him Captain Rhodes in a Day of the Dead movie if he doesn't get to be the villain of the movie? I guess it's just to utilize the character names, but there's nothing more to it. This movie also begins at the start of the zombie outbreak, once again very different than the original that starts several years into it. This Sarah, played by Meni Suvari, who you might know from the American Beauty movie or the American Pie films, she does a pretty good job with what she's given, trying to navigate this situation, being undermined by the other soldiers around her, and knowing that she has a younger brother out there in the chaos as well as a sick mother, all while things start to take a turn for the worse. I wouldn't say her performance is incredible, but compared to the other actors in this film, she definitely stands out. Because guess who else is in this film? Nick Cannon. Yeah, Nick Cannon is playing Salazar, but thankfully we don't see him in a romance with Sarah because Salazar in the original was the soldier that Sarah was in a relationship with. This movie, their dynamic could not be farther from that. That's saved for another character later on, but dear God, Nick Cannon's acting in this movie, it's just exactly what you would expect it to be.
I don't know if you noticed, but it's people out there eating each other, okay? So fuck you and your orders.
Nice shot.
Well, it's kind of gangster, huh? Guess that also means you remember who's boss, huh, bitch?
Every line delivery is corny, he's completely unbelievable when he's trying to act tough, and just, well, I mean, it's Nick Cannon, for God's sakes. One thing I will give this movie credit for, though, is that it actually holds off on the zombie stuff for about 25 minutes. In doing so, it builds up the suspense fairly well for what it is, and it's not until all the characters are assembled inside of a hospital that we get the first big zombie attack scene. And keeping in line with the times, these are, of course, the super fast, viral infection-style zombies once again. But not just that, these zombies are jumping around all over the place like they just took 3 scoops of the strongest pre-workout known to man, and they're crawling on the ceiling like they're goddamn Spider-Man or something. I don't know what's going on. I can only assume that they were trying to up the ante from all the other fast zombie movies at the time, but some of this just starts to look really wacky. My favorite character might be the radio DJ of the town that decides to try to book it somewhere else as soon as this starts. He gets killed off way too early in my opinion, but he has some funny scenes before then.
See this button here? You press it. You talk into that if you got something to say to the folks because my shift has now ended.
There's a decent amount of zombie carnage as they attack their way through the hospital and through the town. Sarah's brother, Trevor, and his girlfriend, Nina, search for various places to hide within the madness, momentarily separated from Sarah. And over on Sarah's end, she gets trapped in a room with a few other characters, including our resident scientist, this Dr. Logan, and a character named Bud. As they navigate through the air ducts, they are attacked by what's left of the zombified Ving Rhames, and Bud is bitten, which can only mean one thing. But before I get to that, this part with the scientist is pretty funny.
Help me, please.
I'll help you.
Yeah, so Bud. He's basically the stand-in for this movie's version of Bub, meaning a zombie that has some semblance of intelligence. Here, it's because he has an affection for Sarah, and so once he transforms, he refuses to bite her, assumingly a remnant of his human persona that's lingering after death. So they just kind of keep Bud with them. He's restrained to a degree, but it still looks like he could attack any of them at any moment, and after the 17th lame comment from Nick Cannon, I kind of wish he would. But they're just basically saving this concept until the final act, and in the meantime, Bud doesn't really get to do anything. He's just sort of the zombie adventure buddy that's along with the rest of the group. The two factions reconvene when Trevor thinks he sees his zombified mother outside, but then Sarah just runs her over like it's nothing. It's quite the family reunion, I'd say. There's a few more action sequences against the zombies on the highway and the surrounding forest areas, and it's all okay. But after watching all these zombie movies back to back to back for nearly 2 months now, trying to make this video, at this point I was pretty desensitized to it, but it's fine. I think the best part of this film is when they finally make it to the underground bunker. It's a good change of scenery, and it reminded me, oh yeah, I'm watching a Day of the Dead remake, not just a generic zombie movie. Even though the bright white corridors inside kind of reminded me way more of Resident Evil than it did Day of the Dead, but that's okay too. They meet the scientist character again, and we get some explanations on the zombie virus and how it was originally designed to be something to paralyze enemy soldiers and yada yada. It doesn't really matter. It's a zombie virus. What's really funny is that the scientist gets killed like he's attacked by Batman from Arkham Asylum.
And we'll have our escape room.
What happened to fuckface?
The zombie just straight up attacks upside down, coming down from the ceiling and pulls him up. That is certainly a different kind of kill for a zombie film. When Sarah and Salazar go to another corridor, there's the classic open the door and it's filled with a bunch of zombies on the other side gag, which, to be fair, that was done in the original film too. So Nick Cannon finally dies. Oh no, poor guy. It leaves us with only Sarah, her brother, and his girlfriend left alive. They attempt to lure the horde of zombies to a bunch of gas canisters and attempt to blow them up, but Sarah has to go to get their attention, and she's attacked. Not to worry though, because Bud, our resident smart zombie, is here, and he's capable of utilizing a gun to save her. You know, part of what made Bub using a gun work so well in the original are all of the sequences where he's slowly being reintroduced to human items to use that as a sparking of memories on how to hold and utilize them. It's a whole process, and it made it far more interesting when Bub finally saw the dead doctor and decided to hunt down a specific target. All of this version's Bud's intelligence is just more like, let's make a good guy zombie just because, with the only rationale being that he loved Sarah before he died. I guess it's all just about the power of love. But this does enrage the other zombies, and they all begin to attack Bub instead. Eventually, they are able to get their gas explosion idea to work, and the three of them make it out of the bunker alive. During their getaway, a voice on the radio assures the public that the virus has been contained, and soon, everything will be okay, ending with a zombie screaming at the camera as if it's mocking us for making it this far into the film. It should be no surprise that I think this movie kinda sucks. I mean, it's by no means the worst zombie movie out there or anything, but for a Day of the Dead remake, it doesn't really capitalize on any of the strengths of the original. It's kind of like we have three different ends of the spectrum here. The Night of the Living Dead remake was way too similar to the original and just felt like a retread. The Dawn of the Dead remake hit that right balance, taking the premise of the original but doing its own thing with it. And then far on the other end of the spectrum is this Day of the Dead remake that is so far removed from the original that it doesn't even feel like it should be called Day of the Dead. A huge missed opportunity was not to give Ving Rhames playing Rhodes a bigger part, and though some of the zombie stuff in the town is just fine, the more claustrophobic, trapped feeling of being in the bunker is the best part, but it's only reserved for the final act here. I don't really know what people think of this movie because I've never heard anybody talk about it. It's another one of those where I'm going to say, if you're a huge hardcore zombie fan, then sure, check it out. But other than that, this isn't going to give you anything special. Except for Mena Suvari, who is pretty attractive and kicks a lot of ass. So there's that. But they could have at least called this movie something else. Saying it's Day of the Dead had to have just been for the marketing. But I'm also about to eat my words because this is not the only Day of the Dead remake. There was actually another one 10 years later, and this one stays way closer to the premise of the original, but is so much worse than the first remake. Day of the Dead Bloodline was released in 2018, and since it had the tagline Bloodline, I originally assumed that this was going to be a sequel to the first remake, but nope, it's once again completely a standalone film, not connected to anything else, and once again is remaking the original Day of the Dead. This time it's directed by Hector Hernandez-Vicens. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Never heard of him before, and he's only directed 2 other films other than this one, both of which I've never seen. But this version doesn't use any of the same character names like in the 2008 version except for one, and yet it's way more similar to the original to the point where it doesn't make sense that they changed the names at all. We have a scientist main character that essentially fills the exact same role as Sarah from the original, except now she's named Zoe. And we have a human villain who is a military leader hungry for power within the underground bunker, but he's not named Rhodes. He's named Miguel Salazar. But wait, Miguel Salazar is the name of the soldier who was dating Sarah in the original. But also, this Miguel, who is the same archetype as Rhodes from the original, has a brother that's named Baca, who is playing the role of a soldier that is dating Zoe, essentially making him the same archetype as the original Miguel. Yeah, so the Sarah character is now called Zoe, who is dating a man called Baca, who in the original was a man called Miguel, but the Miguel in this remake is actually the archetype for Rhodes, whose brother is Baca, who is this version of Miguel. Got it? This movie doesn't use the names correctly towards their characters, but the previous remake uses the specific names, but for completely different archetypes of the characters. Anyway, I guess I'll get away from the naming schemes and try to talk about the actual movie, but I just don't understand it. It begins showing us a flashback of the beginning of the outbreak when Zoe was a practicing nurse. An extremely important plot point is that one of her patients is named Max, and he is obsessedly in love with her, actively enjoying how she draws blood from him, and not so subtly carving her name into his arm. Now, I know that we've all done this before to impress a woman, and just like usual, it doesn't work for some reason, and she gets really turned off by it. Also, I don't know if it was, but the entire movie feels like it was ADR'd. And it's super apparent during the party with the hospital staff because none of the dialogue feels like it's actually the way that they're saying it.
Come on, the party's waiting. Let's grab a beer.
We tapped the first keg already, but we got 2 more chilling in the morgue. Can one of you help me?
Anyway, not too much later, right after Max attempts to forcibly have his way with Zoe, some of the corpses begin to rise and inadvertently end up saving her from at least one horrible fate. It then cuts to 5 years later, and we get a recognizable setting of the underground bunker, harboring both scientists and soldiers, but also some regular civilians in this version as well. As things play out similarly, Zoe is working on a cure, but the lieutenant is in charge and thinks that most of it is a waste of time. He's played by Jeff Gum, and he does okay, as far as just being a generic asshole character goes, but in no possible way does he come close to the energy and charisma that Joseph Pilato had as the original Captain Rhodes. It feels like they were going for a slightly less unhinged version of the character, but in doing so, he never takes it far enough to where he becomes truly intimidating. Instead, he just seems like a generic military guy that's kind of a dick. Not only does this make him far less interesting to watch, but it also makes his inevitable death scene later on not nearly as fun and cathartic to witness. The ball gets rolling when Zoe requests to make a medical supply run, mostly to help a sick little girl and to gather other materials for her experiments. She goes with her boyfriend and some other soldiers into a nearby city, into the hospital, and we reintroduce the fast, viral infected zombies once again. At this point, the more unique thing to do would be to go back to the original slow-rotting corpses, but I guess the viral speedrun zombies are just too popular to ignore at this point. But here's the make-or-break aspect of this version. At the hospital, a zombified version of Max, the patient that was obsessed with Zoe, sneaks a ride underneath one of their vehicles all the way back to the base. Yeah, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but somehow both Day of the Dead remakes feature the main catalyst of their bub archetype as being in love with the main character. The difference being in the 2008 version, his affection was meant to be tragic and noble, and in the 2018 version, it's meant to be an extremely unsubtle allegory for abusive relationships and most likely sexual assault. As for whatever reason, this zombie version of Max is showcasing intelligence, and so Zoe has no choice but to keep it alive and try to research and experiment on it. Essentially like a physical manifestation for that past trauma that she can't get rid of, literally needing it to stay alive in order to research a cure. Thematically, that's a fine concept, but the unfortunate thing is just how poorly executed it becomes, mostly being an incredibly boring film outside of any of the kill scenes. I suppose most of that blandness just comes from the acting, the lack of tension between the characters. They try to insert some drama, like between Zoe and her boyfriend when he confronts her about the zombie having her name carved into his arm. And again, I get the allegory that they're going for. It's a strong one, but the emotion is not here in order to let it land.
Do you really think I would risk their lives if I didn't think it was worth it?
Honestly, I don't know what to believe with you right now.
What the fuck does that mean?
There's just something hollow about it that I can't quite put my finger on, and it could just come down to bad writing and bad acting. I don't know. George Romero had a way, even when he was working with a low budget and needing to fill time with lots of dialogue, he managed to continue to make it feel interesting and pace the movie to a point where it never feels like it's dragging. Similar to the original, most of the zombie action happens in this one only at the very end, but here in the middle portion of the film, it just doesn't carry much energy or momentum with it at all. Pretty much you're just waiting for Max to inevitably escape, and all the forced drama in between just feels like that. Forced. So I'll flash forward to when Max does escape, he goes free, and even farther with the intelligent zombie idea, they even have a sequence where he speaks. I assume eventually you'd have to do this if you kept going with the smart zombie angle. I mean, Return of the Living Dead did it many years prior. But this is the first time it's done within a Romero-adjacent Living Dead film. Max also opens the doorways to allow a zombie horde into the base where plenty of kills happen. Some CGI is used, but there is a decent amount of practical effects here, even if it's not on screen for very long. The two Salazar brothers have a standoff, with Miguel admitting that he's willing to shoot his own brother if he has to, but then both of them are attacked by zombies. Baca makes it out alive, but similar to his Captain Rhodes counterpart, this Miguel is eaten alive from the waist down. Obviously, it's way toned down from the original, but I will admit there is a bit that made me laugh when Baca shoots one of the zombies eating Miguel, and the zombie just face plants into Miguel's stomach. I like that. Meanwhile, the finale is basically a chase scene with Zoe and the little girl from earlier running from the Max zombie. They lure him to an outdoor greenhouse-like area where Zoe has to hide underneath some dirt until finding the perfect moment to jump out and gut him, along with chopping off his head for good measure. Could have been more creative with the kill, I guess, but it works fine. I think I'm just still conflicted on the reworking of the bub dynamic. What this movie boils down to is I like the idea of what they were going for, but I just don't like the execution. And literally, I don't like the literal execution of Max. I think it could have been more creative. Zoe finds Baca, who was bitten, but through her research, she believes that she has found the cure, using him as a guinea pig to test it out, but it seems to actually work. Yeah. For some reason, we get a happy ending to a degree. It's just a matter of getting the message out to the rest of the outside world that the cure is now available. So, yeah, much rejoicing.
And there was much rejoicing.
All in all, this Day of the Dead remake is much more of a remake in the traditional sense, besides fucking around with the character names. The settings, the characters, the structures, all of it are mostly the same, just tweaking several elements like Max the intelligent zombie character, getting rid of the mad scientist, and greatly subduing the military leader that's in charge. But even though everything is more familiar, it just can't help but feel utterly boring. The acting is wooden, the set pieces are basic, nothing stands out about the zombies or the kill scenes, and for the most recent movie that we're covering in this video, from 2018, it feels like it could have come out right alongside the other ones a decade earlier. The weird thing is, I think I actually prefer the 2008 version if I had to pick between the two. Maybe it's because Nick Cannon's acting is so bad that it becomes entertaining to me, or just treating both as a zombie movie trying to remove myself from the original Day of the Dead. The 2008 version is more consistent throughout its entire runtime. It has more action, it's better paced, and honestly I think it looks better, but that's to be expected because that had around an $18 million budget, whereas the 2018 remake only had an $8 million budget. So, in short, 2018 is the better remake, but the 2008 version is the better movie. But neither of them are very good to begin with, so I don't know what to tell you. Now, I've also become aware that there is a Day of the Dead TV series that premiered in 2021, and it is a zombie show. But since none of the characters are the same and the storyline is completely different, and I want to try to get this video done by the end of October, I am not going to be watching it for this retrospective. Apparently, it only lasted one season anyway. I don't know anyone that's watched it, but if you have, please let me know what you thought about it down below. But for the sake of time, I'm not going to be covering it in this video. But as far as this goes, this was the last official remake of any George Romero film. So far, nobody's gotten around to remaking anything past Day of the Dead. Land of the Dead is almost about to be 20 years old now, so I wouldn't be surprised if somebody happens to remake it in the next few years. But also, it doesn't have as big of brand reputation as the first three Romero films, so who knows? And that's going to bring us to one of the final topics of this video, and that is the future of this franchise. The everlasting legacy of the Living Dead franchise cannot be understated. With all of the remakes and tangent unofficial sequels and spin-offs aside, what we understand today as zombie media was forever changed with a little black and white film made in Pennsylvania back in 1968. Zombie movies are always going to exist as a prominent subgenre of horror. The 1980s had a ton of them released, kind of setting the standard for a while. They died out for a little bit, but exploded back into the mainstream within the 2000s and the 2010s. Obviously, a huge contributor of this was the Walking Dead TV show that premiered in 2010. It might seem crazy to think about now since it's become one of the highest viewed shows of its era and spawned countless spin-off shows of its own at this point, but I remember when it began, nobody thought a zombie TV show was gonna work. The first season only had 6 episodes, and it didn't become huge until maybe around season 3 after people had caught up. It continued to grow, peaking around season 5, and then, well, let's not comment on the quality of the show after that, but it lasted for 11 seasons, finally finishing in 2022, even if it wasn't a real ending because it was more of just a gimmick to get you to watch all the spin-off shows that they were making, but I digress. None of this would have been possible, though, if not for the Romero films that inspired Robert Kirkman to write the comic book, which then was adapted into the show. Zombies harbor a simple but well-executed fear within us, the fear of death, and the inevitability of it. Death is coming for us no matter what we do, and sooner or later, just like a slow, shuffling zombie coming at you, it will catch up with you. And as you look directly into its decaying, mangled form, you'll know that soon you will be just like that zombie. Zombie films are ripe for commentary about the current state of the world, about humanity's response in situations of extreme stress and panic, our priority to survive even if it means hurting others in that process, the inability to communicate, and what prejudices that we have deep down within ourselves. It's one of the most standout and versatile genres in horror. Any setting and any group of characters you can imagine, just add zombies to the mix, and you got yourself a story. For the future of the Living Dead franchise, as discussed earlier in the video, it's kind of hard to say at this point. Twilight of the Dead was moving forward, but it's been over a year since there's been any updates, so it's impossible to say as of the creation of this video if we'll ever see it come to fruition. As I was making the video, there was a small article that I found on Movie Web, so I have no idea if that website is legit or reliable, but director Brad Anderson said that they're in the phase of locking down locations for the movie, that we're taking the movie, which George wrote a treatment for, and that the script was inspired by, trying to do it in a way that's respectful to the Romero franchise and the whole universe that he created. Honestly, I wouldn't hold my breath necessarily, but if it ever does release, I will definitely be there. Until that time, I'm always going to go back and watch these original films, remind myself why zombie movies are awesome, and think about what I would do in these situations, in a time where there's no more room in hell and the dead walk the earth. I also have to include my top 10 favorite kills of the franchise, so this will include both the zombie kills and human kills, and for a variety of different reasons here. Some are ridiculous, some are serious, but let's get started. At my number 10, there's a moment where these zombies in Land of the Dead are learning to use weapons, and one of the soldiers gets his arm chopped off with a machete, but he was holding a grenade he was about to throw. He then falls on the grenade and explodes, and it's a great practical effect with a dummy body. At my number 9, it's going to be the helicopter kill from Dawn of the Dead, just a real funny one and a great use of special effects. There are some here where I'm going to be cheating a little bit because it's hard to pick out one specific individual kill when there's so much going on. So at my number 8, I'm going to choose the biker massacre from the end of Dawn of the Dead, where all of the bikers are going around and killing the zombies in various ways. Tom Savini chopping the one in the head with the machete, and just all of the chaos that's ensuing here. At my number 7, I'm going to pick the mother's death in Night of the Living Dead. Definitely a very disturbing and scary sequence, especially for the time period, with the little girl coming back from the dead, grabbing the shovel and stabbing the crap out of her mom. Definitely prime horror stuff. Switching gears entirely, my number 6 is going to be one that I find to be really funny. And this is actually from the Dawn of the Dead remake, where the characters are escaping in the bus, and the one guy picks up the chainsaw to use, trips over his feet, and ends up killing an entirely different character. My number 5 is also going to be one that I find really funny. Let's see it again.
Watch out, get out, quick!
Number 4 is also going to be a combination. This is also from the original Dawn of the Dead, and this is the opening shootout sequence in the apartment. There's so much death and carnage going on. I can't pick just one kill, but the entire sequence is just one of the best to ever do it. My number 3 is going to be Rhodes' henchman from Day of the Dead, particularly the one that gets his head ripped off and we hear that screeching sound. My number 2 is going to be Rhodes himself. Just a completely great cathartic death, seeing him be ripped in half, and the special effects are just out of this world. Still one of the best zombie kill scenes of all time. And finally, at number 1, I'm only putting this at number 1 because of its impact. So this is the serious kill of the list. This is not about how fun it is to see people get ripped apart. This is about the messaging of the movie, and that's going to be Ben's death from the original Night of the Living Dead, just purely because of how shocking it was, the fact that he goes through everything that he does to make it to the next day, and then is immediately killed right before the end credits. But it also provides that social commentary of making the audience forever wonder, did they shoot him because they really thought he was a zombie, or did they shoot him for other more prejudiced reasons? It kind of encapsulates the entire movie in one sequence with this dark, bleak look at humanity and how we act towards one another. Okay, we have now come to that point in the video where after watching and reviewing all of these films, I am going to give you the ultimate tier list ranking of them, at least from my opinion. Now, I am only including the official films here, so all of the Romero films and the official remakes. I'm not going to include Night of the Living Dead 3D and all the other unofficial Night of the Living Dead remakes. So if you want to, just throw all of those in F tier, because that's where all of them belong. But let's start with the actual original Night of the Living Dead from 1968. I don't think that it's any surprise to anybody here that I'm going to put this up in S tier. This is still, to this day, my favorite George Romero film. It's still my favorite of the series. And I think that it is a horror masterpiece that everybody needs to watch at least once in their lives. If you like horror films, even if you don't like zombie movies, technically these are ghouls, so you're fine. But I think that this is one of those films that every horror fan needs to watch, just for the understanding of the shift in the genre, the creation of what would become zombie films, and just the remarkable ability that low-budget filmmaking is capable of. You know, seeing that George Romero and a bunch of other people that were just passionate about filmmaking just took a simple concept of, you know, the dead rising from their graves, trying to attack the living, and then also adding in all of this kind of social commentary about people not being able to trust each other, communicate with one another. That's where all these zombie films eventually stem from. I mean, if you break it down, pretty much there's two core aspects to every zombie film, right? You have the carnage and the gore and the dismemberment, you know, and then you also have the commentary of people and how people act in these situations. Zombies, of course, even, you know, the creatures that they were formerly human. They were formerly people. They are the remnants of who we were as humans. And I think that you see that reflection in all the best zombie films. And I also don't think it's any surprise to anybody that I'm also going to put Dawn of the Dead up in S tier. You could argue either of these films being the greatest zombie movie of all time. And in a way, Dawn of the Dead is kind of the better zombie movie, just in the sense that now things have kind of solidified a little bit more to what a zombie is, and it really showcases the gore. It takes some of the ideas from Night of the Living Dead, but expands upon them. Now the characters are trapped in a mall, so now they have a lot more resources, a lot more available to them, but at the same time, it becomes like a prison to them. Has incredibly engaging and fun characters, like Ken Foree's character and Flyboy, and of course, you know, all the bikers and Tom Savini when they show up at the end. Has some of the best kill scenes in the entire franchise. I love the way the blood looks in this movie. The soundtrack is amazing. And, you know, of course, it is one of those films that has now become pretty elusive because it's hard to find. It's not streaming anywhere. The physical media is out of print. And this film is so great, like, it deserves to be seen. Like, I wish it was more available for people. The only reason I'm putting it just a step down from Night of the Living Dead, I can't really defend in any other way than just saying personal preference. I just personally find Night of the Living Dead to just be the overall best film in the entire franchise for me. I think the black and white, the kind of old school vibe of it, just the feeling of it, the soundtrack, it does something to me. It puts me in a zone. It puts me into a particular headspace where it just becomes my favorite. But Dawn of the Dead is just as good. You could interchange these movies. You know, it's all subjective at the end of the day, but I think that bar none, these two are George Romero's masterpieces when it comes to zombie films. Now we go into Day of the Dead, and shockingly, I found out that a lot of people actually don't like Day of the Dead that much. Now, I can understand not liking it as much as Night or Dawn. I did a video series where I talked about my top 10 favorite horror movies from every decade, and I ended up putting Day of the Dead in my number 10 spot for the 1980s, and a lot of people in the comments were like, Day of the Dead isn't that good, and I'm like, really? Like, really? I don't know. Captain Rhodes is one of my favorite antagonists. I think the gore and the special effects are some of the best ever done in a zombie film. I like going back to that claustrophobic nature of being trapped underground. I like the character of Bub. Maybe that's part of the reason maybe some people don't like the idea of zombies gaining intelligence, which I understand. But I think just doing it with the character of Bub, like if it was every zombie, yeah, that would be something. But just doing it with one particular character that has a build-up over the course of the film, I think it works really well. And I mean, I'd hate to be repetitive, and I really do try to reserve S tier for like that. Like, I'm not one of those people that when they ranks things likes to put everything up in S tier that he likes. Like, just because I like it doesn't mean it deserves S tier. But Day of the Dead does. Okay, now we're going to move to Land of the Dead, which is an interesting one because, of course, these first three movies came out before I was even born, and Land of the Dead came out when I was a teenager. It came out right after the Dawn of the Dead remake, so it was kind of like I was in my height of, you know, getting into loving horror movies, checking all these things out. So it was cool to be able to see Land of the Dead when it came out. You know, it was a big event, and I definitely remember it. I think it has a lot of great characters in it. Along with John Leguizamo and, of course, the Big Daddy zombie, which is kind of like furthering the idea of Bub. And after learning about and researching how Romero wanted Day of the Dead to be a lot bigger, a lot more grand, it seems like Land of the Dead is kind of more similar to what he originally would have wanted to do with Day of the Dead. I don't think it quite lives up to the others. I don't think the characters are quite as good, despite having a few good ones in there. And overall, I just don't think it has the lasting impression of the others. Maybe it's just the drawback of being the fourth movie in the series. Maybe it's the drawback by 2005, zombie films had kind of done everything that they're gonna do, which isn't really true because there's some really great ones that come after. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, I think this movie is good. I think it's a little bit overhated sometimes, but that's just because it's in the shadow of the original trilogy that is just so good. But I think Land of the Dead is a solid movie, and for a zombie film, I'm going to put it up in B tier. It's a solid zombie film. It has some flaws, but it's still really good. Then only a few years later, George Romero came back and did Diary of the Dead. Thankfully, a separate continuity from the first four, and nothing's going to taint that legacy at this point, but Diary of the Dead was one of those moments where, even though it's George Romero, I got to admit, this was a swing and a miss. This was a swing and a miss big time, between the acting, the found footage style that doesn't work for me at all. A lot of things in this movie are just kind of ridiculous. And I know that it's a zombie movie, but like the idea of adding in, you want to add in music and you want to add in more intensity. And so like you're taking it, so it's a person making a found footage documentary, but it's a documentary about the death of all of their friends, and they're adding in like music and like changing the angles and editing it like a movie. I don't know, man. Something about that is just kind of weird. The characters in this are just really bad. There are a few ideas in here that I like, though. Like there's a few segments where they're watching news footage, or they're watching that scene of like the elderly couple that gets shot down, and it just makes me wish, if he was going to do the found footage style, if it was like an anthology, if it was like 3 or 4 or 5 different smaller segments that were in the found footage style, do it like the VHS films, but they're all zombie stories happening during the outbreak. That might have been a better idea for this than ultimately what we got. It pains me to say it, and the fall is quite the hard fall, but I really can't see me putting this above an F tier because there's not really anything I like about it. The only thing I like about it is the idea of what it could have been as opposed to what's actually there. Now with the next one, Survival of the Dead, I think it's a bit of a step up from Diary. He takes one of the minor characters from Diary of the Dead, makes them the main character, and eventually gets all of the characters onto an isolated island where the entire, premise kind of plays out about these two warring families in the midst of the zombie apocalypse and their ideas of how to deal with it. Now, a lot of the ideas were overdone at this point. We've seen it plenty of times before in other films, but it is Romero, and so, you kind of give him the benefit of the doubt for that. But also, I don't think this movie is that bad. And maybe it's just because of watching it right after Diary of the Dead, but I think that it's okay. I think that it's all right. I wouldn't mind watching it again, but it's definitely not a movie I'm going to pick out. Like, if I'm going to watch any Romero movie, it's going to be the first 4. I don't see me picking this one, but if I had to watch it again, I wouldn't hate myself. I think I'm going to put it up in D tier. It's all right. It's okay. Now, the Night of the Living Dead remake from 1990, directed by Tom Savini, and I do legitimately feel bad having as many criticisms as I have about it because I love Tom Savini, and, it's nothing against any of the actors that are in the movie, and George Romero rewrote the script. It's all the involvement of the original creators. I just think that while watching this movie, and maybe it's because I love the original Night of the Living Dead so much and I think it's pretty much perfect, I don't think there's anything that you needed to improve upon. I think that the first one was fine just the way it was, and this movie is so similar to the first one, minus just changing a few things, that it just feels unnecessary. And every time that I watch it, I just feel like I would rather be watching the original. It's very forgettable for me, so I think unfortunately I have to put this up in D tier as well. And honestly, you guys are going to hate me for this. I might rather watch Survival of the Dead just because it's a little bit different. All right, now the 2004 Dawn of the Dead remake, directed by Zack Snyder. As controversial as Zack Snyder is as a director, I actually like a handful of his movies. I like this. I like 300. I like Watchmen. I like Man of Steel, sue me. But Dawn of the Dead, I think, is a pretty damn solid zombie film from the mid-2000s. You just have to be okay with the idea that it's the fast-running zombies from before, and it's much more focused on action and horror as it is than it is like social commentary like the original Dawn of the Dead. But as I was saying earlier, I think this hits a really good balance. Like, the Night of the Living Dead remake is way too similar to the original, and the Day of the Dead remake, the first one at least, is so different. But Dawn of the Dead, it strikes that right balance where it takes the general idea, general premise, makes its own characters, and does its own thing with it. And I think that what it does very well. For me, Dawn of the Dead is an A-tier zombie film. I know some people are going to be mad of me putting that above Land of the Dead, and to be fair, every time I rewatch Land of the Dead, I kind of enjoy it a little bit more. So maybe, you know, you could probably flip-flop these two. I was kind of debating whether I should put Land of the Dead in A tier also, but I think that the Dawn of the Dead remake just delivers more on what it sets out to do as its own film. And I also respect it for being one of those remakes that is actually pretty good and just a good film in its own right. But now getting into the Day of the Dead remakes, man, I had never seen these before doing this video. These were first time watches for me. I didn't even know that two of them existed. I knew that one Day of the Dead movie existed. I didn't know there were two. And the first one, directed by Steve Miner, who, you know, I love Halloween H2O and Friday the 13th Part 2 and 3. He did some other movies like Lake Placid, you know. He's done some good horror movies. And after reflecting on it, I still am pretty much where I was before in the sense that, like, I don't think it's a good movie, but of the two Day of the Dead remakes, I actually prefer this one. I think the characters are a little bit better. You know, Nick Cannon is, like, so bad in the movie that he becomes enjoyable to watch. And, you know, it has some decent action sequences. It has some decent kill scenes. It's a perfectly serviceable zombie movie. If you just want a zombie film to just put on and it's going to give you all the things you expect out of a zombie movie, it's all there. It's fine for what it is. So this one I'm going to put up in D tier also, but I got to put it behind the other two. And lastly, Day of the Dead Bloodline is going to be last. I've decided. I was debating this. I didn't know if I was going to put it above or below Diary of the Dead, but I really got to say, here's the thing. I think that Diary of the Dead, although I don't like it, I do appreciate the ambitiousness of trying to do a found footage style in modern times. Day of the Dead Bloodline is pretty much just rehashing Day of the Dead, but they add in the allegory of, you know, sexual abuse with the bub character that's named Max for some reason. And that's really the only thing that's unique and different about it. And it's fine, but I just don't think that anything great comes out of it. The zombie character gets captured. He's chained up for most of the movie. Then he escapes and chases the main character, and then she cuts his head off. Like, there's just not, I don't know, it just doesn't do enough with its new concept. And at the same time, it's just like the Night of the Living Dead remake. While I'm watching it, I just wish I was rather watching the original. Whereas the first Day of the Dead remake, it's doing enough different stuff that, you know, it kind of just feels like its own movie. So I guess we don't have any C tiers. I didn't plan that from the get-go, but there we go. There is my official ranking of all of the official Living Dead series, not including the other Night of the Living Dead remakes or the 30th anniversary recut that's F tier, or, you know, Return of the Living Dead is its own series, so I don't feel like it deserves to be counted here. The zombie Italian films, that's its own series. I don't feel like it deserves to be counted here. So for all intents and purposes, this is the Living Dead series that I recognize, and this is my ranking. And now I want to say thank you once again for watching this video to its completion. If you did, if you made it this far, you are the true MVP. I appreciate it so much. It means a lot to me, man. And this is the final retrospective of the year of 2024. So this year we did Child's Play, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Gamera, and the Living Dead franchise. To be honest, the Gamera one was a huge risk, and if I had skipped that one, I probably would not have had as much of a headache as I had trying to get this video done by Halloween, which, by the way, as of recording this, I don't even know if I was able to do that, because after the video's done, I still have to render it, and then I still have to put it through YouTube's like checks and copyright and all that stuff. And if there's stuff they don't like, I gotta take it out or re-edit it. So I don't know what's going to happen with this video, but October has been a stacked month for me, man. Trying to get this done, the other October videos, various chapter episode reviews of things that I cover. It's just been a very chaotic month when it comes to working on stuff. But I do think that I kind of thrive in the chaos a little bit. You know, I kind of am a bit of a masochist. I kind of enjoy it in a way. So here we are with the finale, and after this, taking a break for a little while when it comes to these gigantic documentaries and videos. Next year there will of course be more, but for the rest of the year, at least for November and December, I am going to take a nice break from them while working on tons of other content anyway. So it's not really a break. It's just a break on giant projects. So I still have particular series to cover that are very important that I want to get to. I've covered pretty much all of the major slashers except for Ghostface and the Scream franchise, as I got my Ghostface mask down there. So that I need to cover at some point next year. Also next year we're getting Scream 7, so that would make sense. Although, do not expect a retrospective of Scream around the time Scream 7 comes out, because I would have to start working on it like next month. Like 2 weeks from now, I'd have to start, because I think it comes out in February or March. So even if I wanted to, I'd get it out in time, I'd have to start in like November. So it'll be after Scream 7 comes out. Plus, there's another one I kind of want to do before then. I also really want to cover like more old school stuff too. Like I would love to do the Universal Frankenstein series, you know, like the original black and white, Boris Karloff movies. But I just don't know how well those videos would do on the channel. I don't know if people are really like interested in going that far back at this point. The Gamera video was a huge risk, and obviously it was the least good performing video of all the retrospectives I've done. I think it's, at this point, I think it cracked maybe 10K views, which is, you know, good. I mean, my channel views usually average around like 2 to 3 to 5,000, so somewhere around there. So anything over that is good, but the retrospective videos tend to do the best, so that one failing was a little bit of a bummer. But yeah, the Frankenstein series is something I want to cover. And also the huge one is Godzilla, which is like my favorite thing in the universe, and someday I will get through the Godzilla movies, but you know, there's a lot of them, and it would be like an entire year-long project. So it will happen at some point, but I'm gonna need some time. Like, we're gonna have to cover some of the other ones before we get to something as massive as Godzilla. And I know that some people are asking for Hellraiser, and I appreciate your support and patience on that. And you know what? At some point, as much as I don't want to have to watch those movies, I love the original, but dear God, those sequels, man. But yeah, there comes a time where you got to give the people what they want. So I think it'll have to happen, if not next year, sooner rather than later. And so it was really nice getting back into some of these films that I haven't seen in a while, and just reminding me why the zombie genre is actually, or at least has the potential to be, an amazing subgenre of horror that I really appreciate when it's done well. So with that being said, thanks for watching this video, guys. I do appreciate it. As always, please give it a thumbs up, give it a comment, give me some recommendations of different horror franchises you'd like to see me cover or talk about on this channel. That would be cool. If you guys wanted to subscribe, I have a playlist of the retrospectives and a bunch of other videos for you guys to check out. If you want to support the channel on a deeper level, I would appreciate signing up to the Patreon. Even $1 a month goes a very, very long way. And as I'm creating the retrospective videos, I upload my progress on the Patreon. So you can actually end up seeing a lot of the reviews like a month or two early, because they'll be on the Patreon before they're in the actual video. So that's just another incentive. Also, I want to do more stuff for it. You know, I want to do more like movie commentaries and bonus videos and stuff. And, I'm trying to think of different ideas that would make it worth it for you guys. So let me know if you have any ideas as well. But other than that, guys, hey, thanks for watching this. I hope you guys have a happy Halloween. Eat some candy, dress in a slutty costume, turn down the lights, carve a pumpkin, and watch some zombie movies. I'll see you guys later.
Watch out, get down, quick!